respect girls by getting friend zoned and deny. I think about them and cry. I am totally fine. Testosterone's low, feelings high. That's how you know I'm truly 2019 guy. My dick's not big, my girlfriend fucks my friend. You say I'm down on my luck, I say it's a win-win. 'Cause I'm a cock, and I hope he fucks her good. In a way I wish I could. I just want to. Hello, hi, I'm a 2019 guy. I think science is a lie. I am offended online. I'm fragile and shy. I don't really go outside. I don't have friends, that's why I am offended all the time. My dick's not big, my girlfriend fucks my friend. You say I'm down on my luck, I say it's a win-win. 'Cause I'm a cock, and I hope he fucks her good. In a way I wish I could. Cause I'm a cock, and I hope he fucks her good. In a way I wish I could. I just want to.
I hate this town, it's so washed up, and all my friends don't give a fuck. They'll tell me that it's just bad luck. When will I find where I fit in? Remember when I tried? I never strayed too far from you. Forever by your side. No matter what I was going through. But now
Where's the stop song button? Where's the stop song button? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hi, Wolfhead stream. Hello, hi. Got my camera on. Well, you're not going to see anything. And by anything, I mean you're not going to see my swollen ear because I have headphones on. Maybe I'll show it later. You freaking ear perverts. I don't even know what to call you. Hi, chat. How are you? We're going to react to Elements of Justice. Ryza has been so kind to me that he sent me a playlist. I'm looking for it right now. He sent me Ace Attorney Elements of Justice, the complete series. What the hell does this say? This is the official playlist of Elements of Justice, the sequel to the critically acclaimed Ace Attorney X MLP crossover series, Turnabout Storm. Oh, so I'm reacting to the sequel series. Okay, we could do that. I'll have to find the original later. Or maybe Ryza can find the original. The less work I do, the better. No, Ryza, I'm not gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that work on you. But the first two are finished. A lot of them are finished. Like, I'm looking in this playlist. There's a lot of them that are finished. Also, Case 2 of Elements of Justice is like 2 hours. And I just want to get a feel for how this is going to go. I've played... well, that's a lie. I've seen Ace Attorney. I understand why it's popular. I don't think it's a game I would particularly be that into, though. But let's see what's up with this. Elements of Justice is the continuation. Got it, got it. I already sent you the original. What the hell are you talking about? Where? Where is it? Where? Wait, is it at the bottom of the playlist? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Case 1 is like 5 hours long. What, in the original? Not the one I'm looking at. Wait, hold on. Wait, we're gonna react to the troubled production in a minute. But, why would you open on that window? Anyway. Season 1. Case 3. Oh. They're all kind of mixed up. Wait a minute. Elements of Justice. Elements of Justice. Elements of Justice. Bonds of Justice. Case 2. Where's Case 1? I just see the trailer. Oh, wait, no, this is still Elements of Justice. Okay. Then I'll go through it. I'll find it eventually. Anyway, are we ready? Are we ready to do this? Who drew that Luna art piece? The name is under the picture. Done by the Abbey Roadie. You can commission Abbey to draw you a little sketch as well, because she does art commissions every night, I think, on Twitter. You can find her on Twitter, like her @ is right there. You know. Never mind, I know it's the feature artist on screen. God damn it. You're actually giving us this, but how long will I have to wait for Muse script? 1,000 years! Maybe the Muse script is the next thing I'll do. Who knows? I made it easier for you. I just sent you the Turnabout Storm on Discord. All right, let me see. Oh, okay. So this is its own playlist. Okay. Let's react to, like, Elements of Justice. Hi, it's me. If you want to know what that is, this is like a Luna charm that I'm hanging off the side of my microphone. If it's too distracting, I'll move it. But right now, it's just going to stay right where that is. Let's start, shall we? What's happening right now? Oh, I'm coming up the stairs. Oh, this is assault. Oh, that's pretty gruesome, actually. Brother, we just turned these lights on. Is that Coco Pamel? So she saw a dead body and then fainted, I think. You really should have watched Turnabout Storm first. I'll get the Turnabout Storm. Unless it's like a story that is like a coherent story. What is this music?
Right, anything agency. Phoenix speaking.
Okay, hold on. I really do love the music, how it's like it does sound like I'm playing this shit on a Game Boy Advance.
No, I'm a lawyer. No, we don't publish anything. It's alright. Sorry for the misunderstanding. There goes another one.
So, boss, did we get any
Oh.
clients?
Unfortunately, no. The person calling thought this was a book publishing company.
That's the second time this week. Where are people getting the idea that we publish books?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the right part. They probably
Oh, I
didn't stick with
see
right.
why. I see why. I see why Coffee wants me to react to like the original first. I guess it's because like Ace Attorney, because this isn't Ace Attorney. This isn't Phoenix Wright. This is the guy from the spinoff. Yeah, she's right. I'm not gonna react to it right now because I've already like set up the title and everything, but I'll react to this.
With right.
Maybe these writers should reconsider publishing their books if they keep mistaking words that sound the same.
So, Daddy, did any new clients call you guys up?
Who the hell
Sorry,
are you?
Trixie. Not yet.
Aw, come on. You guys haven't gotten a case in over a month.
Yeah. Ever since that last big case, business just went as slow as snails.
I wonder why that is.
If only I knew. We need to get some clients soon. We still gotta pay the bills by the end of the month.
Speaking of paying, can we get some food? I'm getting pretty hungry.
Yeah, all this waiting for a client is making my
They showed up, and then they were like, "Hey, can you get us some food?"
stomach growl.
You've been here for like 10 seconds.
I guess I can go for a few bites.
I don't get
Hey, it's Galaxy? I wouldn't say so.
Anyway, it's settled then. Let's go get some Eldunes real quick and then come right back here.
Let's go. I love Eldune's noodles.
Just make sure you don't eat so much that you get a heart attack.
You say that with a big shit-eating grin.
What in the?
What's wrong?
I can't move my body.
Daddy, are you okay?
I don't know.
Mr. Wright, your hand!
Huh? My hand's fading away.
What?
Mr. Right!
Wait a minute. This feeling.
Daddy!
Have I experienced this before?
Hold on, Mr. Wright. We've got you.
Hey, bitch, I'm hungry.
What the? I can't move!
Wait a minute. I got it mixed up. I'm actually Phoenix Wright. That's why you don't see me. I thought I was the character in the red, but that's a totally different character I'm speaking to. Got it.
And I'm fading away too.
No, I don't want to fade
That shows you how much I know about Phoenix Wright.
into oblivion.
What the hell is going on here?
I'm too young to die.
We're somewhere.
Are we dead?
I sure hope not.
Guys, I think we can move again, and I don't think we're dead.
It's a fucking isekai.
What? Where are we?
Welcome to the
I
Princess
don't know.
of Friendship Castle.
Wherever
Or
we
do
are,
you have any
it's
friends? We're gonna get
huge.
you some.
I'll second that. I bet you this place is super expensive.
What's with these thrones? Is this supposed to be a king's castle?
We only
Why
have
would there be
princesses
6
here,
thrones,
sweetheart.
though? Shouldn't there be at least a king and queen?
Maybe the other 4 are their friends or something.
Everyone would get a throne if that's the case.
Enough about the thrones. We still need to figure out where we are and how we got here.
Phoenix!
Piggy is here.
Oh, Phoenix, it's so good to see you again.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Did that purple horse say something?
I thought I heard it talk too.
Excuse me, but I happen to be a pony.
The voice acting is not half bad, bro.
Phoenix, don't you remember me?
It's a harem.
Daddy,
It's not a harem.
How does this pony know you?
I don't know.
Phoenix, you don't remember me at all?
Just say you remember her, so you
I'm
won't break her
sorry,
heart.
But I don't think I know.
All the memories just come rushing back. Me am happy to see you
Could it
reaction.
really be?
Why did you type that like a caveman?
Phoenix?
Aw.
I remember you.
Yes?
Your Twi.
Yes?
Twilight Sprinkles. Get the
Twilight
name wrong.
Sparkle?
Damn it!
Phoenix, you do remember me!
I guess I do remember.
It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
Is Mr. Wright seriously hugging a talking purple pony right now?
I don't know, but I don't care. I'm sensing so much joy from the both of them. I'm gonna go join in on their hug too.
Hey, I want to hug the cute purple pony too. Come on, Polly, you hug the pony too.
Lose
Polly.
my masculinity if I do.
Apollo's nickname is Polly?
It's been a while since I've talked to a human.
Well, it's been a while since I've talked to a pony.
And it's been a while since I've lost my mind.
So, you tried to summon the greatest defense attorney in Equestria again, huh?
No, I just simply summoned Phoenix Wright.
Oh, okay. At least I didn't get summoned by accident this time. Hey, wait. Twilight? Do you have wings?
Some time has
You
passed.
noticed? Yes, I do.
But the last time I saw you, you were just a unicorn.
Well, I received the title of princess a few months ago, and Princess Celestia gave me wings to go along with that title. So, I'm now an alicorn.
Wow, congratulations,
The
Twilight.
fandom hates her.
From a mere
Actually, that's a
mortal
lie.
to goddess.
Oh, it's nothing big. After all, a title is nothing more than a title.
If you say so.
So, boss, think you can fill us in on what's going on?
Boss?
Ah, sorry. Guys, this is Twilight Sparkle.
Hello, Twilight Sparkle! By the way, what's that tattoo on your butt there for? My
They
what?
they call it a
It's my cutie mark.
they call it a tramp
Cutie
stamp.
mark? It's a mark that shows what your special talent is. Mine represents my expertise in magic. Magic? I'm an expertise in magic too! Really?
I'm gonna
I thought you said magic doesn't exist in your world.
assume that she's more like Trixie and nothing like Twilight.
I guess Trucy is an exception.
That's right.
I know
My name's
nothing about
Trucy
this
Wright.
character.
I'm his daughter. You have a daughter?
I sure do.
Yep.
Why is me having a daughter such a shocker to everyone?
He has a
So,
family?
who are these other two?
What the fuck?
My name's Athena Sykes. I'm a defense attorney.
You're a defense attorney too?
That's right. I also specialize in analytical psychology.
You are? That's amazing! I've also been studying analytical psychology, and it's such an exquisite subject.
I know, right?
Oh, they're
I've been
gonna be
also using
friends.
analytical psychology in court too.
You can do that?
She sure can. It helped us out of some tight spots during some of our cases.
Yeah, Trucy
Well,
is like
Apollo?
Trixie in
Oh,
terms of magic. Fucking
sorry.
knew it.
I'm Apollo Justice. I'm also a defense attorney.
It's like a
Wow,
gang of
an
defense
entire
attorneys.
team of defense
A
attorneys.
gaggle of defense
You do.
attorneys. A
Apollo
mob
has a
of
power
defense
he
attorneys,
uses
if you
in
will.
court, like Athena.
What's that?
Well, I have a strong sense of sight, so I'm able to perceive even the smallest nervous habit of someone who is lying.
You can? You must have really special eyes.
I guess I do.
Well, it's very nice to meet you all. Wait a minute.
Rise, I'm not reading
We're
that.
all here. I only wanted to summon you.
I'm not sure. Well, they did try grabbing onto me when I was going to be teleported. And then they just ended up going with me.
That explains it. You see, when something gives physical contact to the subject that's being teleported, then that something gets teleported with the subject.
I remember something about that, but I forget where I heard it from.
Wow, interesting. You think you could teach me how to teleport? I don't know. I've never taught a human magic before, but I guess I'll teach you a thing or two. Oh, I can't wait!
Hold on a sec, Trucy.
She doesn't have
So,
it.
Mr.
She doesn't
Wright,
have
how
a.
do you know
She
her?
doesn't have a.
Huh?
She doesn't have a
How do you know
horn.
this talking purple pony?
Oh, that's right. I didn't explain it yet. You see, a little over 8 years ago, I was summoned by Twilight accidentally when she was trying to summon the greatest defense attorney in Equestria.
What kind
She
of very
ended up trying
odd
to find
parents
one of her
ass
friends.
scenario is that? You tried to summon the greatest defense attorney. And then the powers that be were like the greatest defense attorney. And they open a book and they're like, fuck it, Phoenix Wright. Yeah, and then he just like teleports.
When she was accused of murder.
Wait, did you say 8 years ago?
Yeah? Why?
It's only been a year and a half since I summoned you.
We're dimensions
Oh.
apart.
It was definitely 8
Time
years for
works
me.
differently.
I guess because we're from different worlds, time works differently.
I guess that explains it. It's still a little weird though.
I will give you a shout
Anyway,
if I'm
agreed to help
confused
her
about
friends
anything
and ended up
in the
winning
Ace
case.
Attorney
I also
plethora.
thought that there was
Piggy.
no murder in the first place.
So no one was sent to jail or anything?
In
No,
the whole
no,
Ace
he's-
Attorney modicum, I will consult Piggy.
Oh, by the way, Twilight, whatever happened to those two that were sent to prison?
You mean Gilda and Sonata?
Yeah.
Gilda got locked
When
up.
Gilda was released, she met up with Rainbow Dash and the two made up. However, I haven't seen her since that time. As for Sonata, I have no idea. I asked the police about it. They told me when it was time for her to be released, the police asked her what she was going to do now that she is out. But she just looked back and told them, I'm going to help out all those who need it. I always wondered what happened to her.
I wonder too. Now that we got that out of the way, I'd like to ask you something since we got here.
What's that?
Why did you summon me?
There's
Oh,
been a
it's-
murder.
You see, I need your help.
Again.
With what?
So, Phoenix, do you remember some pony named Rarity?
Rarity?
Yeah, she's Twilight. Oh, that's her right now.
Not the Siren Sonata, by the way. Thank you for clearing that up, because I was about to ask.
Whoa, a marshmallow pony.
She does look like a
Oh, hey.
marshmallow.
You're Rarity, right?
Why, Phoenix, you do remember me.
Couldn't remember
I sure
Twilight.
do. I remember you fixing up my suit when it got ripped up that one time.
Yes, I do remember that.
There's another talking pony?
Well, yes, we are.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Next stream is Turnabout Storm. Because I didn't know anything about this series at all, I just kind of landed on Elements of Justice without even knowing that it was like a sequel series. But we're going to finish this next stream or so. Well, maybe not the next one. But pretty soon, like, we're going to do Turnabout Storm. Because this is showing signs of, like, being a continuation.
We're in a world filled with ponies after all.
How am I? I'm
There's
good.
a lot more of them? Yay! I can't wait to talk to each and every one of them.
Oh, why hello there. Who are you exactly?
They're friends of mine. This is Apollo, Athena, and Trucy, my daughter.
My, you have quite the team.
Oh, you have no idea.
Rarity, you think you should tell him why you need him? That's right. Phoenix?
Yes?
need your help, please. It's the worst possible thing.
Okay, all right. All right, I really like the editing style, how they did it in like they made it like the video game, but they also made it MLP. I really like that.
Okay, what is it? Jeez, you almost ruptured my eardrums.
It's my friend.
What about your friend?
She's been accused of murder.
Didn't she faint?
Again, huh? I thought this place was supposed to be peaceful. Okay, so
Oh no.
Guessing you want me to defend
Peace
your
is
Yes, please help
is a
her.
luxury
She can't
sometimes
do it.
here.
She wouldn't hurt a fly. How could any pony like her do such a thing?
I need to go talk to her first. I'd like to know how she's involved in this murder. So, where's your friend now?
She's in the Manhattan Detention Center.
Manhattan? Where's that?
It's up northwest.
I'm gonna give
from
you a
here.
fucking
It's
map.
the biggest city in Equestria. You'll need to go there using the train.
I don't have any money for the train.
She's gonna give you
No
money.
need to worry. I shall take you there and help you pay for the tickets.
Okay, but might I ask, how are you so sure she's innocent?
Well, she just simply doesn't have the heart to do so. She has a very promising career, might I add. It'd be foolish for her to simply throw that away. Please, Phoenix, you must help her.
Should I really take this case? It still feels weird that I'm defending a pony from another world.
But you're the greatest defense attorney in the entire
Guess I'll go see
universe.
what's going on. Okay, let's go meet her then.
Mr. Wright, what about us?
Well, I guess you're gonna have to stay in the castle and wait for us.
Oh, come on, really? What are we supposed to do while we wait? It's not like we have TV to pass the time, you know.
Get familiar with the
Actually
ponies here. I don't
interested in
know.
seeing the city. It could be fun.
Yeah, Daddy, don't leave us here all bored.
Okay, you guys can come too. Rarity, do you think you can pay for their tickets as well?
Not a problem. Oh, boy! I get to see more cute ponies.
Yeah, nothing but a bunch of neon-colored equines everywhere we go.
Oh, Phoenix.
Apollo?
Almost forgot. Here.
We're gonna convert Apollo. I'm calling it right now. Apollo is not for the ponies, but pretty soon he's gonna be like, I don't want to leave. I love ponies.
You're going to need this.
What?
Your attorney's badge for Equestria.
Oh, great. Not this ridiculous badge again.
They really edited this like the video game. I fucking love it.
I'm gonna need it while I'm here in this world anyway.
Yeah, they really did edit this like the video game.
Oh my gosh, that badge is so cute. Can I have one of those too?
Sorry, Athena. I only have one with me.
Aw, why does Mr. Wright get all the cool stuff?
Never mind that. Let's go to the detention center.
Here we go.
Wow,
Hold on. Piggy, are you still here? Is this a shot from the show, or did someone actually, like, vector this together? The playlist has been placed in our DMs. If it's the same playlist that Ryza gave me. It's the same playlist that Ryza gave me. Thank you, nevertheless. But is this like a screen cap from the show, or did someone make this specifically for this?
wow, this place is huge.
It truly is a wonderful place, isn't it? It's all
That I'm
buildings,
not
the
sure
stores,
of.
The entertainment, and just the atmosphere of this place is absolutely exhilarating. All that.
I wouldn't like the production quality of this is already so high. Like the voice acting is good, and they already edited it like the game. That I wouldn't put it past them that a vector artist somewhere actually like made this background specifically for this. Ryza says yes, so I fucking believe it.
The taxi.
What are you talking about? There's taxis everywhere.
It's best not to talk about it. I wonder if I should start my own show here. I think I'd make good money over here.
Trust me, Trucy, the money over here isn't worth anything in our world. I've never been so close to a sports car in my life.
Everywhere we
100%
go,
custom.
all of these
Alright, got
ponies
it.
are always staring at us.
Oh,
Because you look like aliens in their world.
It was awkward for me when I was the only human here last time. So, Rarity, where's the detention center?
It's right down the street.
Okay, let's go.
Wow!
These ponies look super
Stop,
tough.
citizen. You have broken the law.
Well, I'm a defense attorney. I'm here to meet someone.
Let's show us your badge, sir.
You're
Oh,
wrong.
Here you go.
Permission granted. Go right ahead.
Hey, what about us?
Sorry, but attorneys with official equestrian badges can only enter.
What? Does my badge not count for anything?
I'm afraid that badge isn't legible for this town.
Yeah.
But look at it! It's shiny and official! I am not going through this again!
Sorry about her. She gets upset when she doesn't get what she wants.
What? Hey, I'm not some spoiled brat, you know.
It's alright, guys. I'll be right out as soon as I'm done in there.
Just wait outside,
I'll
like
make
go to
sure
a
she
deli
doesn't
or
flip any
something.
of these guards while you're gone.
Hey! I'll flip you if that's what you want.
I believe it. She's skinny, but she looks like she can lift you. Okay, alright. I for certain know that this shit is custom. I've seen Game Grumps play Ace Attorney. I know what this is a fucking parody of. This is a parody of, like, the holding place where they hold, like, the criminals. And there's always a dude standing right here. But because it's MLP, they got, like, a pony guard standing here. That's great. I love that.
No matter how many times I come in here, it always gives me the
You'll be surprised to see the prosecution. Do not spoil me. Nobody spoil me.
where
Are you the ones who came to see me?
Oh. Are you
Hey,
supposed to be
Coco.
Rarity's friend?
Yes,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just that I have a headache for some reason.
You fell over.
So, what's your name?
Coco Pamel. Yay.
Who are you?
I'm Phoenix Wright. Rarity told me you'd be here. She wants me to defend you.
Oh, so are you going to defend me? I didn't expect a human to defend me.
I haven't decided that yet. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
This fucking piano is gonna make me cry. Why did they come in with this piano? I already feel bad for Coco. You don't have to play like the somber piano.
It's first.
Okay, mister.
They got the damn chimes in it too?
You think you can tell me a little about yourself, Miss Palmel?
Of course.
The flute?
Costume designer here in Manhattan. I design costumes for plays over in the theater. Though once in a while, I get asked to make designs for anything fashion related.
Making costumes and designs, huh? You resemble Rarity quite a bit.
Oh, Rarity is a huge inspiration for me. Before I met her, I was the assistant of some pony who would always tell me that it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Oh.
But when Rarity showed up, she showed generosity to others, even though it started to hurt her. When I realized this, I quit being an assistant, and Rarity gave me the job of being the costume designer of some big place in Manhattan.
Wow. Rarity's made quite a change in your life.
My life has become so much better because of her. I owe it to her so much.
Aw.
Nice to hear that. It may be hard to find, but there will always be people who will turn your life around for the better. It's nice to know what happens in this world, too. So, Miss Palmel, do you think you could tell me what happened on the night of the murder?
Oh, it's just awful. There was a play going on and every pony I was watching was in sheer awe from the spectacular performers. But when the
Is the music custom made? I'm assuming. I mean, somebody in chat could pipe up if they know, but like, I don't think the music is custom made. They probably got something from like content ID free like track or something. They probably just typed in sad song and they probably just like threw it in there. But it fits.
play was about to reach its conclusion, my friend, overall concept
fell from the catwalk with a rope tied around his neck, and he ended up being hung to death with every pony watching.
What? Wow. It must have been traumatizing.
It's custom? Holy shit.
Talk about a real-life death scene in person.
The director and
The
police
production
said the
quality is
catwalk
so
had
high.
fallen, and they thought I pushed him from there with a rope tied around his neck. I got arrested on the spot.
Well, you were in the area where he fell. Still, just because you were at the scene of the crime, it doesn't mean you did it.
I know, but every pony who saw me thought I did it.
Rarity doesn't think you did it. She certainly believes you wouldn't have the heart to kill.
Although I appreciate her believing I didn't do it, it's not enough to convince every pony else.
I see. So, what can you tell me about overall concept? The victim.
I guess, like... Because, like, if you know anything about Coco... Because Rarity knows Coco personally. But because Rarity knows Coco personally, she's like... She doesn't have, like, a murdery bone in her body. I could look at Coco and be like... She doesn't have a murdery bone in her body. I don't... Like, when you get to the scene of the crime, she's, like, passed out. I don't know who in their right mind would be like, she did it. Like, what, the unconscious mayor? Yes. All right, well.
He's the head costume designer for the theater. I work alongside him, helping him make his costumes. He's really good at making designs for the costumes. He even custom-made a fabric to help captivate the way the costumes looked.
So, what was your relationship with the victim?
It's nothing too serious if that's what you're thinking. We're just good friends who like working together.
Aw.
He's even teaching me how to design better so I could one day make a design of my own for another play.
Oh, what could have been?
So, let me ask you. What were you doing at the scene of the crime?
I actually don't remember much about that. All I do remember is that I was hearing something that was happening from the catwalk, and I went there as quickly as I could. But after that, I don't remember a thing. The next thing I knew, I saw my friend being hung from the top of the stage, and the police showed up behind me and arrested me.
Why
This
can't you
happened like
remember
a
what
second
between
later.
those times?
I'm not sure.
So she doesn't remember what happened. This is gonna be a problem.
Anything else you want to ask me?
Is
Well,
anybody else on the stage?
She seems to be telling the truth. She doesn't look like she would have any bad intentions.
She doesn't have a bad intention in her whole fucking body. A gift from an old friend allows me to see if anyone's hiding any deep
So, Miss
secrets.
Pommel, at this point, I don't think you did it. But right now, I need you to tell me the most honest truth. Did you kill the victim? Overall concept.
No.
What? No, of course not. I would never do such a thing.
All right, don't freak out about it.
What is it?
Nothing happened. This means she didn't do it.
Oh. That's why they showed me that. They showed me that he has an item that can tell when someone is lying. I can pay attention.
Okay, Miss Pommel. I trust you. I'll take your case.
You will? Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. I feel so relieved right now.
Okay, I think that's all the information I need. Thank you for your time, Miss Pommel.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Wright. Oh, before you leave, do you think you could tell Rarity I'm all right? I don't want her to worry about me.
Aw.
Of course. I'll make sure to tell her that.
Thank you.
I'll prove that you didn't kill anyone. I promise you that.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Wright. I guess I'll see you later then.
See ya.
Let's go. Next scene. Let's make some progress here. Manhattan, February 11th. 3 days away from Valentine's Day.
So let me see if I've got this. Earth ponies are in charge of the agricultural affairs. Unicorns can perform magic-related things, and Pegasi can control the weather.
You've learned so much since we were gone.
Wow, this world is so different from ours. Weather goes on its own in our world.
Yeah, if I was a Pegasus,
Hold on. Piggy is lore dumping right now. It lets Phoenix see through people's lies. When they lie, psychic barriers called psyche locks appear. These locks are broken with proof and evidence. That sounds like some Danganronpa shit. The more locks, the bigger the lie. Okay.
I would make it so it wouldn't get so cold in the winter.
Oh, darling, if it's as cold as you say it is, then how about I make a thick and fabulous coat for you? I'm sure it will help you out on your cold days.
I think I'll pass on that.
So,
We're gonna convert Apollo. I know I said it before, but like by the end of this, Apollo is not gonna want to leave. I'm so sure of it.
I guess because I'm not a unicorn, I can't learn to teleport, can I?
Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way. Humans work very differently from us ponies.
Hey guys.
Phoenix! So, how is she?
She's doing fine. She explained everything.
So, what happened on the night of the murder?
The victim had his neck tied up by a rope and was dropped from a high elevated spot. He was hung to death pretty much instantly.
Whoa, that actually sounds very gruesome.
Yeah.
What a horrible thing to witness!
Witness? Wait, you were there where the murder happened?
Well, yes. I was watching the play when it happened. Coco gave me a ticket to see the show. I thought the show was sold out, but she gave the last ticket to me.
Wait, we have a new item. Pay admission ticket. Play admission ticket. A ticket to see the play Hinny of the Hills. Last ticket sold has the number 5,000 in the back. Given the rarity by Coco Pamel. Okay.
Oh, it was horrible. I couldn't bear to think about that dreadful image. Not only that, I saw her being taken away by the police. The moment I saw that, I had to ask Twilight to find a good lawyer. And who better than you to help us with this case?
I guess I have lots of experience with murder cases. I'm always there to help out someone who's been accused of a crime they didn't commit.
And that's
Coco
Mr.
gave
Right
you
for
tickets
you.
to see a murder.
Always
She didn't
there to help
know.
when someone's in need. He even helped me when I was accused of murder.
You were accused for murder?
Yes. I was accused of killing my own mother.
Mother? Why, that's horrible.
I know, it was. I felt so alone. that
Flashback.
Everyone started to go against me. It's like all the stars of the night disappeared from the night sky. And the next
I'm gonna assume that these are screenshots from the actual game.
thing I knew, all I could see ahead of me was darkness.
Objection!
But Mr. Wright, he believed in me. He stuck to his true beliefs, and not only was I not guilty, he found the real killer, and I was able to save a dear friend of mine when he was going to be given the death sentence for the same crime.
That's right. In fact, I even lost my best friend because of that same killer. I was so heartbroken when I found out he had been killed. I've taken a leave of absence and I left my friends behind. I went to find the truth on my own, and I ended up starting to doubt Athena. I even went against her in court. I still wanted to believe in her, but it was really hard to do so with all this doubt inside me. But Mr. Wright made sure I was able to believe in
Okay, Piggy, these are screenshots from, like, the spin-off, correct? Because I know the main series just has Phoenix. But I think with, like, the spin-offs, the other characters show up, and that's when they start to become a team. Like, confirm or deny. I'm going to keep listening to this.
her again. At that point, I did believe, not only in Athena, but in Mr. Wright to finally bring the truth to light. Because of Mr. Wright, the dark age of the law has come to an end.
I was even taken hostage during that trial, but Daddy ended up saving me after he won. Isn't he the best?
I will gift you the games. I mean, I know... I think it was a Nintendo Direct, like a few Directs back, where they were like... They were remaking the spin-offs of Ace Attorney, but they remade it in a really cool way where they, like, up the graphics. Do I have that correct? Because apparently, the spin-offs are only available in Japan, apparently. And then they brought them to the United States. I don't know if they did it yet. I don't even know if they're out yet. But yeah, a remade version of the spin-offs in like a trilogy is coming to America if it hasn't been released yet.
Wow, Mr. Wright. I had no idea you were such a saint to so many people in your world. Always trying your best to find the truth.
Oh, they're the
and
main
saving so
games.
many innocent lives. I'm beginning to think you really are the greatest defense
Oh.
attorney.
What can I say?
Those are the Edgeworth games? Okay, I'm confusing Apollo for Edgeworth. Yeah, it's starting to come to me now. Alright, main games. Piggy, after this stream, I'm gonna talk to you more about Ace Attorney so I can get the stories in order at the very least. But don't spoil story shit for me.
Say, I was just doing my job.
A job that makes you a hero. You're like a knight in shining armor that has come to save the day when things are grim.
Well, I guess I can say I am pretty good. Now, that we got the feels out of the way, I think it's time we went to investigate. So, Rarity, where's the theater?
It's just right over there.
Well, what do you know?
We're
It's just
in
right there.
Times Square.
That's very convenient. Come on, let's go inside.
Yes, let's get to the bottom of this. What?
Rarity, you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Hey, how about you watch where you're going?
Who is this?
Terribly sorry. I didn't.
Wait. I'm gonna guess. Is it photo finish? Tomorrow would be ideal. I'll hit you up tomorrow. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. It's photo finish. It nope, that's my guess. It's photo finish.
Let me help you with all the. You.
Huh? What are you doing back here in the city?
You do not look like how your voice should sound.
Nothing that concerns you.
So you guys know each other?
We did.
I've no time to waste on you, Rarity. I'm on a tight schedule, so you better stay out of my way.
You sound like you're from California, but you look like you are from the Deep South.
Hey, I don't want another victory taken away by your hooves, okay?
The nerve of her.
So who was that, Rarity?
Nothing but a ruffian. Phoenix, should we get to the investigation now?
Twilight's like, can we move this
inside
along,
the feed.
please?
Yes, let's.
I assume she's gonna come back again at some point for some reason or another. You were close. I don't think I was.
So, this is the theater, huh?
This place looks pretty empty.
Sorry, but the theater is closed. I must ask you to leave.
That's photo finish. I'm 100%.
Huh? Who said that?
Ugh, I know that voice.
Oh.
Hello? You guys deaf? You guys have to leave.
Who the hell are you, man?
But we're here to investigate the crime scene.
Are ya now? You don't look like a police pony to me. Plus, the police are already done with their investigation here.
Well, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a defense attorney.
Defense? Defend who, might I ask?
Coco Palmel.
The costume designer? So, I guess you know what happened here?
Yes. Overall concepts, murder.
Yes, Miss Pommel was accused of murdering him. It's very hard to believe if you ask me.
So, do you work here?
I do. My name is Playwright. I'm the theater director.
You know what else is dumb about accusing Coco Palmel of murdering that stallion? The stallion fell, or apparently it was pushed from up top. Coco Palmel is on the stage. She was on the stage by the time this happened. Like, what the hell? Like, she teleported? Like, what do you mean?
I am the one who makes sure that the plays in this theater are done right. I make sure everything I work on is perfect.
I see. So, may I ask you how things work in the theater?
To put things briefly,
I will say the OC characters are really nice designed. I suppose all these characters are just going to be OCs and not other characters from the show.
we go through the writing process, rehearse, and then perform. I'm the one who does all the writing, because no pony else knows how to make things perfect like I do.
Aren't you supposed to have a team of writers when you're in the writing process?
I would, but I feel that it's just going to slow me down. Pure genius moves lightning fast. That's how things get done so quickly here.
I wonder if anyone else who's working here can keep up with his genius.
Chat, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him, dude.
So, what's your relationship with the defendant?
I hate him. I hate a stupid haircut, and I hate his stupid glasses that are too small for his face.
Oh, she is fantastic! Coco and overall concepts make a great team. Whenever I'm in need of costumes for any plays I'm writing, those two get the job done fast. Whenever I see them together, they're always so happy, as if they're best friends. I still
Or something else.
can't believe she would kill him, especially in the middle of my play.
But if they were such good friends, why are you so sure Coco Palmel killed Overall Concept?
This is what I want to know.
As much as I don't believe it, I saw something before the murder.
Huh? What did you see?
I saw Miss Pommel chasing Overall up the catwalk, where the murder occurred.
What?
Just gonna say that wasn't Coco.
Yeah, I saw her chasing him up the left side of the catwalk, quite frantically I might add. I didn't think too much about that, but after I saw the stallion's body hung in the air, I ran up the catwalk, and I saw Miss Pommel with lots of guilt on her eyes.
Isn't her name supposed to be pronounced Palmel?
Then, the police showed up behind me, then arrested Miss Pommel on the spot, then brought her back down.
I could have sworn that her name is pronounced Palmel.
This is what you're concerned about right now?
How to make things perfect.
Tell you what, I'll let you have this layout of this theater, so you guys won't get lost in here while you guys are investigating.
Here, I'll hold up the map.
Given by playwright shows the layout of the stage of the theater.
Why was Coco chasing Overall? There has to be an explanation for this.
It's not Coco!
Anyways, I saw what I saw. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go get me some lunch. Go ahead and do your investigation and whatnot. A stallion with the mind of a genius must keep his brain energized with a good lunch.
Well, that's it for that guy.
He keeps talking about how much of a visual genius he is. I know he's a director and all, but it doesn't really give you bragging rights.
Still, I want to know what plays he's written. If they're as good as he says, then I want to see them. I'm a big fan of plays after all.
Let's get some tickets for the next showing.
Guys, shouldn't we be starting our investigation already?
Yeah, we have an
Chasing
investigation.
Overall? Is that really true?
No, it's not!
To be a mistake. Maybe somebody else was chasing him.
Well, we have to investigate the crime scene to see if we can find any leads.
Alright. The noose is still there!
Wow. I've never been on a stage this big before. Oh, how I wish I could do my magic show here.
You're a magician?
That's right.
But you're a human. How is it possible for a human to perform magic?
It's
I'll show you.
Trixie magic, Rarity.
These are my magic panties.
Piggy, what are these? Piggy, explain yourself. Somebody explain. Anybody explain. I'm gonna let her talk, but I'm eyeballing you.
Trucy, as your father, please be careful when you start talking about your panties.
See here? There's nothing inside them.
I see.
And now I say the magic words. Alakazam! And now let's see what's inside. Oh, let's see what I got.
What is this about to be?
What the? I was holding that.
Oh.
In the world did you do that?
Sorry, but a magician never reveals her secrets.
Are her panties a hammer space?
There has to be an explanation for this. I must study those panties of yours.
No.
I love how Risel's just in chat like, they're magic panties, Wolf. Is alright, I guess that's all the explanation I'm gonna get.
You won't. Even if you examine these, you're not going to find out anything. I remember back then some college student was so obsessed with my magic panties that he stole them from me to study them.
Ugh, don't remind me. I never seen someone so obsessed with someone else's undies in my life.
You're a
All
pure
right,
soul.
Let's get started. See if you can find anything.
Well, we can
Stay a
start with
pure
the
soul.
rope still hanging from last night.
So this is the murder weapon. It's tied up like a noose.
It was a horrible thing to see. I could almost see overall concept still hanging on that.
Considering the height from here to the catwalk, the death is very likely to be instantaneous. At least he didn't suffer.
Tied like a noose, the murder weapon on catwalk. Alright.
I wonder how he got his neck tied up anyway.
Mr. Wright, I think I found something.
What is it?
It's some sort of sparkly cloth.
It looks fabulous! That must be the special fabric he was working on.
Special fabric?
Overall Concept told me in his letters that he was working on a special fabric for his costumes. He put some sparkles on them. He also said the fabric could glow in the dark.
Glow in the dark fabric? Hey! I think I know how he was able to do that.
Oh, do you now?
Yes, I do. I have a friend who used a costume like that. She used fluorescent paint to make the costume glow in the dark.
Custom fabric made by Overall Concept. Okay.
Fluorescent paint? Such a thing exists? Where can I get this paint? It might help me in my business.
I should get some too. I'm going to need some costumes that can glow for my shows.
How about I'll design some costumes for you? I have a few ideas that will give you that extra pizzazz you're looking for.
This is so brony coded, what I'm about to say. I really like how they're all getting along. That's all. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to make a dumb joke. I'm not going to talk about the noose. I just love how they're all getting along. That's it. That's all.
Yes, I'll be happy to take you up on your offer.
So, now that we're done talking about that, let's go look around some more.
That catwalk is way up there. As far as I know, catwalks are very rickety. I wonder why anyone would do a chase up there.
There must be some reason. Maybe there was something that was up there.
What could be so important that Overall would run up there?
Another question is, why would Coco go up there too?
It's not Coco,
As far as I
and
know,
he's
she's
running
always
for
up
his
on the
life.
catwalk since working here. Maybe something important to her is also up that catwalk for some reason.
It's possible. Let's go up to the catwalk and see if we can find anything.
I'm very curious. I'm very curious. Is that how you spell catwalk? That looks like
The
cakewalk.
supposed chase stopped here.
My word, this is quite the height.
I'd be surprised if anyone could survive a fall from this height. So, you guys see anything around here?
Nothing so far.
Hey, I think I see something.
Where?
There, those sparkles.
It must be from Overall's fabric.
This could mean that the fabric has been brought up here for some reason.
You think Overall and Coco could have brought it up here?
Maybe. Do you think there's a reason why any of them would do so?
The only thing I can think of is they subconsciously brought it up with them without knowing. Or maybe the fabric was already up here?
It's possible. It could be the reason why Overall Concept was going to the catwalk in the first place.
But it doesn't explain why Coco Palmel was chasing him.
That wasn't
Let's
her.
keep looking around then. I'm sure we'll find something.
I really don't think that was her. Hey!
What just happened?
I don't know. I guess the lights are loose.
Okay, okay, okay. We got some glow-in-the-dark hoof prints. So that means that, like, the paint that was used for the fabric, some pony stepped in them? Stepped in it?
Wait a minute.
Those are definitely hoof prints.
Did you see that?
See what?
There's something glowing on the floor. Twilight, could you turn off the lights for a second?
Yeah, okay.
There!
Huh? There are hoof prints And they're glowing!
Follow those hoof
It
prints.
must be the fluorescent paint!
So
Yes.
they've probably been left behind since the incident.
You think it could be overalls or Coco's?
I'm not sure.
Somebody pretending to be
Wait a
Coco.
minute.
What is it?
Do you remember what Playwright said? Coco Pommel ran up the left side of the catwalk, following overall concept, and then the police escorted her back down.
Wait, but those hoof prints, they lead to the right side.
Athena, how long does it take for fluorescent paint to dry?
According to Junie, it takes about an hour.
Does the paint contaminate your hands if it's still wet?
It does. But the only way to tell is if you look at your hands in the dark.
So, whoever's hoof prints these belong to went down the right side of the catwalk, but no one said that anyone went down the right side.
What? Then that means somebody else could have killed him. Coco didn't do it.
We're finally
We've got
there!
a huge lead on this now. Still, now that we know these hoof prints belong to someone else, we need to find out who they belong to.
Can't
Mr.
you, wait a
Wright,
minute.
I have a suggestion.
What?
I know this doesn't work like this, but it would be, well, it would be kind of anticlimactic if they just went to the police and got like showed them the hoof prints. It was like, you run this through your system. You know, like fingerprints. I'm thinking of fingerprints, but hooves and fingers are different.
What is it?
If these prints belong to someone else, we should try and figure out where they lead to.
Hey, good idea. One problem. You can only see these prints when it's dark. I'll have to turn off the lights to follow them.
Mm-hmm.
No need for that, boss. I have the thing that's going to make your hoof print finding much easier. Here.
A forensic flashlight. Thanks, Athena. I'll definitely need this.
Special flashlight that is used to detect force paint.
Okay, let's see where
I
it
can
ends
read.
first.
I can read.
It ends here.
The back door?
It looks like whoever was here escaped through here.
Ruffian! The coward must have escaped after killing Concept!
Very likely he or she did. Now, let's go backwards and find out where these hoof prints begin.
By the way, Wolf got here a little late. Are you going to watch the first case in its entirety or for one day each? I'm going to watch this whole case today. And then the next time I react to like Turnabout Storm, Ace Attorney, MLP stuff is going to be the Turnabout Storm stuff. Because apparently I skipped a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I'm liking this so far. I'll come back to this, no problem.
The prints lead here. I'm guessing this is the dressing room.
Glowing hoof prints.
Look at all those costumes. I kind of want to try some of them out.
They're for horses.
Hate to tell you this, Athena, but it looks like you'll be too big to get in any of those costumes.
Because they're for horses.
What? Are you suggesting I'm fat?
No, you dumb bitch. They're for
I'm saying that
horses.
because these costumes are small, since they're worn by little ponies.
Oh, I wanted to try some of them out.
This is where overall Concept usually works on his costumes. I can tell. There's a bunch of material scattered around this table.
Jeez, look at all those sketches.
Wolf, if I were to theoretically gift you the original Ace Attorney trilogy, would you play it? I mean, if you did, I guess I would have to stream it. I would have to play it at some point, but if I stream it, I would have to stream it over on twitch.tv/wolfheadbrony if anybody is interested. So theoretically, yes, I would play it. But I should let you know, I was also supposed to play Danganronpa, and I didn't finish that. Nothing against Danganronpa, but like, Danganronpa is good, I just never got through it.
He must have had a lot of ideas for making costumes.
Oh, he was simply...
In fact, now that I think about it, I should go back to streaming Danganronpa again. And stream, Ace Attorney.
Genius! He played a big role in the theater industry. The only thing he lacked was time. That is, until Coco Pommel became his partner. She wrote on her letters that when she began to work as a costume designer, the productivities of the costumes doubled.
Those two must have been quite a team.
Hell yeah. They were banging. I'm assuming they were banging. What platform? I had Danganronpa Decadence. I think what it was called for the Switch. But I had the card. I had like the game card, and then I sold it. So now I gotta download it all over again. I'm sure they have some Ace Attorney games for the Switch.
Mr. Right, on the table, there are cases of fluorescent paint and some glitter next to it.
So this is the paint used to make the fabric glow.
Okay, glitter and fluorescent paint.
Oh, give it here! Let me put some on my cape and hat. I want to see if they glow in the dark.
No, Trucy, this is evidence. It's best to leave it untouched.
But I want to sparkle and glow.
Judging by its looks, this must be what the fabric used to look like before you added the glitter and paint.
I still wonder where you got this paint. It must have been awfully expensive, especially since you used so much of it.
Well, I guess we're done over here.
You think we've gathered enough evidence to prove Coco Pommel's innocence?
I'm certain we do. Plus, we also have some proof that there was a third party when this crime was taking place.
Oh, I knew Coco wouldn't have the heart to murder. Won't she be surprised?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now. We still have a trial to take care of first.
And I'm sure you'll do a fabulous job defending Coco Pommel. I guess we can all head back to my castle now. Let's head to the train station. I'll pay for the tickets again.
Okay, guys, let's go.
You rich bitch. Throne room.
It's such a long trip from Manhattan to Ponyville. I need to take a rest for a little bit.
I still had a fun time, though. I'd like to go back to the city someday. Maybe even go shopping.
How about I take you somewhere next time? I know some great stores that'll probably suit you.
Oh, I'd love to come with you.
Chat, they're all friends. I love this.
Yeah?
Didn't you have other friends? I remember that there were a few more of you.
Well, we do. I wonder where they are.
Phoenix! Hey there, Nix!
Hey,
I was just about to say, if they would have played this scene like Rainbow crashing through a window or something, I would have been like, it's probably like, that's Rainbow Dash's cue or something.
Here are the others, Phoenix.
Didn't think I'd see you around here again.
Oh, they're all here. Okay. Question mark. That's Applejack, you fuck.
Oh, Mr. Phoenix, it's so good to see you after
Her name is Butterquiet or something.
so long.
I had a feeling Twilight would try to summon you.
Oh, Daddy! I had no idea you were friends with so many ponies.
Oh,
My
great.
Little
Even more,
Pony. I wonder what friendship could be. My Little Pony. I have no idea who that pony is. My Little Pony.
Well, yeah. These two are defense attorneys, Apollo and Athena. And this one is Trucy, my daughter.
Nice to meet you all. So, Daddy, are you gonna tell us who they are?
Yeah. Let me see if I can remember your names. Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Fluttershy, and, Spike.
Hey, Feeny, we should throw you a welcome back party. You know, because you're back to Ponyville. And you also brought a guest. I love it when guests bring guests to parties. And those guests bring guests. And those guests bring guests of those guests. And it's just amazing. And I
Mr. Wright, for the love of God, get her to shut up, please.
Pinkie.
when guests bring guests to parties.
Pinkie.
Guests bring guests. And those guests bring guests.
Pinkie!
Yes, Feeny?
Don't you think it's a bit
The hell
too
did you
early
call
to
him,
party right
Feeny?
Too early? It's never too early for a party.
now? But I have a trial tomorrow. I'll be too tired to defend if I party now.
I know how we can fix that. So, your name is Pinkie Pie, right?
Yes?
After Daddy wins the trial tomorrow, instead of throwing him a welcome back party, let's throw him a congratulations on winning the trial party.
Ooh, that's perfect. A congratulations on winning the trial party. I like the way your little girl thinks, Feeny.
I try.
Thanks, Trucy. Have the most hyperactive pony known to man throw a party.
So, we get to come to this party too, right?
Yep. You get to come too. What are your names again?
Athena. And this is Apollo.
You have nice names, but it could sound more fun. I think I'll call you...
Nicknames?
Sure, you can call me Thena.
I have a friend who calls me that.
I think I'll stick to Apollo. I already have one little girl calling me after a parrot who wants crackers.
Hey, Nix!
Yeah?
I just want to thank you again for saving me back then.
No problem.
So you're the pony that Mr. Wright had to defend?
That's right! If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to attend the Wonderbolt Academy.
Wonderbolt Academy?
It's a flying academy. It's where Pegasi attend to become future Wonderbolts, the fastest flyers in
Okay,
all
we
of
know
Western
this.
Europe. I've dreamt of being a Wonderbolt ever since I was just a filly.
Yeah.
Rainbow, we're from the future, and we're here to tell you that you do become a Wonderbolt, and you're very happy about it.
You're quite the dreamer.
So, Dad,
A dream that becomes reality.
anything to eat here?
We all know.
I still didn't eat since we got here.
It's been a long
We
time.
were going to eat, but we got sent here.
I got you covered for that. Twilight told me that there's a special guest coming here, so I made some apple pies and apple cider for every pony. Fluttershy also made some salad.
Yeah, I made you some salad, if you don't mind. Pies? I love pies! Don't mind if I do!
I'll take some pies too. And some salad as well.
I'll take a couple of bites
Just
as
a
well.
theme song
I'm
on
kinda
loop.
hungry.
You said he's non-alcoholic, right?
Why would I need alcohol? It does nothing but make you tipsy.
Really wanted Applejack to say, it's 80% alcohol.
Thanks for the food. I really appreciate it.
Don't mention it.
Got any gems for me? I really like a side of rubies in my salad.
Sorry, Spike.
Aww.
Okay, let's eat up. We're going to need to get some energy for the trial.
Not just a
tomorrow.
Wonderbolt, the Wonderbolt captain. Sure.
Trucy, what's wrong?
I just remembered something. Oh, these ponies. And that little dragon. I think I've seen them before. When I was little.
What?
How is that possible? Up until now, I've never seen you in my life before that.
I didn't exactly see you in person. It's like I've seen
An apparition of
picture of you
Phantom.
before.
A picture? Wait a minute. So, Trucy, don't you think that hat of yours is getting a little too small for you?
Well, it is a bit tight on me now for some reason. I
You're
guess
getting
my
a
head
big
got
head.
A little bigger.
Isn't it
Yes.
time to get a new hat?
Yes, it is. Let's get me a new hat, Daddy.
I don't know. These hats are kind of expensive.
Aww. Why do magicians' hats have to be so expensive?
Because they're magicians'
Well,
hats.
I'll just get a hat another
If they were regular hats, nobody would give a damn.
Oh, wait. I think I already have a hat for you.
You do? Let me see. Let me see.
Okay, I'll be right back. Here, I found one.
It's kind of creepy.
Oh, a blue hat. You must really like the color blue, Daddy.
What can I say? It's my favorite color.
I want to try it on. Huh? Something fell out from the hat. What's this? Hey, Daddy. It's a picture of you. And it's with some really weird colored horses.
Huh? This picture. I got this from Equestria.
Oh.
I remember these guys.
Must be from the
These
first series.
ponies.
So, Daddy, who are these horses? Are they magical like me?
Yes.
Can I tell her about this? I doubt she'll believe that I went to another world to defend another pony.
She's young enough to believe that.
It's a long story, Trucy. I feel a little too weird to talk about it. How about I tell you later?
Oh, fine. I'll pin this in my new hat so I won't forget to ask.
I doubt she'll remember our conversation, though.
She will remember it.
Trucy, that picture. It wouldn't happen to be still in your hat, would it?
Let me check.
Pinned to like the very top.
Oh, here it is.
Hey,
Let me
I
see
remember
this.
this picture. This was after Rainbow Dash's trial.
Oh, this is some fan art right here. Why is Trixie here? Don't answer that. I'll watch Turnabout Storm at some point. Objection!
Yeah! I remember we all yelled objection in this picture!
Hey, how come I never saw this picture before?
Well, it wasn't Trucy's hat, so we wouldn't know.
It's just as I thought. Everyone is here. Twilight Sparkle,
Spike is also
Rainbow
doing
Dash,
the pose
Fluttershy,
because he
Applejack,
wants to be
Rarity,
cool.
Pinkie Pie, Spike, and
Trixie.
Trixie?
The great and powerful Trixie. She was the prosecutor in Rainbow Dash's trial.
She tried to get the guilty verdict on me as revenge on Twilight.
That sounds like her.
For what?
She's a
Let's
loser.
not talk about that.
Yeah, I'll take too long.
So, speaking of Trixie, how is she doing now? Did something happen between you guys?
What happened?
About half a year after the trial, she came back to Ponyville to seek revenge.
But I thought she got over it.
Trixie doesn't get
Because
over
something
shit.
Overcame her. She used this alicorn amulet to become a better magician than me. I had to take it off of her because it was corrupting her mind.
What did she do?
She kicked Twilight out of Ponyville and took over the town. We had to trick her into taking off the amulet.
After realizing what she's done, she just apologized to me.
Apologized? I never expected her to do that.
Well, she's
Me
not.
Either. After that,
Never mind,
she
she's
left
super stubborn.
Ponyville, and I haven't seen her since. So, Phoenix,
Yeah?
enough about us. Let's talk about you. How have you been for the last 8 years since you've left Equestria? You know, just wondering.
Let's catch up.
Ooh, a story! I wanna listen. I love stories.
Come on, Daddy. Tell them all about the exciting adventures you had as a defense attorney.
This is so jump scare coded. Like I'm expecting them to
Let's start
jump
off
at the
with this.
camera. To be continued? I thought we were gonna hit the trial. Oh, so this is not to the trial. So maybe hold on. Hold on. Chat, how long is it until we hit, until we lock the guy up or find out who did it? Is the next episode? Alright, you got me. I guess I'll just change the title later. Oh, this is so long. This is 2 hours. Well, I streamed for 9 hours one time. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Let's see who did it. And by let's see who did it, I want to see who did it. I hope they didn't spoil it with that goddamn silhouette.
I never thought I'd come back to this world, let alone take on another trial. Come to think of it, I haven't set foot in a courtroom in general for a good while.
Oh? Why's that?
Remember what Athena was talking about yesterday? That was our last case.
The second and
that was
third
well over a
episodes?
month ago.
We'll see.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's no need to worry. You were
What the hell are you talking about?
yesterday, but you've still taken on
Stop
quite a
selling
few
Apex
more
Legends to me.
right? You have a lot of experience under your belt. Just because there's been a little bit of a hiatus doesn't mean you'll revert back to being a rookie.
She's probably right. But I'm pretty sure I felt like one several times throughout my career.
There's nothing wrong with a little refresher, though. Right, Apollo?
Sure, I'm pretty confident Mr. Wright's got this, though. Besides, I'd rather focus on making sure you're up to speed on things.
Hey, come on. I'm not a newbie anymore. I can keep up with everyone else, no sweat.
Athena, there's no shame in being inexperienced. We've all got to start somewhere.
This is so cool! We're about to watch Daddy defend in court in a whole nother world with cute magical ponies.
You can say that again. I can't contain my excitement. Well, I'm happy to see that you're all enjoying yourselves. And thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate you being here today.
Of course!
This certainly is going to be the experience of a lifetime, despite the circumstances. By the way, Twilight, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What is it, Apollo?
You mentioned that murder is nearly unheard of in Equestria. The first one to supposedly happen was for the case where Mr. Wright defended Rainbow Dash. How advanced can your criminal laws be if such serious crimes rarely, if ever, occur?
Well, you see, we just kind of turned them to stone, which a lot of people think is worse, but that's not for me to decide. I love this picture of Luna in the background.
Apparently, they're nearly identical to ours. I remember Twilight
Oh yeah, Twilight's VA changed like 4 or 5 times.
saying something like Equestria's judicial system was inspired by humans.
That's right. I've read many books on both humans and human law. The human legal system has been refined through countless years of study and practice, and yet it is still evolving. That's why equestrian law is practiced very similarly, and what influenced the designs of nearly all of Equestria's courthouses.
Well, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, as they say.
Hey, boss?
What's up, Athena?
I was just wondering, who's gonna be your co-counselor for the trial? I don't see anyone else who would be up for the task, and we don't have the right badges.
I figured it'd be best to go with Twilight. She was my co-counsel during Rainbow Dash's trial, after all.
Well, there, it's
But
subtle.
doesn't she need an equestrian attorney's badge to be allowed to stand in court?
She's a princess.
Nope. Since I'm a princess, I can stand in court without the need of a badge. But weren't you just a unicorn during Rainbow Dash's case? How could you be Mr. Wright's co-counsel if you weren't a princess? Well, since I was Princess Celestia's student at the time, she gave me special
Good night,
permission.
Piggy!
Phoenix had no experience in how Equestria worked, so we made an appeal to the Equestria High Council to allow me to be there to assist him.
I know you'd love to help out, Athena, but playing it safe for Miss Palmel's sake is our best option. With Twilight by my side, we've got someone who knows the rules of this world like the back of their hand. Hoof.
Hoof.
I gotcha, boss. Oh, speaking of Miss Palmel, she's here.
There she is.
Huh? What's up with Coco all of a sudden? She seemed fine yesterday.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Morning, Rarity. What's wrong with Coco?
I'm not sure myself. I saw her being escorted here by the guards with this rather, despondent look upon her face. It pained me to see her looking like that just before her trial, so I thought I'd steal her away from the guards with a little pony charm. I was hoping I could figure out what's been plaguing her mind, but I'm afraid I haven't been able to get a single word out of her.
This place is in some serious trouble if someone genuinely dangerous is ever trusted to guards like those. Hey, Coco. How are you holding up?
Something's wrong. Shout me out anytime if you need Ace Attorney lore, and I'll try to respond if I'm able to and or awake. I will, Piggy. You've told me that like 5 separate times. I got it. I'll hit you up. Either you or Ryza. Like, you two are my Ace Attorney lore wizards.
Wow. She's really out of it today.
Oh, the poor thing. The trial has her worried sick.
I guess that's understandable.
No.
Can't just do that, though. Can it?
All right, Miss Palmel, you've got nothing to fear. You're innocent, and Daddy here will prove it. He'll show everyone that you had nothing to do with Overall Concept's murder.
Oh, darling, it's okay. It's okay. I know how much you cared about him.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's fine. Darling, there's something stuck in your mane.
What is that?
Is that cocaine?
It looks like glitter?
Oh, sorry. I haven't had a chance to clean myself since I got arrested.
Oh, Coco! How dare they allow you to stay dirty in detention? Especially in your state. Why, that's
I'm not gonna rewind it, but I really like the way Rarity say that. Stay dirty in detention.
horrible.
Rarity, can you give me a second? I need to calm myself down before the trial begins.
Of course, darling. Go lay on that couch over there and mellow out. It'll help, I promise.
Well, you would know.
Okay, Rarity. If you'll excuse me.
Smelly Coco, lol.
Overall concept must have been very special to her.
They were boning.
He was. The two always seemed so happy together. If both of their letters to me were any indication, every pony who worked with them thought so too.
It must be hard to lose such a good friend like that. I can't even imagine how she feels.
Friend.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's something I wouldn't wish on anyone, and it only makes it worse that she's accused of murdering him. But that's exactly why we need to fight for her. It's the only way to get her out of this, and bring her some peace of mind.
You're right, Phoenix.
So, Twilight, do you have any information on who we're up against?
You mean the prosecutor?
Yeah. Any idea who it's gonna be?
I believe it's going to be Princess Celestia's nephew.
She has a nephew?
Does that make him...
Oh no. Oh no. Is that Blue Blood? Oh fuck. That's who that silhouette was about?
Prince? Yes. And yes.
Oh no.
Prince Blue Blood.
Ah!
Pompous excuse for a stallion?
Rarity we know,
Please,
alright?
inside voice. This is a courthouse.
Oh, right. I'm guessing you're still on bad terms with him then.
Bad terms? Oh, I've never met a stallion whom I've had such high hopes for, only to have them come crashing down. Of course I'm still on bad terms with him. And you're saying that he's the prosecutor?
Rarity, I'm sure he's just doing it for the experience.
But out of all the ponies it could have been, why him? I swear to Celestia, he'd better keep that horse's mouth shut about my little Coco. Or I will show him what it truly means to be a royal pain.
Okay, getting hostile. How about you go join Coco on the couch to calm yourself down? She could use your company.
I'm so upset.
Yes, you're right. Goodness, I cannot believe.
Although this might be hilarious.
Me.
He is a pompous ass, but
Just as dramatic as ever, isn't she?
You don't know the half
he's
of it.
adopted.
That screaming almost rivals your cords of steel, Apollo.
For real. She's about as soft as a marshmallow at first glance, until you anger her and she comes at you with the fire and intensity of 1,000 suns.
So, you're saying that she turned into a roasted marshmallow?
Hilarious.
Now thinking about it makes me hungry. I wish I had some words with me.
Twilight, what did you mean just now when you said this Prince Blue Blood is doing this for experience? What could warrant someone like him prosecuting a case?
Well, he has royalty. Like I said, he's probably using this murder trial as an opportunity to gain some trial experience. After all, if you're ever going to rule a kingdom in Equestria, you're going to need extensive knowledge on the law and how to uphold it.
Okay,
As a
that's how
matter
they
of fact,
explained it.
I've been studying a lot of law since I became a princess myself.
No kidding. How are you finding it?
Oh, it's been so enjoyable. I can't tell you how amazing it has been, learning about all the laws that are in place.
So, it's like an exam then. You study, then the trials you take part in test how much you've learned and what sort of knowledge they're after. Like the one this Blue Blood guy is taking part in today.
Is it embarrassing if that comparison makes me even more pleased that I'm doing it?
I certainly don't remember my law school experience being so fun. I'm envious.
Twilight likes to learn.
Based on the location of your castle, does that mean Ponyville is technically your kingdom?
I wouldn't exactly say that. It's just a place where all my friends live, so I figured, why not have the castle there too? Then again, the castle sort of grew... I mean, built itself there. I had no say in it.
You had nothing to do
The
with it.
castle built itself? Do I even want to know how that's possible?
No, you don't.
A lot has happened in the year and a half since you were here last.
You transformed into an alicorn, became a princess, and now you have your own castle that apparently built itself? I thought my life was crazy, but your life really got turned upside down.
The trial's about to begin. Will the defendant and their attorney please enter the courtroom?
As much as I'd love to talk about what's been happening in Equestria, we have a trial to take on. I hope you're ready, Phoenix.
Phoenix is always ready.
Good luck.
Never not ready.
We'll be cheering you on from the gallery. Break a leg,
Good to
Daddy.
go.
Thanks, everyone. All right. Twilight?
Can you turn it up a little bit? Fine. How's this?
Let's head inside.
Right behind you, Phoenix.
This is a good volume for everybody. If it was low, I apologize. February 12th. 2 days away from Valentine's Day. Oh, God. This is so well. The production value is so good.
Court is now in session for the trial of
I was hoping that the judge would be another pony, but sure.
Coco Pamel. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
Okay, good.
The prosecution has naturally been ready and waiting.
The defense is ready. Your Honor!
Oh, ho, ho, ho. I knew you'd be surprised to see me, Mr. Wright.
I love the judge from Ace Attorney, bro.
New? But... What?
Wait, why is the judge here?
Why is he here?
Whoa. Hiya, Judge.
Mr. Justice and Miss Sykes? Is that you over there?
Don't forget me, Your Honor.
Oh, Miss Wright. It seems as though Miss...
Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. Like, we have a case to do, but like, hey, how you doing? What's going on?
Wrights brought the whole gang along.
Twilight? What exactly is going on here?
Oh, did I forget to mention that I summoned the judge here again?
Okay, obviously this background is custom made. I really like the Celestia and Luna flag that they got on the banister here. I like the ponies in the stands. Good shit, good shit.
Yes, you did.
Sorry, there's just been so much going on. I guess it just slipped my mind. But hey, it is a nice surprise seeing
Are
them
you
again,
still playing with Pan?
right?
No, we're past that. We're not talking about that anymore.
Even the judge is more aware of what's going on here than I am. That's a new low. So, why did you summon him again? I thought you said Princess Celestia is the one who usually presides as the judge. Was this another decision made by the High Council?
No, I just thought you'd be more comfortable having a familiar figure presiding, much like before. So, I put in a request to summon him again, and the court agreed. Besides, your judge loves being in Equestria. He stayed a while after you left last time, you know? Apparently, he really wanted to see the Summer Sun celebration. I knew he'd jump at the chance to come back.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Twilight. I certainly do feel at home with him sitting up there. And I can't think of a judge more fair than him, if I'm being honest.
Being here again brings back memories. I hope you all have as wonderful a time here as I did, Mr. Wright.
We're doing a trial right now, sir.
So they had no choice.
If I may interject, may we cease this chit-chat and get on with the trial already?
Oh, of course. My apologies, Mr.
I'm sorry, the mouth animation is too good.
Blood, correct?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it just now hit me. They actually animated Princess Blueblood. He's not like going from pose to pose to pose. He's actually animated. They worked really hard on this.
Yes, Your Honor. I am like no other prince in Equestria.
Get that giant fan from behind him.
Oh, great. Another prosecutor who looks like they're going to ensure an unpleasant experience.
That being said, what are you supposed to be?
Me?
Like, I thought they only animated his mouth, but they animated him.
What am I supposed to be? My name's Phoenix Wright. I'm Miss Pommel's defense attorney.
Ah, so it is you then. The famous Phoenix Wright?
Princess Blueblood? Did I say Princess Blueblood? Yeah, sorry about that.
The human lawyer who served as the defense in the TS5 incident?
The TS5 incident? Sounds like our legal system isn't the only human thing ponies imitated.
The trial that took place a year and a half ago, following that unfortunate incident near Ponyville.
He must be talking about Rainbow Dash's trial. I suppose it must have been big news, considering the circumstances.
I must say, it was an impressive victory, especially since you proved that there wasn't even a murder to begin with. Unfortunately for you, your defeat here is guaranteed, as this case could not be more open and shut.
Alright, we'll see about that.
Giving up before I bring the same shame and humiliation upon you that I brought upon the rest of the attorneys I have encountered.
Okay.
As a stallion of royal blood, losing to a commoner such as yourself is something I am simply incapable of doing.
Just ticking every box on how not to make a good first impression, aren't you, buddy?
Now, I think it's about time we got on with the trial. Will the prosecution please begin their opening statement?
Oh, this ought to be good.
Of course, Your Honor.
This ought to be
Here
good.
we go, Phoenix.
The crime took place in the Bridal Way Theater, located in the heart of Manhattan, where the play Henny of the Hills was being performed. I have a promotional poster for the play here.
Henny of the Hills. Okay.
Oh, this looks interesting. I'll have to get a ticket to the next show as soon as the trial is over.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, that will be impossible. Due to the obviously unforeseen circumstances, all future showings at Bridal Way Theater are on hold.
Yes.
And besides, the show in question was completely sold out 7 hours before the play even started. The last ticket was bought by the defendant around noon of that day. You'll be hard-pressed to find an opportunity to buy a ticket, let alone actually manage to see the play.
Well, that's a shame. I don't suppose there are any other sights in the city I could catch while I'm here?
I've heard that there'll be some sort of race here soon. I suppose if you're still here, you could watch that.
This is the thing with Ace Attorney. Like, sometimes it's like very comedy and slice of life, even though there's like a serious trial going on. This motherfucker is asking about good, like, are there any sights to see? Meanwhile, we have a trial to get through.
I'm not really into watching races like all of the young people are these days. My brother is, though. He's been...
If you don't mind, Your Honor, I'd like us to get back to the case at Hoof.
Yes, of course. My apologies. Please continue, Prince Blueblood.
Thank you, Your Honor. The victim in this case is Overall Concept, who worked as the head costume designer for the theater. Allow me to present his autopsy report for your perusal.
Broken neck. Oh God, let me read that. Severed spinal cord, large bruise discovered on back of head indicates he was unconscious at time of death. Glitter found on forehooves. No other substances or injuries detected. Okay.
It seems as though the victim was unconscious at the time of his death. It's at least comforting to know that he didn't suffer.
Indeed, Your Honor.
The victim was unconscious when he died. I'd better remember that detail.
Yeah, he was hit on the back of the head.
As for the defendant in this case, that would be the victim's assistant, Miss Coco Pommel, who joined the theater several months ago. On that fateful night, Miss Pommel and Mr. Concept were in the dressing room working on various costumes as the play was being performed.
Okay.
This is likely how glitter found its way to the victim's forehooves, as stated in the autopsy report. Around 8:50 p.m., Miss Pommel attacked Mr. Concept in the dressing room. Attempting to save himself, Mr. Concept fled, but Miss Pommel gave chase. The victim ran up to the catwalk that runs above the stage, with the unsuspecting actor still performing below. It was on this catwalk where the defendant caught up to the victim and mercilessly attacked him once more, knocking him unconscious with a blow to the back of the head.
Okay.
Wasting no time, she wrapped a noose around the unconscious victim's neck. With the other end of the rope tied to the catwalk's railing, she pushed his body off the edge and hanged him in front of a full house of 5,000 ponies.
Order, order.
Word! What a
I wanted him to do the gavel
horrible
thing.
way to die!
Yes.
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor.
It's pretty bad.
Hold on a second. This is just pure speculation. What makes you think my client is the killer? She and the victim were good friends.
And you think the fact that they were friends is enough to let her off the hook? Nonsense. I expected better from you, human.
If your case has as much evidence as your opening statement, it might as well be enough. I expected more than just pure speculation from you, Mr. Blueblood.
Prince Blueblood. And for your information, none of this
I hate
is,
him.
as you say,
I hate him, but I
pure
like him.
speculation. Not only do I have physical evidence to back up my claims, but there is a decisive witness who saw the whole thing take place.
That witness he's talking about must be Playwright.
Right. And allegedly he saw Coco chasing Overall up to the catwalk.
That wasn't
Let's hope he doesn't
Coco,
say anything
though.
too conclusive before you even get a chance to fight back.
Please call this witness to the stand, Prince Blueblood.
Of course, Your Honor.
I really don't think Coco was chasing him, chat.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the record.
The name's Playwright. I'm the director of Broad...
I see they redid your hair to make it look more hair-like. Your glasses are so stupid, though.
Broadway Theater. My job is to make sure that all of my plays are nothing short of masterpieces.
Your passion for the craft is duly noted, witness. Now, is it true that you saw the defendant chasing the victim 2 nights ago?
Yes, it is. I couldn't stand their loud hoof steps. I was worried that they were going to interrupt my play, you see. This performance was the best one yet.
It truly is a shame that your play was interrupted by such a horrific tragedy. Mr.
You know what this is like? This is like watching... This is gonna get vulgar. This is like watching 2 guys compliment themselves at each other and suck themselves off constantly. Because these are 2 characters that have huge egos. And they're just like back and forth ego stroking themselves. Constantly.
Playwright, I would like for you to please testify as to what you saw on the night of the murder.
It would be my pleasure.
This is it, Phoenix.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Okay. Good. They really edited that? Okay. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. What I saw.
I was in the left wing of the stage, watching my play being performed. Suddenly, I saw Mr. Concept being chased by Miss Pommel up the catwalk.
That wasn't
I tried
her.
to ignore the disturbance they were causing, but then I saw Mr. Concept hanging right above center stage. I ran up to the catwalk immediately and saw Miss Pommel looking down from where Mr. Concept fell. As much as I hate to believe it, Miss Pommel must have been the one who killed him. I can't see anything else that would suggest otherwise.
I'm so certain she was on the stage when he
So
fell,
the
but I could be
defendant
wrong.
really was chasing the victim.
Yes, I have no doubt in my mind.
I don't think
You might not, but I do. Besides, you can't pronounce Coco Pommel's name properly.
Still hung up about that.
Don't they all? Anyway, all we need to get the ball rolling is a contradiction in his testimony.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Let's ask some questions. Wrong? All right. Maybe she
I
was
was
on
in
the
the left
catwalk.
wing of the stage, watching my play being performed.
Hold it!
All right.
What was this play about?
It's about a mare named Hinny. She's an orphan who's determined to find her parents, who she was separated from at birth.
Oh? How'd they get separated?
Well, it's an incredible tale.
Objection! Do you mind? Some of us are still planning to see this play when the showings resume. How dare you try to spoil it for me?
Spoil the whole show.
The plot is absolutely irrelevant to this case.
Oh, of course. My apologies. I just love talking about this story.
Aww.
It's his story to tell.
I wanted to know how it all ends.
So,
Well,
you said
nobody's
you were
gonna
watching
see
from
it
the left side
now.
of the stage.
It's on hold.
Didn't the chase happen on the right side, though?
Oh, are you referring to it as the house left wing? In that case, no, I was on the other side.
But you just said you were on the left side.
Do you know anything about the performing arts?
Do you mean stage left?
Kinda. I mean, I was in the art department in college. I, actually wanted to be a stage actor myself.
You? Trust me, you wouldn't last a day in the business.
Damn, alright.
Yeah, thanks for the advice on a career choice I gave up on nearly 15 years ago.
Anyway, since you're obviously
Really
on the
appreciate
ignorant
that.
side when it comes to stage terminology, let me give you a little lesson. They were running through the stage left wing, but it's
Okay.
also called the house right wing. You call it stage left if you're looking at the
Okay,
audience
I was
from the
right,
stage,
I
and
was
you
right.
call it house right if you're looking at the stage from the audience.
Yeah.
I just tend to go with the stage terms because I'm usually behind the curtains.
Yeah.
So is it left or right?
Stage left, audience,
If
house
it makes
right.
it easier for you, I'll go with your version and call it the right side. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, actually. Anyway, why watch from the side? Wouldn't directors normally watch from the audience?
You're right. Many directors do tend to watch from the audience, but I like to be up close and personal during a performance. I want to make sure that my performers are at the top of their game.
Are you saying that you aren't confident in your actors to give it their all?
Oh, of course not! My performers are among the best in the business! Or they are now, at least.
Why is Phoenix gaslighting him right now?
I just take a few extra precautions to make sure that my plays are absolute perfection.
I see. So, no mistakes at all then?
Not one. Everything went flawlessly up to the second act. We were on track for a perfect performance if it wasn't for what was happening backstage.
Okay.
Suddenly, I saw Mr. Concept being chased by Miss Pommel up the catwalk.
Is it left or right? It's stage left, house right. If you're in the audience, it's left. If you're behind the curtain, it's right. It's the same way where they say, oh, is it west or east? It depends on where you're facing. Like, this is always going to be my right hand because I'm always facing this way. But if my head was turned around, this would be my left hand now. That's the best way I can describe it.
Hold it! You saw Miss Pommel chasing the victim? Weren't you watching the stage for any potential screw-ups from your actors?
Well, I had no choice but to look. Their obnoxiously loud hoof steps were distracting me from watching my play. It made me want to find whoever it was and scream at them, but it was during the show, so I had to keep quiet. I did complain to my stage manager, though. He was standing right next to me during both acts of the play.
His stage manager was with him. I suppose that gives him a solid alibi then. Were there any breaks during the play?
Yes, one. A 15-minute intermission between acts 1 and 2.
The death happened at
And
Act
what
2.
were you doing during that time?
Overseeing the stage hooves work. They had a lot to do to get ready for the second act, you see.
What did this work entail?
Well, they had to completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris that would cause problems for the actors on stage, mainly tripping hazards.
What time was all of this happening?
The intermission started at around 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if Overall hadn't been murdered.
Did you see Overall at all during the intermission?
Actually, I did. He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
Okay.
What did you two talk about?
That's a private matter. It has nothing to do with this case, I assure you.
Tell us. What were you talking about? What are you talking
You're
about?
not the one who gets to make that judgment, Mr. Playwright. Tell us what he wanted to talk to you about. Remember, you're under oath.
You're under Judge Pony Oath.
Please tell us what you discussed with the victim.
Please be spicy.
It was just something related to the fabric. That's all.
The fabric?
Why would that be private?
Yes, I asked him to make a special fabric for the next show we were planning. He wanted to confirm the details with me.
That must be the special fabric he told Rarity about in his letters to her.
Okay.
Did you see him again after that?
Not until the chase, no.
Even though the two of them met, it would have been before the time of death. I seriously doubt anything could have been done to throw that off, given the state of the crime scene. I guess this means Playwright can't be the killer. And when did the chase occur again?
It was near the conclusion of the play. I'd say it was probably around 8:50 p.m.
The time of death is estimated to be between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. This all lines up perfectly with the prosecution's case.
Which way did you look when you noticed the victim and my client?
To the right, of course.
So is the stagehouse direction thing still applied here?
I hate you so much.
Forget it. I'll just show you on the diagram.
Please do.
I was watching the stage from this side, and I looked in this direction to
Yes.
see what was causing all the ruckus.
Yes.
So, you were facing the dressing room then?
Yes.
How exactly did you know it was them? Isn't the backstage dark during the play?
Yes.
Yes, but not pitch black. I was able to make out their silhouettes. Not to mention, they were the only two ponies who were on that side of the stage.
Listen, when you got a silhouette, there's a lot of people that look like the same silhouette. Or in this case, a lot of ponies that look like the same silhouette. That wasn't Pomnell. Or Pommel.
Does that mean there was someone else on the other side of the stage?
Yes, the stage hooves I mentioned before. They were all positioned at the right, or rather left if we're going by house terms, wing of the stage.
How long have they been there?
They were there throughout the entire first act.
Okay.
During the intermission, they came on stage to clean and prepare it for Act 2. Then
Okay.
they returned to the left wing for the second act.
Okay.
In that case, what brought you to the conclusion that Coco was chasing Overall? Couldn't it have been one of the stage hooves that left their post?
Objection! Sorry, human, but that's impossible. The stage hooves were all interrogated after the incident. They claimed that not a single one of them left the right wing during the second act. I assume your next proposal is going to be that all of the stage hooves were in league with one another and plotted to murder Overall Concept together?
That seems unlikely. We better look for other possibilities. No, it isn't.
Pity. I was looking forward to putting you down even more.
But
I hate him, but I like
Mr.
him.
Playwright to clarify exactly how he knew the figures he saw were Coco and Overall.
He doesn't!
It was pretty dark, but I could make out a little of their faces.
No, you
Miss
couldn't!
Mama looked a little scared yet determined. She was chasing a stallion who was running for help after all. As for Mr. Concept, he looked very angry.
Angry?
Hey, I don't blame him. He'd just been attacked. By his partner, no less.
I'd be more scared than angry if some pony was attacking me.
Good point. Let's see what other little tidbits we can get out of Playwright.
Angry, huh?
Maybe he'll let something slip that we can use later on.
If he looks angry, maybe it was Coco following him and she said something that made him angry? Okay, the brain juices are flowing. The brain juices are flowing here.
I tried to ignore the disturbance they were causing, but then
Good
I saw
old-fashioned
Mr.
American
Concept
ass
hanging
whooping.
right above center stage.
Man, the judge says yes. You may proceed. Wait, what? Just start stomping him out.
Hold it! There was a disturbance?
The hard hoof steps from them on the wooden floor were already bad enough. Mix that with a rattling catwalk and that loud clang. That's enough to ruin a play as it is. Not to mention that horrific hanging that happened not even a minute after they ran by.
How did you react to his death?
How do you think? Just like every pony else who saw it. Scared, horrified, distraught. My play was ruined, and one of my employees was killed. I wanted to find the...
You know, I'm kind of like brain boiling. I'm kind of like cooking another theory here. What if it was an accident? I don't know how that explains him getting hit on the back of the head and falling. But now my brain is like, what if he just kind of like fell over? I don't know, we'll see.
A ruffian who would dare commit such a heinous act. So I went up to that catwalk and I was shocked at what I found.
Because, like, if he was angry, he's not running for his life. He's just pissed off. He's like, he's trying to get away from somebody who said something to him. He's too angry to realize that he is on a catwalk and maybe he just kind of like fell over because he wasn't paying attention. Let's see.
I ran up to the catwalk immediately and saw Miss Pommel looking down from where Mr. Concept fell.
Hold it! And how did Miss Pommel appear when you saw her there?
She looked unfocused, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. As soon as I saw her, I could tell. Miss Pommel pushed Mr. Concept off the catwalk with the noose that had been prepared.
Wait a minute. You're claiming that the noose had been prepared before the chase?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you know the noose was prepared? How do you, like, on a catwalk, I would have to assume there's all kinds of ropes up there.
Huh. Honestly, just look at the poster. You can see it right there as plain as day.
That doesn't mean anything!
I can see right through you, human. You were planning on asking, why would the defendant have prepared a noose on the catwalk if she was never planning to go up there? Huh. An argument befitting a monkey such as yourself.
Okay, let's not get racist here.
Quick on his feet. So, this noose was already lying on the catwalk at the time of the crime.
That's right. It was supposed to be used during the climax of the play, but I certainly didn't plan for that kind of climax.
Okay, I didn't know
that. It makes
that.
you feel better. It's a twist ending no one will ever forget. When exactly was this noose prepared?
It was during the intermission. That was another task the stage hooves had to complete before the second act, on top of clearing the catwalk of any debris. I can assure you,
I'm leaning towards the stage hose again.
it was done flawlessly. I went up there just as they were finishing to check it myself. The noose was ready, and the catwalk was spotless. From that point on, the stage hooves were positioned on the left side of the stage, and I was on the right side with my stage manager.
Did the stage hooves report anyone going up to the catwalk during the second act?
They did not. Along with none of them leaving their positions, not a single one has made mention of seeing any pony go up or down the stairs, leading to the catwalk after the second act had begun, even after the murder had occurred.
So, it's a classic locker room murder then. Are you sure that you saw no one else while you were up there?
I'm certain. No one else was on that catwalk besides Miss Pommel and myself. She was standing right above where Mr. Concept was, pushed down from.
Did you see anything else on the catwalk at all?
Well, there was a small pile of glitter and a glitter-stained fabric roll next to Miss Pommel, but I didn't pay them much attention, really.
Glitter-stained fabric roll? Huh. When we went to investigate the theater yesterday, we only saw the pile of glitter.
That would be because the police already removed it for examination. I have it right here. It was found exactly where the witness said it was in his testimony.
There's also glitter in Miss Pommel's hair. Like, let's not forget that. She didn't have a chance to shower. There's glitter in her hair. Why would there be glitter in her hair, though? Holy shit, she might have actually did it. Why her hair?
I say, Prince. Do my eyes deceive me? Or does that fabric roll have several splinters sticking from it?
What?
It does indeed, Your Honor. It would appear as though this roll has seen its fair share of use over the years.
Something about that fabric roll doesn't sit right with me.
Okay.
And what did you do after you found Miss Pommel?
Well, I had to make sure she didn't try to get away, so I stayed on the catwalk and called out to my stage manager standing below to cancel the play and call for the police. They arrived relatively quickly and arrested Miss Pommel right where I found her.
But how did she respond to you? You must have said something to her when you walked up there, right?
She fainted.
We didn't actually say a word to each other.
Huh?
Miss Pommel just started crying. A lot. I felt bad for her, but I was certain she was the one who murdered Overall Concept.
So she started crying
So
and then fainted.
Instead of asking her anything, I just kept watch and let her be until the police arrived.
Huh. A classic case of crocodile tears to garner sympathy. It's what any criminal would do to make themselves appear innocent.
Hi,
Your
Shoka.
directing skills must have helped you make that flawless judgment. Good on you, witness.
Thanks. Although I have to give her credit, she sure made them look real.
That's because they were real. She had just lost a friend, and the first thing you assume is that she's the one who murdered him? I'd be upset too, if I were in her horseshoes.
As you can see, this witness has given a remarkably solid testimony. I do hope you'll spare us all any further embarrassment, human.
A solid testimony? Well, wait until you see the crack in it, as I'm about to split it wide open.
Any closing remarks, witness?
As much as I hate to believe it, Miss Pommel must have been the one who killed him. I can't see anything else that would suggest otherwise.
Objection! Are you absolutely sure about that last part, witness?
Yes, nothing else was out of place.
Well, if you ask me, that's far from true.
Here we go.
What? Are you calling me a liar?
Not necessarily. It could be that you simply failed to take something into account.
I'm sorry?
He failed to take something into account, you say? Humor me then. What is it you claim the witness did not give proper consideration?
That would, of course, be this fabric roll.
The fabric roll?
Mr. Playwright, when you saw Coco and Overall run by, were either of them holding anything?
If they had been, I would have mentioned that in my testimony. I'm not in the habit of making such a simple mistake as that.
Okay.
In that case, how does the prosecution intend to account for this?
Stop talking in riddles, defense. What is it that you're trying to say?
Playwright has stated that he did not see Miss Pommel or the victim holding the fabric roll during the chase. We've also established that no one else went up or down the catwalk from the time the second act started to when Playwright ascended to the catwalk after the murder. The testimonies of both Playwright and the stage hooves confirm this. If this is true, then where in the world did the fabric roll come from?
God his ass.
That's right!
I love the judge, dude. Yeah, but yeah, where did the fabric roll come from?
Phoenix.
Our first contradiction of the day. Now, let's start turning this case.
Objection! Huh. Is that all you've got, feeble lawyer?
Feeble
What
lawyer,
do you
huh?
mean? This is a serious contradiction.
I have to agree with the defense here. How could the fabric roll end up on top of the catwalk if neither of the parties that went up there were carrying anything?
This fucking voice, dude.
I believe I have an explanation, Your Honor.
Then please go right ahead, Prince Blueblood.
Explain, please.
Witness, when you saw the victim being chased by Miss Pommel, how far ahead was he?
Well, he'd already started climbing up the catwalk, so pretty far. If I had looked a second later, I probably would have missed him entirely.
And there you have it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Me too. I'm
Then
as dumb as
allow
Phoenix
me
right
to
now.
explain in a manner that even a commoner such as yourself can follow.
Oh, please dumb it down
The
for
fabric
us.
roll was brought up to the catwalk by Overall Concept. Since he was ahead of Miss Pommel, and was already partly up the stairs to the catwalk by the time the witness took a glance at them, it would make perfect sense as to why he would miss this detail.
That does seem to explain it. I imagine it would be rather difficult to see something like that given what was going on, especially in the dark.
I couldn't agree more, Your
Okay,
Honor.
okay.
Well, there goes that contradiction. Now what?
We still need to get to the
Phoenix.
Twilight?
We still need to get to the bottom of why there's glitter in Pommel's hair.
I think we still have some room to maneuver. There's something that Blueblood hasn't established yet that demands an explanation.
You're right. Good thinking, Twilight. Prosecutor Blueblood.
Prince, please?
Prince Blue Blood. There's still something vital to this case that you've yet to establish.
And that would be...
A clear motive. It's been mentioned before that the victim and the defendant were very close friends. What makes you think that my client, of all ponies, would want to kill him?
I gotta hear this.
You really want to know?
I gotta hear
I'm
this.
afraid you'll regret asking that question, human lawyer. Your Honor.
Yes, Prince Blueblood?
Go for it.
The prosecution would like to call the defendant herself to the stand.
Objection! What are you planning to have her testify about?
Don't worry, it's nothing she'll need to plead the fifth for. All she needs to do is tell us about her living situation.
What? How is that relevant to this case?
Prince Blueblood, I too...
Is this a money thing?
...who failed to see how the defendant's living situation could possibly be of any use to us.
If you'll allow me to present this testimony, Your Honor, I guarantee I will be able to establish its relevance to the case at hand.
Okay.
Unless, of course, the defense has so little faith in his own client that he's frightened he'll lose if she testifies.
I mean, I don't even think she's in a mood to talk to anyone.
If that's the case, I can request that this trial be brought to a swift resolution if you'd like. The prosecution has already made it abundantly clear that the defendant is the only one who had the opportunity to murder the victim. These extra bits of testimony and evidence will only serve to chip away at your fragile ego.
He has even more evidence. If we could see that, then perhaps we could use it to turn this trial around. But first, we're gonna have to get through this testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to have your client testify? It could be very harmful to your case if Prince Blueblood can establish the relevance he is claiming.
Do note that should you choose not to have her testify, I will call for a ruling. This trial will end here and now.
What the hell pose is that, man?
If we don't let Coco testify, we're going to lose this trial.
Well then, we'll just have to allow it. It's not like we have much choice.
Wait a minute.
It could be very harmful to your case if Prince Blueblood can establish the relevance he is claiming.
Do note that should you choose not to have her testify, I will call for a ruling.
Chat. I think those are changeling eyes. Those don't look like regular horse eyes. Why would his eyes do that? Those really look like changeling eyes to me. Okay, okay.
This trial will end here and now.
Phoenix, what do we do? If we don't let Coco testify, we're going to lose this trial.
Well then, we'll just have to allow it. It's not like we have much choice.
But what if she says something that makes things even worse for us? We can't afford to take any more damage to our case.
I know it's risky, but Blueblood said he still had some more evidence against Coco. If we can force it out of him, we should still be able to save her. The defense agrees to the prosecution's request, Your Honor. Let's hear the defendant's testimony.
Coco is gonna have a
You
breakdown.
dug your own grave, human attorney.
Very well. Let the defendant take the stand.
Oh,
Please
Coco.
state your name and occupation for the record. Defendant, quit your useless pouting and state your name and occupation.
Don't you dare yell at my friend, you pompous jerk!
Rarity in the fucking audience.
Roadie in the audience, please refrain from screaming at the prosecution.
Rarity, now's not the time.
My name is Coco Pomel, and I'm, or I guess, was the assistant costume designer at Bridalway Theater.
Now then, please testify about your...
You're gonna make me
current
cry
living
with this
arrangements
piano again.
in as much detail as you can manage.
Okay.
Poor Coco. I hope this isn't going to be too much for her.
Coco strong. Ponies together strong. Coco strong. I believe in her, chat.
Ever since I started living on my own, I've been staying at various hotels across Manhattan.
Okay.
I've never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Overall.
Okay.
He took me under his wing as an apprentice, and even offered to let me live with him in his apartment. I brought his
Ooh. You get to sleep in his bed.
much joy to him as he did to me, it seems. I don't know what I'm going to do now that he's gone.
Oh, what a tragic story. I think I might be tearing up.
Shut up.
Don't be fooled, Your Honor. This is merely her psychological manipulation at work. She may appear to be grieving on the outside, but on the inside, she's deviously dancing in delight.
Objection! Your Honor, this is slander!
Objection sustained. Prince Blueblood, I will not allow comments like that in my court.
You commoners and your bleeding hearts.
Now, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Coco didn't mention any of this to me yesterday. I wonder why not.
Maybe
Nobody's
she's
thinking about it
embarrassed?
now. I just have to focus on how to get Coco out of this.
I mean, if you're in a bad living situation, that's not really something you talk about or bring up casually.
Ever since I started living on my own, I've been staying at various hotels across Manhattan.
Hold it! You've never had a place to call your own.
No, everything I've ever had I owed to those who were there to support me. Rarity, Overall, my parents, and even my old mentor.
Okay.
Your old mentor. Is this the pony we're talking about yesterday? The one who always said it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Yes, her. I quit being her assistant several months ago and took up a job at the theater, thanks to Rarity.
You don't sound too happy about that.
Oh no, of course I'm grateful to Rarity for giving me such a huge opportunity.
But what?
It doesn't change the fact that I needed her to do it for me. Just once in my life, I'd like to achieve something without being delivered to me on a silver platter.
Actually relatable. Actually relatable.
Something that I at least played some sort of major role in.
I see. Then perhaps you...
Objection! I grow weary of your stalling tactics, human. You are her attorney, not her therapist. You're here to cross-examine the defendant, so I suggest you get on with it.
I wonder how much effort it takes him to be that unpleasant.
Objection sustained. Please continue with the cross-examination, Mr.
Hey,
White.
Dusk. Dusk, I'm watching the Ace Attorney Elements of Justice. Coco is on trial because they think she killed one of her friends, but nobody here thinks she did it except for Prince Blueblood and some other asshole. I just want to catch you up to speed. Also, you're gonna have to replace my door. You can't just like bash it in all the time.
Never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Overall.
Hold it! Did you really have so little money that you could barely afford a place to live?
Yes, especially after I quit being an assistant to my mentor. She always made enough for both of us with the designs she sold.
What was that she was about to say? And what about when you became an assistant costume designer at Bridalway? Did you make more money then?
No, I was only an assistant, and an apprentice at that. The director, playwright, didn't trust my skills enough to give me any work worth paying much for. If it wasn't for Overall, I'm sure I would have had to quit that job for a better paying one elsewhere.
So, Overall was able to support you and himself?
Yes, he was paid handsomely as the head costume designer of the biggest theater in Equestria.
I mean, tell me, do you really trust those huge eyes? You mean these huge eyes? These big eyes that have tears in them 70% of the time, yes, I do trust these eyes. I don't think she did it, chat. We're leaning into, like, her not having a lot of money, but I don't know where that's going to get us.
Not only that, but his designs fetch pretty high prices outside the theater as well.
Was he really that well known?
Of course he was.
How did he get to be that famous?
Well, I can only tell you what I heard from him, but apparently, after his parents passed away a couple of years ago, he fell into a rather deep depression.
Wait, who are we talking about?
His only family, and his only source of encouragement, you see. He thought about giving up on his dream to become a designer. However, he soon realized he'd be betraying his parents' hopes for him if he did. And so, he poured himself into his work.
Oh, we're talking about the guy who died.
He slaved day and night to create design after design. And finally, he decided to enter a contest.
Did you trust Cozy Glow because of her big eyes? First of all, Cozy Glow is Shirley Temple from hell. I will never trust Cozy Glow. Yes, she has big eyes. But you know what else she has? She has those Goldilocks locks. And do you remember the story of Goldilocks? How she... I hope I got this right. How she went into the bear's house and just ate all their porridge? Goldilocks is an asshole.
Contest, one that would essentially guarantee a successful career.
Please tell me I
in
didn't get Goldilocks
design.
confused with someone else.
And he did. Afterwards, his designs became well known all across Equestria, and he has since worked at Brightaway Theater as his head costume designer.
What a touching story.
Wow. Overall must have been one strong stallion to not...
So you can't trust curly-haired people? Listen, if your hair is curly, you're hiding something. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean you're hiding something bad. You might be a little nefarious, but, like, if you have curly hair, like, why are you curling it? What are you hiding behind those curls? You liar? Anyway, let me stop being fake outraged. I gotta listen to this.
Not only overcome his parents' deaths, but also achieve his lifelong dream.
He was. If only he hadn't passed away himself, then maybe he could have helped me.
Well, maybe if you didn't kill him, he could have done so. You've no one to blame but yourself, defendant.
Objection!
No, I didn't!
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
Don't worry, Coco. I'm gonna get you out of this.
He took me under his wing as an apprentice.
Isn't she based off of Darla Dimple? I mean, probably. Depression? Darla Depression? Alright, I'm gonna stop looking at chat for like the next 10 minutes.
And even offered to let me live with him in his apartment.
Hold it! Coco, how come you didn't tell me about any of this yesterday?
Because she's embarrassed! You didn't ask!
Yesterday in the
Also,
detention center, when I asked you about your relationship with Overall Concept, this is what you said to me.
Oh, it's nothing too serious, if that's what you're thinking. We were just good friends who like working together. He's even teaching me how to design better so I can one day make a design of my own for another play.
At the time, I took that to mean you were nothing more than coworkers. Was I wrong when I made that assumption? Coco?
Nah.
Coco!
What?
Did you purposely mislead me into believing you two were connected by nothing more than your work?
Maybe.
Why?
Because I was afraid that you wouldn't take my case otherwise.
What? Well, why would you think that?
stop doing that face!
I don't like the sound of that. What in the world is Coco hiding from me?
She just doesn't talk about her love life, dude. Like, some ponies are just like, listen, I'm banging this pony. I don't want to talk about it because that's not something for you to know. Like, what? There's such a hot spotlight on Coco right now for no reason.
With him as he did to me, it seems. I don't know what I'm going to do now that he's gone.
Prove it! That's what every pony keeps saying. That you two seem to get along so well. First Playwright, and then even Rarity said that you told her how happy overall made you feel in your letters to her.
Yeah, we were really great friends. Everyone in the theater knew that.
Great
and
friends.
That's exactly why I'm so puzzled.
What do you mean?
You just said that you were afraid I wouldn't take your case if I knew the truth about your living arrangements prior to today. Coco, you must have known that I have heard nothing but positive comments about your relationship with the victim from those who knew you both. So why would you think I would hesitate if I knew you two were living together?
Oh, come now, attorney. The answer is so obvious, I'm surprised it's taken you this long to realize it.
If you know the reason, why not just say so already? Were you trying to establish some sort of motive with this testimony? Let's hear it then.
Very well. I would like the court to take a look at this.
What is that?
What is this, Prince Blueblood?
It's a document that recognizes both Coco Pamel and Overall Concept as domestic partners.
The two entered into this partnership not long after they began living together. Okay, so I was right. They are a couple. But now I'm like, now I'm like, I don't know, for tax purposes? Because they brought up the money thing?
The two entered into this partnership not long after they began living together.
And how is that relevant?
My attorney. Are you not aware of one of the primary aspects of a domestic partnership?
What are we talking about?
Sorry. It's, not my area of expertise, sadly.
Would you call yourself a lawyer? What a
Some lawyers
joke.
don't get any pussy.
Very well, I shall explain.
Explain.
If a partner passes away intestate, that's without leaving behind a will for you uninformed commoners, when they are in a domestic partnership, as Mr. Concept did, their partner will receive all of their assets.
Oh.
Okay. So now the motive is she killed him to get his money. I still don't think that would happen.
Oh, no!
Yes! Now you finally get it. That is why this poor, underpaid assistant costume designer murdered one of the most wealthy and well-known designers in Equestria to claim his assets for herself.
Oh, God.
Order! Order in the court! I must admit, that certainly sounds like an incredibly plausible motive for murder.
But for Coco,
Of
though?
course it is, Your Honor, because it's the truth.
Coco, why did you hide this from me? How am I supposed to recover from this?
Phoenix, what are we supposed to do now? This motive, it's almost too perfect.
No. He asked her straight up, did she kill him? And then she said no. And the stone didn't do anything. The lie detection stone didn't do anything. So I do not buy this.
I don't know. And it definitely didn't help that Coco kept this hidden from us all this time. I had no way to prepare for this.
Well, you have to say something. Fight back. Otherwise, Coco will be found guilty.
Objection! The defendant was being supported very well by the victim. She didn't need to steal his money.
Objection! Did I ever say she was after his money specifically?
What do you mean?
Now what are you on
Recall
about?
what I said, attorney. She would inherit all of Overall Concept's assets. Assets, attorney. Like, for example, all of his fabrics and designs. Of course, the money she would inherit would be a nice bonus, and no doubt added fuel to the fire, but what Coco Pamel was really after were the victim's designs.
Why? Why would she need those?
To push herself up in the ranks.
Investigation, we discovered that Miss Pamel had entered a fashion competition. The very same competition the victim himself entered a couple years ago.
No.
Just to clarify exactly what this contest is, It's a fashion competition where the winner receives the honor of being recognized by the most well-known designers in the industry. While not particularly large, it is very prestigious, needing several background checks to even enter. Winning this contest is a big boost to one's career, as you can imagine.
What is it, Twilight?
I don't know. Something about that strikes me as important. I just can't put my hoof on it.
It goes without saying that a contest such as this would draw in several other keen fashion designers looking to rise to the top. With this much competition stacked against her, Miss Pommel was not confident enough in her abilities to win the contest.
And what brought you to that conclusion?
The defendant herself admitted as much. When we interrogated her about the contest, she told us that she did not feel confident about her chances of winning.
Then surely Overall would have helped Miss Pommel in making designs, or at least guided her.
Possibly. However, it's against the rules to seek direct help from some pony who has already won the contest. It's a preventative measure against copying previous victors' work with minor alterations.
But she was learning from him. I'm sure Miss Pommel had the ability to do just fine in the contest.
Her actual level of competence is irrelevant. What matters is how she felt about her prospects of winning. Besides, I'm not finished, attorney.
What do you mean?
There's a special fabric the victim was making, as mentioned earlier by the previous witness. He was creating this fabric in secrecy for an upcoming play.
Okay.
So why is this special fabric important in this case?
You should have connected the dots by now, considering that Miss Pommel and Mr. Concept lived together for a number of months. She naturally would know about this special fabric. And just like you said, Miss Pommel was learning from him, so this was to her advantage.
Okay.
You're really accusing Miss Pommel of cheating in this contest?
Cheating in the contest and betraying Overall Concept's trust.
And that's why...
Looks like you finally realized it. That is exactly why the defendant murdered Overall Concept. It was her chance at stealing his designs and passing them off as her own.
Twilight, if you have something to say, then by all means, say it.
I don't buy it. There's still, remember, there's still glitter in Pommel's hair. Which the more I think about it, the more I'm like, the only way it would get up there is if there was like a struggle of some kind. But I don't think it would be a struggle to throw him off the catwalk. I don't think.
On the night of the murder, the victim was working on that very fabric. This, too, we heard from Mr. Playwright. That was probably what set the defendant off. Upon seeing the fabric, she made up her mind, once and for all, to murder the victim. She attacked him in the dressing room, but failed to land a strike.
Okay.
The victim fled out of the room with a fabric roll in his mouth, likely taken for the purposes of self-defense, with Miss Pommel hot on his trail. The two were spotted by Mr. Playwright as they made their way up the stairs to the catwalk. Finally, as Overall Concept reached the top, he tripped, dropping the fabric roll. The defendant caught up to him, grabbed the roll, and proceeded to knock him unconscious. Afterwards, she wrapped the rope that was laying on the catwalk around the victim's neck and threw him over the edge of the rail, finally killing him.
No. No, that doesn't matter. I don't believe
If it weren't for Mr. Playwright immediately coming up the catwalk after the murder, she may have gotten away with it. But she can't hide from her crime now, can she, Mr. Wright? And to think, this incredibly selfless stallion was planning on proposing to Coco, and she stole his life away because of her own selfish desires.
What?
Propose?
Prince Blueblood? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Inquiries regarding Overall Concept and Miss Pommel's relationship, many ponies employed at bridal.
Yeah, and also, wouldn't there be like glitter all over his lips? There's no, like, we saw the autopsy report. Nothing about glitter on his
Broadway
lips.
Theater commented on how much he cared about her. Apparently, he often said that being together with her made him even happier than when his parents were still alive.
Oh, that's
They
sad.
mentioned that he was going to propose next week, after another play. He even ordered this custom ring to give to her. I have it right here, Your Honor. The police found it while they were investigating his apartment.
Engagement ring. Okay.
He was going to propose to me.
I need you to keep it
This
together.
shows just how cruel you really are. You took advantage of an innocent stallion's kindness for your own selfish gains and killed him in the process. Mayors like you are corrupting our good-natured society of Equestria.
You know, it's women like you that make men want to be gay. No, wait, hold on. No, that's not what I meant to say.
It's despicable. Don't you agree, ponies of the gallery?
How could she do something like that?
She didn't do anything!
Kind Stallion did for her.
Oh my god.
Ponies could be so evil.
Well,
Order! Order in the court! My word! Could someone who looks so adorable really be so cruel?
yes, but it's not
Looks are
Coco.
very deceiving. And what better example of that than this heartless, soulless excuse of a mayor?
How dare you spew such poisonous lies?
Rarity!
I would never do that to a stallion who cared about her. Why, I ought to come over there and tear your cold little heart out for that.
Whoever that is out there, please refrain from shouting.
I can't
else
even
you'll be
see her.
removed from the court.
Rarity, I get that you don't like this guy, but I need you to keep quiet if I'm going to properly help Coco.
Well, Defense, anything you want to say to counter my claims? Or have you decided that you've suffered enough humiliation?
Come on. There's gotta be something I can say to this. But he's absolutely tarnished Coco's image to the rest of the court. Where am I even supposed to begin this uphill battle?
It seems as if the defense has no further objections. In that case, I think it's about time for me to pass my verdict. Any closing remarks, Prince Blueblood?
I warned you, human attorney. You should have saved yourself from putting on this pathetic display when you had the chance. Your Honor, please proceed.
No! I can't let it end like this!
Very well.
The glitter in her
This
hair!
court finds the defendant, Coco Pamel.
Objection!
Who was that?
Hey, let's
It
go.
was me, Your Honor.
Twilight?
Prosecutor Blueblood, I want you to clarify something for me.
Prince
Blueblood, you
She
said
ain't
you
calling
saw
you
the
that.
special fabric on the night of the murder, and that's what prompted her to go through with her plan to kill Overall.
Excuse me? You are to address me as...
Is that what you're claiming or not?
Love the simple animations. It's so like Ace Attorney coded. I didn't think it would be this good with the Ace Attorney stuff.
Ah, yes, that is what I am claiming. What of it?
Can you please show us the fabric you're talking about?
Surely you must have seen it for yourselves. It was left sitting in the dressing room. But if you insist on seeing it again, I had it brought into court today. Here it is. Are you happy?
Huh! Just as I had thought.
What is that supposed to mean?
I believe Mr. Wright can answer that for me.
Of course. Thanks, Twilight.
Why's it purple
What
now?
she means, Prince Blueblood, is that the fabric you presented to the court is not the special fabric that Overall made.
Oh!
No, it has to be. Playwright confirmed it when we asked him. This fabric is what Overall was commissioned to make for the theater.
Fucking Playwright doesn't know shit.
Let me rephrase my response. True, that is indeed the special fabric Overall was working on for the theater that night. However, the fabric that you presented is currently incomplete.
What?
Blueblood, what is the meaning of this?
Incomplete, so...
I find it hard to believe
Bro's
that
having
the
a panic
defendant would
attack.
have murdered the victim for a roll of incomplete fabric.
Then that's it. She must not have known it was incomplete.
How?
Objection!
How?
How is that possible? She and the victim not only worked together, but they lived together.
Right.
There's no way she wouldn't have known what the fabric was supposed to look like.
Well, maybe she thought she could finish the fabric on her own.
Objection.
Okay, let's test that theory then.
Such an objection.
Mr. Playwright.
Yes?
I recall you said something in your testimony earlier regarding the fabric Overall was working on that night.
He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric in paint.
Okay.
If you don't mind me asking, what exactly was this paint?
Fluorescent paint. The fabric was supposed to be covered in both that paint and a touch of glitter.
Yes.
And what does that prove? Miss Pommel would have known that. You said so yourself.
It's not about whether or not she would have known about it, but whether or not she could gain access to it.
What do you mean? She was going to inherit all of Overall's assets. The fluorescent paint and glitter would have been included in that as well.
True. She would have inherited whatever Overall had left. But what about after she ran out?
What?
This fabric was meant to be used in the next play at Bridalway Theater. Naturally, that means Coco would have had to make more if she intended on using it in the contest. And making more fabric means buying more paint.
Yeah.
And how is that an issue? She would have inherited all of Overall's money. Buying a few cans of paint would have been nothing.
Not this paint, I'm afraid.
Explain yourself.
Yesterday, when we were investigating the theater, Roadie, one of the most fashion-forward ponies in Equestria, had a few things to say about this fluorescent paint.
Oh, she doesn't know where to get it.
Fluorescent paint? Such a thing exists?
She doesn't know where to get it.
Paint. It might help with my business. I still wonder where he got this paint. It must have been awfully expensive, especially since he used so much of it.
If Rarity hadn't even heard of the paint, let alone considered it to be cheap, then I doubt this paint is anywhere near as accessible or affordable as regular paint. Even if Coco were able to find and buy some, do you really think she'd be able to do so before the contest deadline? Or spend that much of her newly earned money on a chance that the fabric would be good enough to win a contest? If she lost, she'd have a very hard time making that money back.
Objection! If you look at the fabric by itself, it's already relatively nice to look at, even without all the bells and whistles the victim added to it. She could have just entered the base fabric itself into the contest.
Maybe so. But you can't deny that this evidence blows a hole in your theory that Coco killed Overall for this fabric.
Mr. Wright has a point, Prince Blueblood.
Loving
the motive
this.
you proposed
Loving
isn't very
this.
persuasive given this new information. Do you have anything else against the defendant that proves she committed this crime?
Of course, Your Honor. I have yet to produce the most damaging piece of evidence to this court.
Go for it, bro.
Is that so?
Throw your Hail Mary.
We're finally going to see what he was talking about earlier.
Let's see what this is about.
Indeed, Your Honor. And I'll have Playwright explain what I mean.
Huh? Me?
He doesn't even know what's going
When
on.
you found Miss Pommel on the catwalk that night, did you notice anything odd about her?
Well, as I said earlier, she seemed rather dazed.
And what about her hooves? Did you notice anything in particular about them?
Oh, that's right!
What is it, witness?
Miss Pommel's forehooves. When I discovered her on top of the catwalk, they were covered in glitter.
What?
The defendant's forehooves were covered in glitter? What does this mean?
Allow me to explain, Your Honor. Recall that Miss Pamel and Mr. Concept were working in the dressing room prior to the crime.
Okay.
During the course of their work, the defendant must have gotten her hooves covered in glitter.
Okay.
Oh! So the glitter marks on the fabric roll?
Precisely, Your Honor. They were left behind by Miss Pamel when she used it to hit the victim.
No, this can't be.
And now the prosecution would like to submit our final piece of evidence, the noose.
The noose itself?
That's what he
The
said.
court is no doubt aware of the fact that this is the noose used to hang the victim to death. Though I have yet to reveal a crucial detail concerning this noose, we have discovered that, just like the fabric roll, there are traces of glitter on it.
Yeah.
Traces of glitter?
Considering that there is only one conscious pony on the catwalk that could have committed the crime, the only logical inference is that Miss Pamel is the culprit. But knowing that she had glitter left on her hooves, and that there was glitter on both the fabric roll and the noose, it has become crystal clear that Miss Pamel was the one who knocked the victim out, wrapped the noose around his neck, and killed him.
I still don't believe it. Where'd Coco go?
That seems to be very decisive evidence. The one who touched the rope was Miss Pamel herself.
Rope updated in court record. Okay.
Of course. There's no other way it could be any pony else. I presume a guilty verdict is in order, Your Honor?
It would seem that way.
Objection! But what about the motive? It's unlikely that Coco would have killed for a fabric that she had no reliable way of reproducing.
You're still obsessing over that? Perhaps she merely killed him for his other designs, or maybe just his money. The defendant has a laundry list of potential motives, attorney. That fact doesn't disappear by virtue of you pointing out that the completed version of the fabric was not at the theater that night, you know. Besides, who can say for certain what was going through that demented pony's head that night? For all we know, the defendant may have a motive beyond our wildest imaginations. What matters, though, is that all of the evidence points to her as the one responsible for this crime. The glitter on her hooves, the fabric roll, the noose itself, and being found at the scene with no chance that any pony else had slipped away unnoticed.
She still had glitter in her hair, though.
All of it points to one simple conclusion. Coco Pamel murdered overall...
I hate this. And he still has, like, a case of the changeling eye. Like...
Concept in cold blood.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prince Blueblood has presented a very convincing case, even if the motive is somewhat unclear at the moment. I'm afraid if you have nothing further to add, then I will have no choice but to end the trial. This is your last chance, Mr. Wright. Do you have anything else to present to this court to counter the prosecution's claims?
He's got to bring up the glitter in her mane now, right?
If he did, he would have presented it a long time ago.
This is it. If I mess up here, the trial's over. I need to present something that casts significant doubt over Blueblood's claims. I believe he may have unintentionally given me just the hint I needed. Your Honor, I do indeed have something to present to the court at this time.
What? How could you possibly?
Now, Prince Blueblood. Save your surprise for after you've seen what it is Mr. Wright has to present. Mr. Wright, please present this piece of evidence to the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take that! Is that a torn piece of fabric?
Really? That's it? That's your big piece of evidence?
Perhaps not in terms of its physical size, but certainly in the hole it'll create in your argument.
Cease your smug little remarks and explain, human.
You're the last pony I want to hear that from, Blueblood. Very well. We found this ripped piece of fabric during our investigation of the stage. It was right below the center of the catwalk.
I fail to understand how this relates to anything discussed thus far.
Well, how about we let the one who requested the fabric explain it to us then?
Huh? Me?
Playwright, you were the one who asked Overall Concept to make this fabric, correct?
Yes, we needed it for our next play.
For your next play? Meaning none of the costumes for the play on the night of the murder used this fabric?
That is correct.
Okay.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright?
Let him cook.
It's
Let
simple,
him
Your Honor.
cook.
If the fabric wasn't being used on the night of the crime, then why did we find a piece of it on the stage afterwards?
Great question.
Objection! That piece of fabric could have found its way there at any point. It's impossible
How?
for you to prove when exactly it wound up there.
Objection! I may not be able to prove the exact time it ended up on stage, but I can definitely prove it was after the play's intermission.
How?
Recall Playwright's testimony for a moment. He had this to say about what was happening on stage during the 15-minute intermission.
Well, they had to completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris that would cause problems for the actors on stage.
Yeah.
Mainly tripping hazards.
The stage hooves had to clear the stage? No!
If this piece of fabric had been on stage before intermission, it would have been cleared off by the time the second act had begun. After all, there's no way Playwright would have allowed for anything less. Am I right, witness?
Absolutely. It's out of the question that I would have let the play continue if something like this was still on stage. I mean, it could have distracted the audience or ruined the concentration of one of the performers.
Yeah.
So you see, Prince Blueblood, there's no way this piece of fabric was on the stage before the intermission.
Objection! The victim came on stage during the intermission to talk to Playwright about the fabric. It's possible he could have accidentally dropped that piece on the stage then, and it simply...
That's what we're going with? He accidentally dropped the piece?
Objection! Sorry, but that's also impossible.
Why is that?
Let's go back to Playwright's testimony one more time.
He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
He hadn't even started working on the fabric yet.
If you examine this fabric closely, you'll notice that it's covered in glitter. Not only that, but if we were to turn off the lights in this courtroom, I'm sure you'll realize that it's also covered in fluorescent paint.
Yes.
However, according to Playwright, Overall didn't start covering his fabric in paint until after he had come on stage.
Let's go! Let's go!
What does this mean, Mr. Wright?
This piece of fabric proves two things. The first is that someone brought it up to the catwalk during the second act of the play.
Yeah.
The catwalk?
Yes, pay
And
attention,
what
man.
ridiculous train of logic are we meant to board to arrive at that conclusion?
Well, there's simply no other way for it to have landed on the stage, right? No one could have brought it to the stage directly without being seen, so the only conceivable option must be that it came from above.
Fine. And what's the second thing that piece of fabric supposedly proves?
Isn't it obvious? It proves that at the theater that night, there existed at least one sheet of overall special fabric that had been completed.
That's absurd.
It's not absurd.
But how was that possible? I thought the police only found one sheet of the fabric, and it was the incomplete version.
Which can only mean that the other sheet was stolen from the theater that night. A third party must have escaped with it.
Objection!
It's not
You
Coco.
are either desperate beyond belief or have gone completely insane, human attorney. There's no way a third party could exist.
Well then, why don't you explain what this means then? This piece of fabric clearly proves that the completed fabric was there at the theater that night. So why didn't the police find it?
Simple. The defendant had hidden it prior to the crime.
No,
She
she
must have been
didn't.
planning to steal the
She
one
none
sheet of
of that
fabric all along.
happened.
When Overall Concept saw that it was missing, that's when Coco attacked him. I suspect she hid it in a spot where none of us could even find it, which is why it is still missing even now.
That's impossible. The discovery of a piece of fabric on stage proves that it was out in the open somewhere.
Yeah.
The stage was cleared in preparation for Act 2. The fabric must have been taken either on or above the stage during the second act of the play. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this piece with us today. In fact, Playwright, I need you to clarify something for me.
And what would that be?
After the crime occurred, was there someone watching the stage at all times?
Yes, there would always be some pony either on or watching the stage. The fabric would have been noticed if it was brought on stage at any given moment.
That settles it then. This indicates that the fabric had to have gone up the catwalk once the second act started, which means Coco couldn't have hidden the fabric beforehand. It must have gotten torn somehow, and a piece fell to the stage below.
Objection! You've forgotten that if some pony went up that catwalk with that fabric during the second act, they would have been spotted holding it by Playwright or the stage hooves on the right wing of the stage. If that fabric glowed...
Playwright couldn't even identify that he had the roll of the wrong roll of fabric. I'm not relying on Playwright to see a damn
in
thing.
the dark, then it should have been almost impossible to miss. But none of the theater staff have said anything about seeing some pony carrying a glowing sheet of fabric up the catwalk.
He's right. Even if you take the stage hooves out of the picture, Playwright definitely would have noticed if the victim had been carrying that fabric. Then I'll propose another theory.
Another theory?
Playwright said in his testimony he only got a small glimpse of Overall running up the stairs.
Correct. And what of it?
Well, what if there was some pony ahead of Overall? Then Playwright wouldn't have been able to see them, meaning a third party could have been involved from the start.
Oh, please, like that's even possible.
What do you mean?
If this third pony exists, then how did Miss Pamel not see them? If she was following Mr. Concept the entire time, there's no way the defendant would have missed this third pony escaping. At the very least, she should have seen them on the catwalk. Yet has she mentioned such a thing? No. So,
Well, she doesn't.
how do you
She
explain
doesn't talk
that,
a lot.
Attorney?
Actually, it's quite simple.
Simple? This should be good.
When I spoke to Miss Pamel, she told me that she had been suffering from memory loss and headaches. I believe it's possible that during the crime, she was knocked unconscious by this third party, and the headaches and memory loss was the side effect from her being knocked unconscious.
Do you really expect me to believe the nonsense you're spouting? You do realize that you're speaking for the defendant, right? She's obviously lying to save her own flank. Even if she were hit on the head hard enough to leave a bruise, what makes you think that this incident happened that night and not the day before? And what kind of weapon would this mystery third party have used to knock her out? I demand you show evidence that she was struck on the head the night of the murder.
The glitter in her
Here it
hair.
is. Take that!
The fabric roll?
And how does this prove anything?
She has glitter in her
Before the trial
hair.
started, we noticed that there was some glitter stuck in her mane. I believe this is the result of being struck by the fabric roll.
Let's go.
How in Equestria would that result in glitter getting stuck in her mane? Splinters and wood chips, maybe, but certainly not glitter.
Well, as you pointed out, there are traces of glitter on the roll. What if some of it ended up in Coco's mane as a result of getting hit with it?
Preposterous. The glitter on that roll came from when the defendant held her in her hooves to attack the victim.
Not
Can you prove that
necessarily.
that's the exact scenario that caused the glitter to end up on the roll.
Well, no. But how else could it have gotten there?
Let's stop and think about where this roll came from. The dressing room. I think it's very likely that the roll could have gotten covered in glitter there.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
Here's what I think. Coco and Overall were working in the dressing room prior to the crime.
Yes.
During the course of their work, they must have scattered glitter around the table,
Yeah.
where this roll may have been sitting.
Yeah.
In fact, yesterday while I investigated the dressing room, I found a can of glitter that clearly showed signs of spillage, sitting right next to the other roll of fabric.
Yeah.
After this third party stole the sheet of fabric, they were spotted and ran off. Overall must have grabbed the nearby fabric roll as he gave chase, likely hoping to use it to stop the thief. However, once he reached the top of the catwalk, he tripped and dropped the roll. The thief took advantage of this and used the roll to knock out both Overall and Coco, who had followed her teacher up the catwalk in pursuit of the thief.
That sounds absolutely ludicrous.
I don't think so.
Possibility?
With ease. First off, even if this third party managed to make it all the way up to the catwalk without being spotted by Playwright, how would they have managed to get down without being seen by the stage hooves in the left wing? Not to mention...
Something else I want to mention is that Playwright turned around just in time to see the victim go up the catwalk. He didn't turn around in time to see the third party. So the third party could have already been up the catwalk when he turned around. So I like the way that fits.
If the fabric roll left glitter in Coco's mane, then why didn't it also leave glitter in Overall's mane when he was knocked unconscious?
Well, you see, that's...
You see, Mr. Wright? Your theory makes absolutely no sense. It's inconceivable that a third party could exist, because there's no way they could have escaped without being spotted by Playwright or the stage hooves.
He's right.
He could have hit him with something else.
Prove that the third party was able to get away when the left side of the stage was being watched. And I don't even know where to begin with Overall's mane.
Excuse me, if I may interject.
Let's go. More evidence.
Is there something on your mind, witness?
Yes. I'd like to make a confession, Your Honor.
You're hiding something?
I'd like to amend my statement regarding when I went up to the catwalk. I actually didn't go up immediately.
That's enough time for the third party to get away.
What?
Huh? Witness? What are you doing?
Making me
explain what you mean.
It's as I say, Your Honor. I did not go up to the catwalk immediately after seeing the hanging. Before I went up to investigate, I called over my stage hooves from the right wing and my actors from the stage. I ordered them to attend to the panicking audience and try to calm them down. And I asked my stage manager to inform the police of what happened. After a good 5 minutes of giving my staff instructions, that was when I decided to go up to the catwalk.
5 minutes? That's kind of a long time.
Why didn't you share this time discrepancy earlier? This is crucial information.
It's not as if I intentionally wanted to withhold this information. Prince Blueblood told me not to share it because he said it was irrelevant information.
Oh?
Why, you?
Prince Blueblood! You knew about this information?
Relevant information,
Yes,
my ass.
I did, Your Honor. But I did not believe it to be important enough to address.
It is very important.
Right. You withheld this information because you knew it was detrimental to your case.
To think I actually blamed Miss Pommel for this heinous crime. But now it's possible that she's innocent, isn't it? I'll make sure to tell everything that I know from this point on. I promise.
As much as I would have appreciated it if you did that from the beginning, I am glad that you are willing to tell us everything this time.
Many thanks, Your Honor.
Witness, you ruined my perfect case.
After hearing what could be the truth, this is nowhere near perfection. And I should know. I've been striving for it all my life, only to come up short every time. But at least I can acknowledge that I can get as close to it as possible.
This information could be just what I need to move forward. Your Honor, we now...
Hey, Wolfhead. What is it, Dusk? Why do I feel like Dusk is gonna hit me with like chicken butt or something like why do I feel like like Dusk is gonna like ligma me right now?
Now know that there was no one near the left side of the catwalk after the murder, and that there was a 5-minute gap between the hanging and Playwright going up the catwalk.
Okay.
The possibility of a third party being involved is undeniable.
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe this to be the case as well, Mr. Wright.
Objection! No, there's still a flaw in that claim.
Explain.
What flaw?
I'll have you know the police interrogated every member of the theater and all 5,000 attendees in the audience. If this pony really escaped with the fabric, then why was their absence not discovered during the...
God fucking damn it. Alright, hold on. I gotta do something. I gotta... Shit, how do I even do this? So Dusk has sent me something that I don't want to show, but I have to show. Feel obligated to. I think I do it like this. Okay, well... Oh wait, no, that's not the button. God damn it. God damn it. How do I do this? Yeah, it's just gonna sit up there for a minute. Thank you, Dusk. God damn it. Alright.
Course of the investigation.
Well, the thief in question must have been someone who was not a part of the audience or the theater staff.
Oh, really? And how did they get in?
Through here. Take that!
The back door?
Precisely, Your Honor. They must have come through the back door of the theater without purchasing a ticket. I'm willing
That's
to bet
giving
that's
me
also how they
nightmares.
left the theater after they stole the fabric.
Stop suggesting that this third party exists. I demand proof, filthy human. Proof! Give me something that truly convinces me that some pony else was here that night.
You should be careful what you wish for, Prince Blueblood.
Please, just show us the evidence already, Mr. Wright.
I also want to see the evidence.
Just quivering in anticipation.
I want to know who done did
Here's
it.
the proof, Your Honor. Take that!
A picture? Of what?
Take a closer look, and you'll find out.
Hoof
What's
prints.
this? Are those glowing hoof prints?
Are they actually gonna pull the thing where it's like fingerprints but with hooves? It's like, we ran some tests on these hoof prints and they match your hooves.
Excuse me?
Dr. Hooves is sitting next to Derpy. I love that.
Order! Order! What a turn of events! Glowing hoof prints left behind at the crime scene?
It's not just the fact they exist, it's their path that tells a bigger story.
Please explain, Mr. Wright.
I need you to
The
explain.
hoof prints started at the dressing room, right where we're proposing that this chase started. The hoof prints then lead up to the catwalk, just like how Playwright described in his eyewitness account of the chase.
Yes.
And finally, they lead down from the right side of the catwalk and out the back door of the theater.
Yeah.
This path was not taken by anyone else involved in this crime. The existence of these hoof marks without a doubt proves that a third pony was there that night.
Objection! What kind of preposterous game are you trying to play, human? The police did not find any hoofprints of the sort during their investigation. This has to be false evidence. The court cannot accept this.
Blue Blood making fun of Wright being human gives off the same vibe as Frieza calling Saiyans monkeys. Yeah. It's like a centimeter away from being like too, like, I don't know if racist is the right word, but it's like approaching like you really shouldn't say that territory.
Order! Order in the court, I say! Prince Blueblood, that is an extraordinary accusation. I've known Mr. Wright for years, and I had the misfortune of mistaking him for a crook once before. And thankfully, I was proven wrong. You're going to need some serious evidence to back up your claim if you continue with this assertion. Otherwise, I will hold you in contempt of court.
But Your Honor!
Whoa, that was out of nowhere. The judge really just stood up for me against the prosecution. I'm actually quite flattered.
You see, it's just that the police didn't see these hoof prints during their investigation.
I believe the explanation for that is quite simple. Did the police ever turn off the lights during their investigation?
Of course not. Why would they?
And there you have it. The reason why the police couldn't see the hoof prints is because the only way to see them is by turning off the lights.
Yeah.
In that case, shouldn't the witness have been able to see them when he went up to the catwalk?
Well, why don't we ask him? Playwright, were these hoof prints on the catwalk prior to the second act?
No, there were no hoof prints to be found before the second act. The catwalk was dark during preparation, so they would have been impossible to miss.
And what about when he went up there after the murder? Did you see them then?
No, I did not.
Then the answer is obvious. The hoof prints were made after the incident, meaning that these glowing hoof prints have no relevance to this case.
Actually, I think they do.
What?
Let me see.
Care to explain, witness?
Please do.
Yes, it's true that I didn't see the fluorescent hoof prints after the murder, but there was a good reason why.
And what would that be?
The safety lights were on.
I was just about to say, because like he was calling for like his stagehand to like calm the audience and stuff like that. What if the lights came back on as he did that? Like he's not gonna do that while the play lights are on. You know, like the play lights are not gonna stay on while he's like, everybody leave, there's been a murder. You know, the actual lights to the building are gonna come back on if that happens.
Safety lights?
The lights hanging above the catwalk. They seemed to be on the fritz yesterday. That's how we found those hoof prints in the first place.
Oh, those lights. Never mind, I'm stupid.
Did you see that?
See what?
There's something glowing on the floor. Twilight, could you turn off the lights for a second?
Yeah, okay.
There!
Huh? They're hoof prints, and they're glowing.
Impossible.
Oh, right. Yes, we've been meaning to fix that issue, but I'm always getting so caught up in the plays we're performing that I guess I tend to forget about those sort of things.
Let's go.
The pulley system isn't in the greatest condition either, which is why we've had to tie the rope to the catwalk instead.
Not exactly the pinnacle of safety, those lights. Especially not with a director like this around.
They're usually off during performances, as well as during the second act. But when I went up after what had befallen, they were switched on, which means the hoof prints wouldn't have shown up.
But what about the rest of the backstage area? Even if you somehow explained why you weren't able to see the glowing hoof prints on the catwalk, why weren't the rest of the hoof prints discovered? If it was dark there, they should have been seen.
That'd be because I turned the backstage lights on as well.
So you see, Prince Blue Blood? These hoof prints could very well be connected to this case.
Then it is clear that these hoof prints belong to Miss Pamel.
What makes you think they belong to her?
She must have gotten her hooves wet with paint from working in the dressing room and chased the victim while her hooves were still wet. He likely turned on the safety lights when he fled so he could see where he was going.
But the prints go down from the right side of the catwalk, and Playwright found Coco standing right above where Overall was hanged.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that she descended from the catwalk and then climbed back up?
That makes no sense, bro.
Time to do so. After all, Playwright didn't immediately go up to the catwalk, now did he?
Damn it! Now he's using my own argument against me. Do you have proof that these prints even belong to Coco?
Process of elimination, attorney. It couldn't have been any pony else. It certainly wasn't the victim, otherwise the trail would have stopped at the catwalk. Not to mention the fact that his hooves don't have any paint on them. And
Third
this
party. I'm still going
you
third
claim
party
was
on
there
this one,
would have had
chat.
no way to get their hooves dirty with the paint, so it could only be Miss Pamel.
And what if there existed a way to prove that those prints couldn't be hers?
I beg your pardon?
Bust out the hoof prints. Bust out the fucking hoof prints
Certainly
right now.
would like to see that, Mr. Wright. Tell me, how do you plan on proving that Miss Pamel couldn't have made those prints?
Bust out those damn
With
hoof
this, Your
prints.
Honor.
Take that! Is that a flashlight?
Yes, Your Honor. But not just any flashlight. A forensic flashlight.
Yes.
This has the ability to show traces of fluorescent paint without needing to turn off the lights. If there are no traces of paint on her hooves, then that means Coco couldn't have been the one to make those hoof prints.
Aw.
Very well.
Okay, yeah, I guess that still
permit
works.
the use of the flashlight.
Miss Pamel.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, she's there again.
If I may, I'd like to run this forensic flashlight on your hooves.
Yes, of course.
Just
No.
as I thought. No traces of fluorescent paint at all. This means Coco couldn't have been the one to leave those prints behind.
Objection! You do realize she could have just washed her hooves to remove the paint?
No, 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 no. She didn't. She
Even
didn't
if
have.
she wanted to, she wouldn't have been able to.
They didn't let her wash up the whole time they had her.
The defendant had no opportunity to wash them after she was caught by Playwright and arrested.
Are you certain?
We are.
Prince Blue Blood?
Your Honor, allow me to let you in on a little something about the night of the crime. It was
What?
raining.
Raining?
Think for a second. If Miss Pamel
It was
went out the
raining?
back door with her hooves covered in this paint,
Is
then
he
it
just
could have
pulling
all been
theories out of his
easily
ass
washed off in
now?
the rain.
But there was still glitter on her mane and hooves. The rain would have washed those out as well.
It seems as if you've forgotten this little bit of testimony from Playwright.
Well, there was a small pile of glitter and a glitter-stained fabric roll next to Miss Pommel, but I didn't pay them much attention, really.
The glitter in Miss Pamel's mane and on her hooves could have been added after returning to the catwalk. She could have seen the pile of glitter left lying there, put some of it on her mane and hooves, and then simply touched the fabric roll to leave glitter marks on it.
Ooh. So the idea now is that she went down the catwalk, went back up the catwalk, put glitter on herself on purpose, and now we're just here? Huh?
Do you even know what you're saying right now? You're talking as if she replanted the glitter on herself on purpose.
Huh?
Why would she want to frame herself for the crime?
To give the illusion that a third party exists, of course.
Oh my god. She doesn't... Even if she did do the crime, she wouldn't think that far ahead.
Yes, it's all coming together now.
Oh.
After cleaning herself in the rain, Miss Pamel realized that she would have been caught.
She would
red-handed
also have
because
to,
of-
like, rely on it to be raining. It doesn't rain all the time.
All of the
Things would have to fall into place in such a miraculous way for this to happen the way it's happening right now.
evidence
Or for it to happen the way he says it's happening.
pointing to her. So, making the best of a bad situation, she improvised, fabricating her own evidence to make it appear
Oh
as
my
if
God.
she had been framed.
Order in the court! Prince Blue Blood, are you accusing the defendant of tampering with the crime scene?
Of course I am, Your Honor.
Oh my god.
Objection! That's ridiculous! Why would my client decide to fabricate evidence? If she washed herself off in the rain, then that would already make her look innocent. What would compel her to put herself at risk and go as far to mess with the crime scene?
Right?
I've already said it multiple times. It's to create the illusion of a third party. The defendant was smart enough to foresee that she would be the initial suspect in this murder, so she did everything she could to fabricate evidence in order to tell a story of a third party escaping the scene after knocking her out and causing her to lose her memory.
That's
That's insane!
That's actually
Prince
insane.
Blueblood, I am honestly having some difficulty believing all of this to be possible.
Same.
Though, admittedly, I'm rather curious as to what led you to this conclusion.
Your Honor, I am confident another theory can demonstrate to the court why I am right.
Go for it.
Another theory? Please explain.
Please do.
Very well. Allow me to run through my theory of the events after the murder had been committed. First, the defendant went down from the catwalk and outside to wash her hooves. Next,
In
she
the
retrieved
rain.
the fabric from where she had initially hidden it. Heading back outside, she found a secure hiding spot where it wouldn't be found by the police. As she was hiding the fabric, she tore off a piece of it as part of her ploy to create misleading evidence. Lastly, she ran back up to the catwalk and covered her hooves in glitter, while also leaving some traces of it in her mane. She then dropped the piece of fabric off the catwalk and left glitter marks on the fabric roll.
Are you hearing this? Are you hearing this wackadoodle ass, crazy ass explanation for how this went down? Are you hearing this? This is some shit you wouldn't even see in Looney Tunes.
All of this was done to fool us into thinking that a third party had stolen the fabric, ran up the catwalk, killed the victim, and hit her on the head before escaping. Don't you see, human?
I'm so
You
tired.
fell right into her trap.
This is preposterous! You're truly saying that the defendant forged evidence to make herself look innocent?
Indeed I am, Your Honor. I can see right through her little tricks, and this filthy human fell for it.
No! There has to be something I'm missing. Something that proves Coco didn't do anything that Blue Blood is suggesting.
This assumption is so ludicrous, I don't even know where you enter it from. Like, yeah, you have something on your person to prove that this is all bullshit, but I don't know what could be in your bag of evidence that disproves this. I don't know. I just pull out like a piece of paper that just says reality. I don't fucking know, man.
Do you have something, Twilight?
Huh?
You've been quiet for a while now. Have you thought of something?
Sort of.
Well, do you think it'll get us out of this situation?
Well, I think so.
Really? What is it?
Think about where the paint came from.
You mean the dressing room?
Yes. You said that a third party could have also been in the dressing room to steal the fabric.
That's what I suggested.
Let's assume what you said is true. If they were just trying to get the fabric, then how would their hooves get wet with the paint? And we can't say that it was from the paint can since there were no spills anywhere when we went in the dressing room.
So, what do you think could have happened?
Do you remember what Playwright said?
The intermission started at around 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if Overall hadn't been murdered.
Did you see Overall at all during the intermission?
Actually, I did. He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
If we consider that, and recall what Athena said during the investigation...
Athena, how long does it take for fluorescent paint to dry?
Oh, this is how they're gonna enter it.
It takes about an hour.
If Overall and Coco started coating the fabric and paint during the intermission, which lasted from 8 o'clock to 8:15, and the murder occurred at 8:50...
That means that the sheet of fabric Coco and Overall were working on was still drying when the crime occurred. That's how the third party could have left those hoof prints.
Not just the hoof prints. There's something else.
Something else?
You claim Coco was knocked out from being hit with the fabric roll, right?
Yeah, she still has glitter stuck on there from that night. That doesn't explain why there are no traces in Overall's mane, though.
Exactly. The only traces of glitter he had were on his forehooves.
So, what are you suggesting? That this third party hit Coco on the head with a fabric roll and then hit him with something else?
That's what I said like 30 minutes
Present
ago.
at the crime scene, I think it's safe to assume that they must have brought their own weapon ahead of time. They could have also used that to hit Overall without leaving anything behind on his head. It's the only scenario that fits.
Okay, but what about Coco? She clearly had glitter left in her mane. Did the third party take the fabric roll from Overall after knocking him out?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm not entirely convinced that Overall was the one who brought the fabric roll up to the catwalk in the first place.
Me neither.
Playwright didn't actually see Overall carrying the fabric roll after all. We just assumed that he must have because we thought he and Coco were the only ones to go up there.
But now that it's possible that the third party was running ahead of the two, they might have been the one to bring the fabric roll up to the catwalk instead.
Right! And if they had their own weapon with them, then why would they have brought the fabric roll?
Well, the only reason I can think of is because it had the fabric they wanted on it. Aha! Of course! Thanks, Twilight.
Okay, I think we
Mr.
got him.
Wright, do you have anything to refute Prince Blueblood's theory?
Okay,
Yes,
I think we
Honor.
have it.
Really? I sincerely doubt that. Enlighten me, human. What will you pull out of that spiky head of yours this time?
A pointy quill that will poke a hole in your theory.
Get
You
'em!
suggested that this whole thing was fabricated by Miss Palmel to make it look like she had been framed. Not only can I prove that to be false, but I can also demonstrate that a third party was behind the whole crime.
Then please explain to the court, Mr. Wright.
Let's see.
We're under the assumption that the hoof prints were made from the paint from the dressing room. While that might be correct, the source of the paint is what I believe changes everything.
And what would this source be?
That would be the fabric roll.
Really?
Where
Hey,
are
Smoke.
you going with this?
I'm getting there, Blue Blood. Just bear with me for a moment. Now, when this third party stole the special fabric from the dressing room, it still must have been wet from the paint.
And how do you know that?
Fluorescent paint takes at least 1 hour to dry completely. Overall and Coco started painting the fabric during the play's intermission. This means if we don't take into account the time taken to actually coat the fabric, the earliest that the fabric could have been completely dry is sometime between 9 o'clock and 9:15. Since the crime occurred at 8:50, and there were no other completed versions of the fabric found at the theater, the only remaining possibility is that whomever stole the fabric must have taken the one that had recently been painted, meaning it was still wet when they stole it.
So what? How does this prove anything?
You'll see in a second. No need to rush me. Now, the thief was likely unaware that the fabric was still wet when they stole it. Because of this, they got their hooves covered in paint, causing them to leave the trail of hoof prints.
How long do you plan on continuing with this assertion of there being a third party? I've already shown how unlikely it is that they even exist. Why do you insist on prattling on about such an insane theory?
If you let me finish, Prince Blueblood, I'll show you just how sane it is. Now, when this third party stole the fabric, I initially assumed it was a sheet that they collected and placed in a bag that they had on them. However, I'd like to amend this theory.
Amend?
So what's your new theory then, Mr. Wright?
The fabric this third party stole wasn't a completed dry sheet laying on the table. Instead, I'm
Wet sheet.
positive that the fabric was simply laying out to dry, and the third party rolled it up in a nearby fabric roll to collect the whole thing. They were stealthy for the most part, but eventually, either due to the noise they made, or just bad luck, the thief was caught right as they were about to leave. They took the rolled up fabric in their mouth and ran away up to the catwalk, with Coco and Overall in pursuit.
And I suppose you're going to say that both of them were knocked out by this third party as soon as they reached the top of
Okay, never
the
mind.
catwalk? Nice try, but if that were the case, our victim would have some glitter in his mane as well, wouldn't you agree?
I do, actually. But that's not my main point here. The thief could have easily used a different weapon on Overall when they attacked him. It's the weapon that knocked out Coco that will destroy your theory of her fabricating evidence.
The weapon?
As has been well established and demonstrated, Miss Pommel currently has glitter in her mane. This suggests that she was struck on the head with the fabric roll. And now that I've shown the possibility that the roll actually had overall special fabric on it at the time, we have a much more likely scenario for how it got in Coco's mane. It came from the fabric that was on the roll.
In what way does this disprove my theory, Defense? Besides, you've not done enough to prove that the fabric roll ever had any of the special fabric on it.
That's next on the agenda, actually. Now, if the fabric was still wet at the
I'm
time,
cooking a
that
theory
would explain
here.
how the third party got their hooves covered in paint and left behind a trail of hoof prints. And if that is the case, something else would have also been left behind.
Oh? And what is that, Mr. Wright?
No! It can't be!
If Coco was struck on the head with the fabric roll when the fluorescent paint was still wet, then not only would glitter be left over, but there would also be traces of fluorescent paint on her as well.
What?
Good
But
point.
what does that mean?
It means that not only was the special fabric really on the roll at the time of the crime, but it also means that Coco couldn't have gone outside to hide the fabric or wash her hooves.
In the rain.
The glitter and the paint would have both been removed.
Objection! She could have just reapplied it like she did with the glitter.
Objection! Playwright and his employees were standing in the right wing after the murder. Coco couldn't have made it to the dressing room to get more paint to put on herself without being spotted.
Objection! That's
I love this music.
assuming that Miss Pommel was struck.
Also.
First place, how about you show me that she was actually struck by the roll?
I'll do just that. By using the forensic flashlight again on Coco on the area where the glitter is still on her. Miss Pommel?
I've heard everything, Mr. Wright. Please go ahead and do what you need to do.
Oh, there it is! Just like Mr. Wright said!
No! No! No, no, no! This cannot be!
As the court can see, this evidence proves that not only could Miss Pommel not have been the one to steal the fabric or kill Mr. Concept, but also that without a doubt, this third party is the true culprit!
You got him.
Order! Order in the court! But Mr. Wright, if this is true, then who is responsible for this murder?
I want to know.
No, no, no! This was not supposed to happen! Human!
What is it?
Even if this third party somehow exists, you have no idea who it could be. And where in Celestia's name would we even begin to look? It could be any pony.
Remember, chat. We are assuming, we are running under the assumption that the culprit had some fabric in his mouth. I don't want anybody to forget. Why am I telling you guys that? You guys probably knows how this ends. I don't know how this ends.
Then maybe I can make a suggestion.
Oh? What would that be, Miss Sparkle?
Prince Blueblood argued that Coco wanted the fabric to herself to get a better chance to win a fashion competition she's participating in. Correct?
And what of it?
Well, you just asked to narrow down our search of the mystery third party. If we're looking for some pony who'd want a fabric enough to kill for it, why not start with the other contestants of the fashion contest? While we're at it, we should try to find out if any of them have any connection to any pony directly involved in this case.
Who do you think you are, ordering me around like that?
I remember you mentioning something earlier, Prince Blueblood, that the contest is not particularly large and has several background checks. Those checks would involve taking their prints, right?
You both seem to have forgotten that Coco Pommel is the only pony who could have
Dust
known
did
that
it.
this special fabric even exists.
That may be the case right now, but I would still like the records of all the hoof prints and horseshoes of every pony in that fashion contest.
Who was in the
And that's
fashion
what the fluorescent
contest?
hoof prints left behind. And I say that's all the proof we need to show that there was indeed a third pony at the scene of the crime.
I agree with Miss Sparkle. I presume this can be done relatively quickly.
It shouldn't take long, Your Honor.
Very well. I shall grant a 30-minute recess to have the police run an analysis to determine if any of the hoof prints of the contestants match the trail left behind at the theater.
I don't believe this. How could I have let this filthy, spiky-headed human get away with this?
Human?
Court is adjourned.
You'll never find the weapon, for it was Rarity's sewing machine. It's 11 a.m. on a February 12th, whatever day that
A little
is.
intense, but we pulled through.
A little intense? My heart couldn't take that entire trial. But I'm so happy you've been able to help Coco.
We're not done yet, though. I may have proven that someone other than Coco could have done it, but she hasn't received the acquittal yet. We've still got a long way to go.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
hi,
Miss
Coco.
Palmel.
Coco, you don't need to worry about a thing anymore. Phoenix is on his way to kick that prince's sorry flank, and you'll be out scot-free.
Yeah, but you don't have a place to
Yes,
go.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Wright.
So, why the long face, darling?
She don't have anywhere to go.
What the prince said about Overall, that he planned to propose to me. Was that true?
Oh no, sad.
Well, you always said in your letters that he cared a lot about you. So it wouldn't surprise me if he took it to the next level. And, well, I was supposed to keep it a secret, but it wasn't too long ago that he requested me to look for a special gem for you.
She does
He
have the
said
special
he wanted
eyes.
the gem to match your eyes. So from it, he fashioned a ring.
Aw.
He said that about me?
Aw.
Actually wanted to propose to me?
This is bittersweet because he's dead, but
It's a beautiful ring. I would have happily said yes.
Oh, there, darling.
Aw.
I know this is hard for you, but you must be strong right now. Overall would not want to see you like this. Keep shining bright like that gem.
You're right, Rarity. Overall wouldn't want to see me like this. I have to be strong. For him and for me.
let's go.
That's the spirit, Coco.
I'm glad you're feeling better, Miss Palmel.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I wouldn't be here without you.
Actually, while you're here, I'd like to ask you a couple questions.
Oh, of course. Go ahead.
That was the heartbreaking part, bro. The feels. Yeah, it's it's fucked up that, like, just if this would have happened like a couple of days later, she would be married, but it would still be bad because he would still be dead. Yeah. Sag in chat.
Since we started discussing
Do I have the
events
wolf
that
cry
you were
emote?
involved
Not
with
on
the night of your
YouTube, do
murder,
I? No, I
have you
don't.
been able
I
to
don't.
remember anything else?
Well, yes, actually. It was a bit slow, but I've been regaining my memories as the trial was going on.
Anything at all will help greatly.
How convenient. Her memory is fine now.
That Overall and I had been working on the special fabric in the dressing room during the second act of the play. We had just finished coating on the true rolls of fabric with the fluorescent paint once the second act was nearing its conclusion.
So we were right. The fabric that was stolen was the one you two had been painting.
Yeah, we set it out on the table to dry. After that, I stepped out for a minute to wash my hooves of the glitter and paint.
You left the room?
Yes, but only for a few minutes.
If the thief was nearby, they may have seen Coco leave the room and taken advantage of that opportunity.
Okay.
So, what happened after that?
Well, while I was returning to the dressing room, I saw Overall sprinting out the door. I called out to him, but he didn't answer, so I followed him. I saw him running up the catwalk, and I was afraid that he would hurt himself up there because it was so dark. So I quickly turned on the safety lights and continued to follow. On the way up the stairs, I heard a loud clicking noise, and I ran as quickly as I could to see what happened. And that's all I remember.
Okay.
Playwright mentioned a clang too, if I recall. That must have been when Overall was struck on the head with that unidentified weapon. What could it have been? Something metal? What about after you regained consciousness? Do you remember anything after that?
I do. After I woke up, I saw that there was an empty fabric roll in my hooves, which were, for some reason, completely covered in glitter once again.
Hear me out. What if it wasn't Coco, but Coco from Foster's Home? Coco! Coco! You guys like my Coco's impression?
The fabric roll was left in your hooves, and the glitter reappeared? Are you certain you washed all of the glitter off of yourself in the first place?
I'm sure of it, Mr. Wright. I don't know how the glitter got on my hooves again, and I'm not sure how this empty fabric roll ended up where it did, either.
I think some pony is planting evidence. I think some pony is trying to plant some evidence.
See, better make a note of that. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Not that I know of. Everything else happened exactly as Playwright testified. He stayed with me until he was taken away by the police. As soon as I got to my cell, I shook the glitter off my hooves as best I could.
I see. Well, hopefully what you do remember will be useful in some way.
I hope so, Mr. Wright.
Now, Twilight, I have a question for you.
What is it, Phoenix?
I'm curious as to why you're so sure that the third pony from the incident was a contestant of this fashion contest. I don't understand how anyone else in the contest would have known about the fabric. And just because they could possibly have a reason to steal the fabric for themselves, it's still not exactly a concrete conclusion, even if it did help us out.
I understand your uncertainty, Phoenix. I'm pretty sure all the contestants would be confident in their own ability to win. However, there is one particular mare that we know that would do whatever it took to win.
Well, who would that be?
Rainbow Dash?
Surrey Polo Mare.
Oh, never mind.
Whoa, the mood turned rather quickly there. Surrey...
Rainbow Dash. Surrey Polymer. Oh, never mind.
Polo Mare. Huh. Who is she?
You recall when Rarity bumped into that one mare during yesterday's investigation?
Oh, that pony? I remember now. So, her name is Surrey Polo Mare. What does she have anything to do with the case?
Do you remember what she said back then?
I've no time to waste on you, Rarity. I'm on a tight schedule, so you better stay out of my way. I don't want another victory taken away by your hooves, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, she even mentioned Rarity taking away another victory. What did she mean?
I believe I can explain.
Please do, Rarity.
Okay. More people are... Smoke is like, have you watched the first one? And I'm like, I now have to explain this for the third time. I meant to react to the first one today, but now I'm reacting to Elements of Justice because I read the playlist wrong. I plan on watching it after this. I want to start from the beginning, but I'm just watching this because I'm an idiot.
Several months ago, I was involved in a similar fashion contest to the one Coco entered, and Surrey was a contestant as well. I had my own special fabric, and she was enamored by it. So I let her use the fabric for small touches on her own designs. She ended up using my entire fabric and claimed it as her own. Despite that, I managed to beat her, but I didn't know that I won until Coco told me.
What do you mean?
Well, remember when I said I was an assistant of some pony?
Wait, are you saying it was Surrey?
Yes, it was her. In fact, when Surrey got a hold of Rarity's fabric, instead of making the dress herself, she made me do it. It was excruciating. And that part about Rarity not knowing that she won the contest until I told her. Suri was the one who lied to Rarity and her friends and made me keep quiet about it, too.
Oh, so earlier in the trial... Did you really have so little money that you could barely afford a place to live?
Yes, especially after I quit being an assistant to my mentor. She always made enough for both of us with the designs she sold. Suri is a great designer, but when it came to whose work she would sell, she almost always chose to sell designs I had made over her own. She didn't even have the courtesy to mention that they weren't hers.
Wow, this pony sounds so selfish.
I know, right?
Rarity, where did you come from just now?
Stealing to boot? She has absolutely no dignity.
But do you think she would actually go as far as murder?
I don't know. I don't think she's that heartless. But if those hoof prints actually belong to her, then it couldn't have been any pony else.
Hopefully the hoofprint analysis will give us the answers we need.
The trial is about to resume. Will the defendant and her attorney please return to the courtroom?
It looks like they've already finished their investigation. Let's hope we don't get any bad news from this.
Okay.
Hold
It
up,
looks like we might have to
There's
go
still
into
one more thing I
episode
want to talk to
3,
Coco
chat.
about.
Huh? What is it?
Coco, you hid your true relationship with Overall from me on purpose, didn't you? I want to know why.
That's not something you talk about.
After working with Suri for so long, I began to believe in her philosophy.
The idea that it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Uh-huh. I encountered so many ponies like that while working with Suri that eventually I just started to believe it was true. It wasn't until Rarity came along that I realized there were ponies out there with the well-being of others before themselves.
But what does this have to do with why you hid your relationship with Overall?
Even though I now know there are selfless ponies out there, it doesn't change the fact that there are many who do think and act selfishly, and assume the same from others. That's why I thought it would be better if you didn't know the truth about us. I was worried that if you did, and realized what it meant, you'd have noticed how strong motive I had to kill him, and wouldn't have taken my case as a result.
I see. You said something similar yesterday, I believe.
Well, you were in the area where he fell. Still, just because you were at the scene of the crime, it doesn't mean you did it.
I know, but everybody who saw me thought I did it.
Rarity doesn't think you did it. She certainly believes you wouldn't have the heart to kill.
Although I appreciate her believing I didn't do it, it's not enough to convince every pony else.
You were frightened by the looks everyone was giving you while you were being arrested. That's why you thought you had to hide the truth from me.
Yeah.
But because of that, Coco, we were put in a very tough spot. I was completely unprepared to argue against Blue Blood's assertions. It was only because of Twilight's quick thinking that we managed to escape a guilty verdict there.
I'm sorry.
If you want me to help you the best I can, I'm going to need you to trust me.
Trust?
Yes. We defense attorneys fight for the innocence of our clients, through our ability to trust completely in that innocence. However, in order to fight as hard as we can, we need our clients to believe in us, and tell us everything they can, so we can make the truth known.
You would have trusted Overall with the whole truth, right, Coco?
Of course.
Then you must do the same for Mr. Right. He and Twilight are both trying their hardest to help you.
Trust in me, Coco, and I promise I will believe in and fight for you until the bitter end.
Maybe the end won't even be that bitter.
Mr. Right. I trust you. From now on, I'll tell you everything I know about the murder.
Let's go.
Thank you, Coco.
We've got to get going now, Phoenix. We don't want to damage our case by being late.
Right. Let's go then. Hopefully we can put an end to this, here and now.
To be concluded. They're gonna pull her up on the stands. We have to find the next episode. Oh my god, this is 2 hours long, chat. Oh man. Alright, let's go. The faster I do this. Oh my word. Why am I complaining like I've never streamed for like a long time? I don't get it. Alright. Are we all here? Get out of here, Epic Games. Are we all here? Are we all accounted for? I'm hooked, bro. I want to know who did it. Here we go.
Court will now reconvene. Prince Blueblood, has the police brought the results of the hoofprint analysis?
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
Then please share your findings with the court. Well, don't just stand there looking irritated. Say something.
Say something.
It's just as the defense claims. The hoofprints don't belong to either the defendant or the victim.
So, do they really belong to one of the other contestants in that fashion contest?
Yes, well, just as Princess Twilight requested, we compared the prints found backstage and on the catwalk to those of the contestants. Apparently, some observant pony down at Forensics noticed that only one contestant has any connection to any pony involved in this case. He checked their prints first and found a perfect match.
Let's go.
Wow. Can I get that guy in all of my future cases, please?
You actually found a match? Then please tell us, whose hoofprints are they?
The hoofprint analysis has concluded that the one who left those hoofprints at the time of the crime was a mare by the name of Suri Polomare.
Okay, this doesn't mean she did it. Although, it would be very easy to assume she did.
Suri Polomare?
So, Twilight was right after all.
Time to go get her.
We subpoenaed her during the recess. She has just arrived and is waiting in the witness lobby, Your Honor.
Let's go.
Then please bring her to the stand at once.
Hello there.
Name and occupation, please.
This is ridiculous. I was in the middle of something very important, and then the police barged into my apartment and demanded that I accompany them to the courthouse. Some nerve.
Witness, I would appreciate it if you would state your name and occupation for the record.
I need to finish my dresses before tomorrow. I'll be ruined if I don't finish soon.
Oh, she is going to be a pain. She is going to be very annoying, isn't she, chat?
Can't you all see that I'm a very busy mare? You don't just drop in on some pony like me and take me away from my duties.
I can't wait to see who VA'd this.
Okay?
Witness, name, occupation.
Fine. Sorry, Polomare. I am a fashion designer.
Miss Polomare, are you aware of why you are
Smug little
called to the
shit.
stand today?
No, I am not. The police who showed up at my apartment didn't tell me a thing.
You are called here because you are suspected of murdering a costume designer by the name of Overall Concept.
What? Murder? I did no such thing. I'm too busy dealing with my own problems to commit something so heinous.
She's such a liar.
I see.
Really, Your Honor? That's all you have to say to that?
Well then, does the defense have any objections?
As shocking as it may sound, I do, Your Honor. Based on the analysis that the prosecution revealed, the hoofprints belong to Miss Polomare. She must have been the one who made them at the scene of the crime, which means she must also be the one who stole Overall Concept's special fabric and murdered him.
human is here to accuse me of something I didn't do. Don't make me laugh, okay?
Then how do you explain these hoof prints left behind? The analysis clearly shows that they're yours.
Now you listen here. I didn't commit any sort of theft or murder, but if it makes you feel any happier, I'll tell you what I was doing that night.
Okay.
You're actually going to cooperate?
It's surprising,
It's not
I know.
like any of you are giving me a choice. Besides, I'm in the middle of something very important, so the sooner I get out, the sooner I can get back to work.
Well, we appreciate your cooperation, Miss Polo Mare. Now please testify as to your whereabouts at the time of the incident.
I guess I can't really hide this. I was indeed at the play that night. It was during the intermission that I went to the dressing room to meet up with Coco. As soon as the second act started, I took a casual walk backstage. I went up the catwalk, walked across, and went back down on the opposite side. I then went out the back door and left the theater before the incident happened.
What? It can't
So,
be that
you
easy.
admit that you were actually at the theater.
Don't act so surprised. I never denied that I was. Now look, I am in a hurry right now. I've said what happened. Can I go home now? I have more important things to do, okay?
Then you better hope I don't find anything that makes you stay longer.
Indeed, Mr. Wright. You may now cross-examine the witness.
Okay, we're gonna cross-examine, but I really need to send this message to Sunny. So chat, be on your best behavior. I'm not even gonna hit you with a BRB for this. See, that took no time at all. Let's do this. Don't create chaos.
I guess I can't really hide
Okay. It can't be this easy. It can't be this easy. She took a casual walk up the catwalk and then left out of the back door? Before anything happened? I mean, if you're exiting a building, why are you exiting out of the back door like a fucking sus idiot?
this. I was
Use the
indeed at
front
play that
door.
night.
Hold it! You said you were busy earlier. Were you also this busy on the night in question?
Of course I was. I'm currently in a fashion contest and the dresses need to be finished soon. I'm not done yet, so I need all the time I can get to finish them. Like the time you're all wasting right now.
Is the contest really that important?
Of course it is. This contest can make or break a designer's career.
If this contest is such a big deal, why did you go to the theater?
I needed a break. I felt going to the theater would help me unwind. I knew Coco Palmel was working there, so I thought I might as well give her a visit.
You met with Miss Palmel.
What exactly were you doing with the defendant, witness?
It was during the intermission that I went to the dressing room to meet up with Coco.
Hold it! You went during the intermission.
I was late getting to the theater, so I couldn't make it backstage before the play started. When the play went on break, I figured it was the best opportunity to get backstage.
But aren't the staff in the theater guarding the stage? I find it hard to believe that they would let someone in the audience go backstage.
I've been to the theater many times, so the staff are quite familiar with me. They just let me through.
But the staff didn't mention anything about you going backstage.
That's probably because they had no reason to. I wasn't there when the crime occurred, after all.
In that case, why didn't Miss Palmel mention anything about you?
Miss Pommel could have easily lied about any pony else being involved.
I find that very hard to believe. If she actually didn't want to get caught as the murderer, she would have mentioned a third party was involved right from the beginning. In fact, not mentioning just that makes your previous theory rather unlikely. Why would my client try so hard to create false evidence and then not even bother to mention that a third party was there, especially if there actually was one there?
Is it really that easy?
Who knows what the defendant was thinking? Unless you have a solid objection to this testimony defense, I suggest you move on.
Very well. That leads me to my next question. Why did you meet with Miss Pommel?
That is none of your concern.
I beg to differ. Your business with Miss Pommel has everything to do with this case.
I'm actually very,
Well, if it's that
very
important, I
curious.
was just there to visit her.
Visit her? For what?
Huh?
What?
Nothing in particular. Just to see her.
Huh? Wait. Chat, does she have a crush on Coco? Does she like Coco? Don't answer that. I'll find out.
From what I hear, the two of you aren't exactly on good terms. Miss Pommel said she used to be your assistant, and she quit.
Our professional history is irrelevant. I was just there to see her again for old time's sake and put everything behind us.
So,
You're
what
trying
did
to
you talk
apologize.
Nothing much. I was wondering how she was doing. She and her friend were just working on this fabric as we talked.
The special fabric? Did you know about the fabric prior to your visit?
No, this was the first time I'd heard about this fabric. They let me have a look, and I
No,
even touched
alright,
it.
thank you.
Very soft fabric, I should say.
So she felt the fabric.
She only likes
That would
herself.
explain how she got paint on her hooves to make the hoof prints. As for the path itself, though...
As soon as the second act started, I took a casual walk backstage.
Hold it! Took a casual walk around?
Well, I was finished with our conversation, so I just figured that looking around backstage was a good way to unwind. The area was way bigger than I thought, so I couldn't help but wander around looking at everything. It reminded me of the last fashion competition I was in, and of seeing the models wearing my designs on stage. If only I had won the contest, I would... But that was months ago. I am far too busy to talk about my past accomplishments.
Or lack thereof, according to Roadie and Coco. Couldn't you have just watched the show instead?
If I decided to watch the show, then I would have gotten too distracted to get back to work on my dresses. But I still was a little curious about the play, so I took a little peek. From a different perspective, you could say. I went up the catwalk, walked across, and went back down on the opposite side.
Hold it!
Okay.
Went up to the catwalk.
I wanted to see the play for a short bit before I left. I must
On
admit
the
It was
catwalk.
very intimidating, but it sure was a great view.
But neither playwright nor the stage hooves mentioned anything about you going up to the catwalk. Why would they not mention you being backstage, especially since you're not part of the audience or the staff?
Objection! If you recall playwright's testimony, you would know that he was paying attention to the play. He only looked at the catwalk because he heard ponies running. This witness had no reason to make any sort of ruckus.
It was in
So it's
360p
possible
the
that
whole
she went up to
time.
the catwalk quietly
I'm like,
without
isn't this supposed to look a little better?
The backstage was dark at that moment.
Unfortunately, I can't deny that. It would explain the hoof prints, but I don't believe that's the right explanation. It has to be something else, and I'm going to show her why all of this is false.
Any final statements, witness?
I then went out the back door and left the theater before the incident happened.
Hold it! Just so we're all clear, you came in through the main entrance and left through the back door. And that's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Would you mind adding this to your testimony, for clarity's sake?
If it means I can leave soon, then fine.
The witness will add this clarification to her testimony.
I entered the theater via the main entrance and left through the back door before anything even happened. Happy now?
But why the back entry? Why the back
Miss
exit?
Polymere, there's a significant contradiction in your testimony.
What?
I see no such contradiction, human. Stop trying to force your reasoning when the trial's not going in your favor.
Huh, like you're one to talk.
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain this contradiction to the court?
Certainly, Your Honor. Suri claims that she left the theater before the murder took place, and therefore she has no connection to this case.
Okay.
Well, I have it on good faith that this claim is a bold-faced lie.
And what evidence do you have to support that statement?
Well, first, let's clear up a separate issue regarding Suri's movements that night. She mentioned that she entered the theater through the front, which was where the audience sat. I find that very odd.
Odd? But she...
Wolf, some people just prefer the back entrance. That's all I'm saying. You're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me that some people prefer back entrances? You're saying that to me. As if I don't know a lot about back entrances. Oh no, I know nothing about back entrances apparently.
She was an attendee. That's where every pony goes when they enter the theater.
You're right. That's where the audience goes. That is, if you're actually a part of the audience.
Explain!
The witness said that she was late to the theater and arrived after the play had started.
Look, I'm just saying!
The show in question was sold out around noon that...
I wish I had my Wolf I'm just saying emote on YouTube, but I don't. I'd be perfect for this.
day. It was actually Coco who purchased the last ticket and gave it to one of her friends as a gift. This means that if Miss Polymere just went to the theater on a whim, she would have had no way to get through the front door to get inside the theater.
Order! Order! Witness, have you been lying to this court?
Yes. Yes, she has. She has been lying to the court. That's why I'm sitting here. I'm like, there's no way that she's like... Because, like, it's her hoof prints. They've identified that it's her. And I'm wondering, because, like, this video is over 2 hours long. And I'm like, is it really that easy? Did we catch her this fast?
No, of course not. I must have got...
Oh no, Aeon is here. Now Dusk and Aeon are gonna freaking make out in the chat.
I'm confused. What with the stress of this competition, I bought my ticket a few days in advance, so I was still able to get into the theater without any problems.
Even if that were true, that doesn't solve the biggest issue with your claim.
There's another?
Oh yes, and this will be the one that will reveal just how closely connected you are with this case.
Please explain, Mr. Wright.
Of course, Your Honor. The police made sure to interrogate all 5,000 attendees in the theater.
Get a room,
If you
you
had bought your
creatures.
ticket, then the police would have discovered your absence immediately. They would have only interrogated 4,999 members of the audience.
This is the room. We're in a room. It's like the same vibe of like, go home. It's like, I am home.
That means the only possible explanation for this inconsistency is that you were never part of the audience.
There's no way. This can't be the video. We're gonna watch her melt down for 2 hours?
Miss Polymere, it seems more and more likely that you've perjured yourself. What do you have to say to explain this?
Isn't it obvious? I went back to my seat after I saw that it was raining outside. Jeez, why are you picking apart every insignificant detail?
Because he's a
You went back to
defense
your
attorney.
seat. How did you do that?
What do you mean, how did I do that? I walked back through the stage wing and returned to the audience.
Objection! Unfortunately for you, that is impossible.
Why?
If you recall, the stage wings were being watched during the second act of the play. There were stage hooves in the right wing, while playwright and his stage manager were in the left. Even if they could have somehow failed to notice the witness going to and from the catwalk, there's no way they would have missed her walking right past them.
Yeah.
Objection! But the right wing was empty following the incident. She could have made her way back to the audience at that point.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. I went back to
You're
my
just
seat and the
repeating
wing
what
was
he's
empty.
saying.
Then the police obviously took your name down when they interrogated you, correct?
Tartarus with you, you filthy human!
Well, Prince Blueblood, was this witness among those who were interrogated?
No, she was not.
What? How dare you?
So, as we can see, the witness was not among those interrogated, the total number of which added up to a full house of 5,000. This, in addition to the glowing hoof prints, conclusively proves that
So she
Suri
snuck
did not
in, yeah.
enter the theater as a member of the audience. She came in through the back door with the express purpose of stealing a roll of overall special fabric.
Witness, explain yourself at once!
Just tell Mr. Wright to go to hell. Yeah, I mean, that is hell in MLP.
Witness?
You caught me, I did.
So, this is how far the equestrian royalty have fallen, huh?
What are you talking about?
How pitiful. You can't even protect a damsel in distress from being falsely accused.
Now see here, I am trying my hardest to help.
Shut up! I do not believe I gave you permission to speak.
Excuse me?
Oh, now they are. They are fighting.
Prince, I'll have you know, the nephew of Princess Celestia. You should treat me with the respect I deserve.
Respect? Don't make me laugh. A prince who uses the power he's borrowing from his aunt for no other purpose than to grant himself prestige among the elites of Canterlot isn't some pony worth respecting.
Damn, all right.
How dare you?
Simmer down. The adults are talking now, okay?
Miss Polomere, restrain yourself or you will be held in contempt of court!
Jeez. And here I thought a pony couldn't get any more intimidating.
Not Suri acting like a top. I've had it up to here with everyone in chat right now.
Twilight?
What did she mean this is how far the equestrian royalty have fallen?
Huh?
Now, witness, please
Why are you
explain to the
offended?
court how you came to be at the theater on the night of the murder.
Fine, I admit it. I was not there as an audience member.
So you were lying to us.
Yes.
Yes, I was.
Witness, what are you doing? You realize that lying to the court would make me look—
Shut up! Why should I care about how it makes
Why
you
did
look?
shut up
I don't
happen like
recall
that?
you actually helping me out.
I beg your pardon? You dare talk back at me, witness? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm trying to save your sorry flank.
Then how about you stop sitting on yours and make yourself useful for once?
Are you really challenging my patience?
Your patience? I've been trying to be patient ever since I got here, and I have no time to be patient. I have dresses to work on.
Order in the court!
Jesus Christ.
Witness, you've just committed perjury. But I will allow you an opportunity to clear the air. I suggest you take it rather than argue with the prosecution. Now, why would you lie to this court?
Maybe if you would all just be quiet for one moment, I can explain.
All right, here we go.
Let's cut to the chase, shall we? You're trying to say that I stole the fabric and killed the costume designer, correct?
That's right. Uh-oh. Why do I have a bad feeling about what she's going to say?
If that's the case, then why wouldn't I have just left the theater after stealing it? I had no reason to stick around and murder overall, correct?
But what if he caught you trying to escape? You'd naturally want to stop him from catching you.
Stop him, perhaps? But there are several ways to do that without killing him, okay?
Well, perhaps you had some sort of hidden connection to the victim that we don't know about yet.
In that case, Your Honor, I would like to testify regarding my connection to this pony overall concept.
Okay.
What are you doing, witness? I'm supposed to be the one to call for things like that.
Then how about you actually do your job instead of waiting for me to do it for you? Maybe if you were actually competent at your job, I wouldn't be standing here having my name dragged through the mud and my patience tested because of this human attorney's endless questioning. If you want something done right, you do it yourself. Ugh. I can never rely on others to do work for me anymore. Like I always say, it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Can't wait to see what this VA is.
Well then, witness, please testify to the court about your connection to the victim.
Let's go. I'm waiting. My connection to the
I
victim.
admit, I wasn't part of the audience. I noticed that the tickets were sold out, so I figured I'd come in the back door. The reason I came to the theater was to
Oh, hopefully you couldn't hear me laughing. I swear to God, I'm 6. I'm 6 years old.
to visit Coco Palmel and nothing else. It was then that I first met Overall Concept. After my visit, I left the theater. I had no reason to kill the victim.
So, is that all you have to say, witness?
Yeah, it was extremely short.
What else can I say? That's all that happened.
It's quite a short
This is still streaming. Blue Griffin, help! I've been here for 5 days. No, I've been here for like, I don't know, how long has this stream been going? It says it's somewhere. I can't find it. How long have I actually been here? I've been here for 4 hours. No, but I'm having fun. I actually want to see how this wraps up.
testimony for us to dissect.
Then all I need to do is press for more information. She's bound to reveal something.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
All right, here we go.
I admit, I wasn't part of the audience.
Hold it! You acknowledge that you willingly trespassed in the theater.
Yes, but it wasn't as if I was gonna harm some pony. Besides, it's not like any of you have ever trespassed before.
There's a big difference between a cattle ranch and a big city theater, you know. Were you planning on buying a ticket?
I planned to, but I noticed that the tickets were sold out, so I figured I'd come in the back door.
Hold it! Were there no other entrances in the theater?
The only one I knew was the back door.
There's
And
the
there were no
front door.
ponies guarding the back door?
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be in this mess if there were guards in the back to stop me, wouldn't you say?
Point taken. So what did you do once you went inside?
Why is
The
this
reason
weirdo
I
in
came
chat
to the
trying to get
theater
a
was to
non?
visit Coco Palmel
Freaking-
and nothing else.
Hold it! Why did you want to visit Miss Palmel?
She invited.
Wait, hold on. I have something for this. Because now I'm going to ban somebody. But I need to press the ban thing. Is this it? This is the ban thing. Okay, chat, I need your cooperation. Get him out of here! Get him! Get him out of here! Get him out of here! Get him out of here! Wait, what do I actually click? Remove from channel! Hide user on this channel? Yeah, alright. There we go. There it is. They're gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ban, 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 ban. Alright, we can get on with the thing now.
Invited me to come over.
So you were a guest?
Yes, I actually went there because Coco gave me a letter that day to come to the theater near the end of the play.
A letter? Coco didn't mention anything about a letter to Siri. This has got to be another lie. Do you still have this letter by any chance?
Not with me, but
She hesitated, so she probably was lying. Then how do we know that everything you just said was the truth?
I suppose you can't know for certain, but you absolutely cannot see that letter.
She's really aggressive about this letter, but I don't have any proof that this letter was there or not. Guess I'll come back to this when the time comes. So, what did you do after you arrived at the theater?
I talked with Coco for a bit, and
Okay.
it was then that I first met Overall Concept.
Hold it! You never met the victim before that point?
No, but I've heard of him. I mean, who hasn't? He earned his fame a few years ago in the same fashion contest I'm participating in. Something I'd like to get back to working on.
Okay, can we invite her to play poker? Easy bits, easy bits there. Yeah, you can actually tell when she's lying just by like listening to her talk.
That checks out with what Blue Blood said earlier. Did you talk to him at all?
No, he was too consumed by his work. He was busy with a sheet of gorgeous fabric at the time.
I see. And what did you do after your visit with Coco?
After my visit, I left the theater. I had no reason to kill the victim.
Hold it! You did have a reason. You went to steal the fabric.
Even if I did, which I didn't, by the way, I wouldn't have needed to kill Mr. Concept in order to get away with it.
But he was chasing you. You had to get him off your tail somehow.
I would think that hanging some pony would be considered a bit extreme if all I wanted to do was get him to stop chasing me. Am I right?
I think, you know what I think happened? I think she hit him on the catwalk and he fell over and got tangled up in the noose. Like, she didn't expect for that to happen.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to disprove Miss Polomare's claims about having no motive to kill the victim?
What should I do? I don't have anything that shows a connection between Suri and Overall. And I can't deny the fact that murdering him to get away with a theft is too extreme. Especially since we know that the victim was knocked unconscious before he died. Hey, Twilight, any ideas? Twilight?
Oh, sorry. What were you asking me?
Suri's motive for killing Overall. As much as I hate to say it, I can't help but think that she wouldn't kill him if she could have made a clean getaway.
There's
Perhaps
glitter on
she
the noose,
didn't
though.
have a
You
motive
are
to kill
correct,
Overall
yeah.
After all, then. Perhaps her motive for murder is actually related to someone else instead.
Oh! Good thinking, Twilight.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer?
Your Honor, the defense is willing to concede that the witness did not have a direct motive to kill the victim.
You see, so you finally acknowledge that I'm innocent.
Not quite.
Yeah.
You didn't have a motive to kill the victim, but you did have a motive to hurt someone else.
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that there were 2 victims that night?
Indeed I am, Your Honor.
Shut up!
Yeah, she's probably after Coco.
What nonsense is this? There was only one victim at the theater that night. Overall Concept!
Your Honor, I would like the witness to add that last statement to her testimony.
What?
I'm not sure how this will help, but I guess I'll follow along. Witness, please add that last statement to your testimony.
There was only one victim at the theater that night. Overall Concept!
Objection! Only one victim, huh? It seems you've forgotten about someone else who ended up as a victim in this case.
What are you blathering on about, attorney? Overall Concept was the only pony who was killed at the theater that night.
But that doesn't mean he was the only victim.
Quit wasting my time and just say what you want to say, okay?
Very well. It's true Overall Concept was the one murdered, but being murdered isn't a requirement in order to become a victim.
Right.
I'm just as confused as everyone else. Could you please explain, Mr. Wright?
For example, someone being the victim of assault. And
Yeah.
while the victim was assaulted before his death, someone else was also attacked at the scene of the crime.
Miss Pamel?
By the way, how are you enjoying the new Helldivers update? I haven't played it in like a month. But I will get back into playing Helldivers at some point.
You mean with that stain on her mane?
Yes.
Helldivers is really fun.
Objection! So what does that prove? It doesn't prove that the witness was the one who caused that mark on her mane.
Objection! While it's not exactly proof that she was the one who attacked Miss Pommel, it would establish her motive for murdering Overall.
Her motive?
Think about it. After Miss Polymer was able to knock Overall down, all she needed to do was run away. As she said herself, she never knew the victim, leaving her no reason to commit murder.
Finally, you understand. I told you I wouldn't want to do something like kill him.
But then somebody else gave you a reason.
What's this now?
What do you mean?
You know who Coco Pommel is, correct?
Is this a joke? I've already mentioned I do.
And what was your past relationship with her again?
Well,
Before you say anything, I should warn you, both Rarity and Coco are listening, and I'm sure they'd be willing to testify to the truth if the need arises.
Objection! What does Miss Polymer and Miss Pommel's past relationship have to do with any of this?
I'll gladly explain. When I spoke to Miss Pommel and Rarity, they had some very negative things to say about Miss Polymer. In another fashion contest that both Rarity and Suri Polymer had entered, Miss Polymer stole some of Rarity's own special fabric to make dresses with, and took all of the credit. Yet, it wasn't even the witness who made the dresses. Coco made them.
What?
Okay, yeah.
But that's not all. At the end of the contest, she lied to Rarity by saying that she had lost, and made Coco lie to her as well. In response to her dishonesty, Coco quit as Miss Polymer's pupil.
You're saying that this witness has a history of lying and cheating?
Yes!
So what? Even if I did any of that, how does this have anything to do with this case?
It's actually got everything to do with it.
Really?
Now that we know their history together, let's bring it back to the current incident. Miss Polymer could have just knocked out Overall Concept and left with the special fabric, but a certain former pupil was right behind him.
Yes, that would be Miss Pommel. Oh!
With Coco Pommel in the picture, it changes everything. I think anyone would have some feeling of animosity towards someone who called you out as a liar and a cheat in such a big contest.
Yeah, so like, yeah. She planted the evidence on Coco.
Am I right? Maybe the feeling was so deep-seated that you would do anything to get back at them. Maybe even frame them for murder.
Yeah.
What? Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain what you mean at once!
Your Honor, the witness's motive in this case is not actually tied to the victim at all. Her motive was revenge against her former pupil, Coco Pommel.
You're saying that the witness killed someone simply to frame another for their death?
Exactly. Here's how I think things played out. Miss Polymer was originally planning on just stealing the fabric and escaping. After she knocked Overall out, she was about to make her exit, but then Coco showed up right behind the victim. After knocking her out too, Miss Polymer realized that she was in the perfect position to get revenge on the pony who had caused her such grave humiliation. That's right. She hanged Overall just to get revenge on Coco Pommel.
Okay. I believe that. I believe that. How you like them apples? Everyone. Who is that?
Who was that?
Is that Coco laughing? That's actually Coco. I mean, not Coco. Suri.
Shut up! I've had enough of this farce of a trial!
We got her, chat. We got her.
Listen to you all. This is what Equestria is depending on as its means of serving justice? This court is an absolute farce.
You're gonna blame the entire justice system, huh? Classic.
Now, calm down, witness.
Silence, you senile old fool!
Excuse me? Senile?
Yes, a senile old fool. You're
This
the
bitch
one
is
who's
crazy.
supposed to be mediating this trial, correct? Then why haven't you put an end to that human lawyer's baseless slandering against me?
Well, he has made some very good...
Shut up! See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Even though he has no evidence to support his claims, you just let him prattle on anyway. And you...
Me?
You're supposed to be protecting me, are you not?
But you said you wanted to...
Shut up! It's not your job to stand there and complain. It's to prosecute that little traitor over there, okay? So why don't you go and get started by debunking this lawyer's theory?
Well...
Ugh. Do I have to do everything myself?
She's gonna get put in contempt?
Absolutely
Yeah, most
worthless.
definitely.
Seems as if it's not only every pony for themselves in that big city, it's every pony for themselves no matter where you are.
Witness.
What?
You're saying that my theory is completely false. You didn't kill the victim or frame Miss Pommel for his death.
Of course not.
In that case, I'd like you to testify to the full truth of what you did at the theater that night.
Ugh. Fine. Since neither the judge nor the prosecution will help me, I suppose I have to do this myself.
Very well. Witness, please test it.
Shut up! I know what I need to do. Now sit back and listen so the truth doesn't escape those worn-out ears of yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems as if we're finally approaching the end of our little play here. Time to make it or break it.
Cross-examination? Witness testimony. All right, got it. Meeting with Coco.
I met with Coco Pommel after receiving a letter from her. After our meeting, I left the room, only to have Overall start chasing me. I ran up to the catwalk, hoping to outrun him. Suddenly, I heard a thud, and I noticed that Overall was on the ground, and the fabric fell out of his mouth.
This is like a lie a 5-year-old tells. Like, did you hear this? Wait, hold on. I don't even want to rewind it, but she was like, I was just walking, and then he started chasing me. Nobody chases someone for no reason.
I saw Coco come from behind, grab the roll of fabric, and hit him over the head. She then took his body, wrapped a noose around his neck, and dropped him from the ledge. Coco told me to unwrap the fabric from the roll and leave the building, and I begrudgingly obliged.
Huh?
You saw Miss Coco murder Mr. Concept?
Oh, here we go.
Yes, I am a witness to the actual crime.
Then why didn't you mention? Oh my god!
This is crucial information.
Coco told me to keep this a secret. It was her idea after all.
Even if she did, why would you keep that secret? You don't like her at all.
Well, that means you're an accomplice.
It's not as if I wanted to do this. Coco told me to keep quiet about it.
I find that very hard to believe. You honestly think this sudden revelation that Coco somehow forced you to cooperate will convince anyone?
Look, I saw what I saw, and I had to obey because I was afraid I would be her next victim, okay?
She's trying so hard to frame Coco for all of this.
She hates her.
All we gotta do is prove that she didn't do it. I think there's plenty of things she didn't take into account. We just need to show them.
Here we go.
I met with Coco Pommel after receiving a letter from her.
What time did you receive this letter?
Well, I found it under my door when I got back to my apartment. It was probably around 4 in the afternoon.
That's odd. I thought she was lying about the letter earlier, but she answered rather quickly there. And what time did you go to the theater?
Well, I knew the play started at 7 and lasted about 2 hours long, so I made sure to arrive at the theater around 8:45.
According to the autopsy report, the time of death was between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. This lines up perfectly. What did you do once you were there?
I met up with Coco in the dressing room. She said she just wanted to catch up after not talking for a while. She and her friend, Overall Concept, were just finishing up coating a sheet of fabric with fluorescent paint. I even accidentally touched some of the wet paint when I went to feel the fabric. Overall scolded me for doing so.
That mostly lines up with what Coco remembers. Is that a lucky guess? Or did she actually visit her? Did you do anything else during your visit?
Nothing much, really. As soon as they were done with coating the fabric in paint, Coco left the room for a moment to wash her hooves. There was really nothing left for me to talk about, so I just made my leave, as I did have to wash my hooves as well. However, I suddenly heard some kind of
accidentally
commotion. After our meeting, I left the room, only to have Overall start chasing me.
Why?
Overall started chasing you?
It was so out of nowhere. He was holding a fabric roll in his mouth and he just had this very angry look on his face. I think you'd freak out too if a stallion like that just started running towards you.
Can you stop trying to turn it around on me? About this fabric roll, was it bare?
No, it had the fabric Coco and he had just finished working on wrapped around it. My best guess is he was rolling up the fabric, and then something disturbed him, so he ran out of the dressing room with it.
The victim rolled up the sheet of fabric while it was still wet. I don't buy it. So,
Such a liar.
how did you
Such a
react
liar.
to the situation?
I ran up to the catwalk, hoping to outrun him.
Couldn't you have just gone straight for the back door?
I could have, but I saw Coco Palmel on the other side of the backstage area and I didn't want to crash into her, so I went up the catwalk instead.
You saw Miss Palmel?
For a brief moment, yes. She looked very surprised as well.
But wouldn't Playwright have been able to see you going up the catwalk too?
Objection! You should know the answer to that by now, human. Playwright's testimony stated that he didn't see Miss Polomer go up to the catwalk when he saw the chase.
But he also said that he turned too late. Like if he turned a second later, he wouldn't even see the other guy go up the catwalk either.
In fact, it was you who suggested that she was far ahead enough that Playwright must have missed her.
He's right. It was me who pointed that out. If anything, this at least confirms my suggestion. I just hope the rest of her testimony can line up with my theory.
Okay.
So what did you do when you reached the top?
I was correct in thinking that going up to the catwalk would slow him down.
What do you mean by that, witness?
Suddenly, I heard a thud, and I noticed that Overall was on the ground, and the fabric fell out of his mouth.
He tripped?
Yes, and based on the sound of
I
the
don't buy it.
crying he made, he must have tripped hard.
I don't buy it.
Coco and Playwright mentioned something
don't
about
buy
hearing
it.
the clang as well. But would the victim tripping really make such a loud noise?
No!
Where did the fabric roll, roll after he dropped it?
Nowhere really. It just landed right in front of him.
Did you keep running after he tripped?
I was going to originally, but then I saw something quite unsettling.
The election was stolen
I
from
saw
me.
Coco come from behind, grab the roll of fabric, and hit him over the head.
Objection! Miss Polomer, that statement contains a glaring issue.
Glaring?
Care to explain, Mr. Wright?
Certainly. The witness claims that she saw Coco take the fabric roll and hit Overall on the head with it.
I fail to see the problem with that statement.
She doesn't have glitter on her hooves.
If you recall, Coco's hooves didn't have a trace of paint on them.
Right.
If the fabric was wet enough to cover Miss Polomer's hooves in paint, then it should have also covered Coco's when she grabbed it.
It's a fairly simple explanation, human. Remember that this paint could have been washed in the rain. Since this witness stated
She
that
did
Miss
not
Lamel
wash
gave the
herself
fabric
off
to
in
her
the
and left theater
rain.
with it, she didn't need to hide the fabric herself. Which
Oh,
means
I'm
she
so
wouldn't have
mad.
needed
I'm
to step
so
outside
mad.
Completely, just far enough out that she could get her hooves wet. You see, this was all part of the defendant's plan to
Oh my
frame
God.
Miss Polymere for the crime.
No.
In that case, how do you plan to explain away these other two inconsistencies?
Inconsistencies?
Indeed. They arise from a detail in the autopsy report. Namely, the areas where the fabric roll touched the victim.
What's wrong with that? The autopsy stated that there was a bruise on the back of the head, and if Miss Pommel came from behind, it would naturally be the area where she would strike him.
It's not what's been left behind on Overall's body that's the problem. It's what wasn't left behind.
Huh? What do you mean?
Have you forgotten already? The fabric had just been coated with fluorescent paint, and it was still wet at the time of the crime. If Overall was really holding it in his mouth, there would have been traces of paint left over in his mouth.
Perhaps the paint was washed away by his saliva then.
No,
Even if
it's
that was
paint.
somehow the case, it wouldn't matter, because there was another spot where the paint couldn't have been washed away.
Couldn't? No!
If Overall was hit on the back of the head with the wet fabric on the fabric roll, then some of the paint would have been discovered there.
Right.
What? What's happening? Someone please enlighten me so that I
You're
can be
the
shot
judge.
too.
Pay attention, man.
The autopsy report states no other substances or residues were found on the victim's body aside from the glitter on his forehooves.
Right.
We also know, thanks to the previous testimony, that the special fabric was indeed wrapped around the fabric roll at the time of the murder. And it was most definitely still wet.
Yes.
Based on all this evidence and the testimony presented up to this point, it is impossible for the victim to have been hit on the head with the fabric roll.
What?
Yes. Yes.
Objection! Then the only other explanation is the roll must have been empty this whole time. It was
Judge. Sorry, I was too busy playing Mario World on my Switch. Like, it just cuts back to him and he's just like, boop, 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 boop. What? What? It's like, oh, do I say something now? Okay.
Explain why there were no stains on him.
Objection! Unfortunately, Prince Blueblood, that cannot be the case. A torn piece of fabric was found on stage indicating that the fabric must have gone up the catwalk at some point. And even if we were to ignore that, the witness herself just claimed that the fabric was on the roll when it was brought up.
Then that must mean that the defendant unwrapped the fabric from the roll as soon as she got up there, and then hit Overall with it.
Unless you were a unicorn, unwrapping the roll would have taken far too much time, and Overall would have managed to escape without being attacked. No matter what way you try to interpret it, it's impossible for Coco or anyone else to have used the fabric roll to hit the victim.
So, what was the fabric roll used for then, Mr. Wright?
It's become apparent that Suri Polymere was the only one who could have brought the fabric up to the catwalk.
And why's that?
Overall couldn't have done so without getting paint on himself, and Coco couldn't have done it without being seen by Playwright. So there's only one pony left. Process of elimination. Right, Prince Blueblood?
Fucking got him. Get his ass.
Miss Polymere, do you deny that you were the one who carried the fabric roll up the catwalk?
I mean, yeah, I could test her mouth.
There's no one else who could have done it, so you might as well...
So what if I did?
You're going to jail!
Listen here, human. Maybe I did steal the fabric. Maybe I did attack Coco Pommel. But here's the thing. This proves nothing!
What do you mean?
What do you mean, proves nothing?
You're saying that I knocked both the victim and Coco Pommel out with that fabric roll, right? Well, how exactly did I manage to not leave any traces of paint on the victim myself then, You're claiming that Coco couldn't have hit the victim with the roll because she would have left paint on him. The same reasoning applies to me, does it not?
That isn't...
She didn't use the rope. She hit him with something else. He probably tripped, but I'm still banking that she hit him with something, and then she escaped with the weapon.
True, but if you really did go to the theater to steal the fabric, it's possible that you might have prepared a weapon of your own to fend off anyone that would try to stop you.
It's possible?
Yes!
Well, then why don't you go ahead and prove that possibility? I can say for certain that I did not bring a single thing to the theater other than what I have on right now.
No,
So go
I
ahead.
don't believe
Prove
you
the
at all.
existence of this other weapon if you can.
Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the existence of a different weapon the witness could have used to knock out the victim?
No, but...
Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to do that? I've got no leads to go off of. It could be anything.
Maybe he did actually trip.
Admit it, you have nothing, filthy human. Your Honor,
Yes, Miss Polo Mare?
I request an escort to take me back to my apartment, and hopefully we can all put this travesty behind us.
No,
I'm afraid you will have to be brought in for questioning before that. You were an accomplice to the defendant, after all. But I'm sure the police can arrange for some form of transportation after that.
Whatever. It's still better than being charged for murder.
No! If I don't think of something now, she's going to get away.
Phoenix!
Twilight, there's nothing. I don't know what she could have used to
Twilight,
knock
I'm a
the victim
failure.
out.
Calm down. There's gotta be something we've overlooked.
How can I calm down now? The real killer's about to get away.
Phoenix, follow my lead.
Animation. What are you doing? Are you gonna sing?
What was that?
It's a breathing exercise my sister-in-law taught me. She's a princess too, and she taught me this to prepare myself for stressful situations I would have to face as a princess myself.
Oh shit.
I see. Wait, your sister-in-law?
Inside out moment? Inside out moment?
You have a sibling? And there's another princess?
Yes.
Not important right
That's
now,
not important
Phoenix.
right now.
Right. Sorry.
Anyway, we need to think quickly here. Suri must have brought...
Could she use the rope as a weapon? I don't think you can knock somebody out with a rope. Like, it would have to be a heavy rope.
something to the theater that night to use as a weapon.
But the only thing she'll admit to having brought with her are the clothes she has on now.
Then let's see if we can use those.
Are you nuts? How could she have knocked someone out with an article of clothing?
Or a
We'll
rope.
think about that later. This is the only lead we have left right now.
Well then, if there are no further objections, I
Cadence,
believe it is
de-stress
time
her
we
breathing,
conclude
hell yeah.
the cross-examination of this witness.
About time too.
Objection!
I love how dramatic Ace Attorney is.
Your Honor, the defense would like to present evidence at this time.
Evidence?
Yes, evidence that shows exactly what this witness used to attack overall concept on the night of the murder.
Shut up! Impossible! You can't possibly have anything!
You know what, Chad? It just might be the rope. It just might be the rope. But I never heard any character get knocked out with a rope before.
Mr. Wright, please explain what you mean.
I've gotta think fast here. No, not just fast, crazy. Miss Polymere must have somehow knocked out overall with just a piece of clothing. She's not wearing anything else that would be heavy enough to cause such a large bruise on the back of his head, though. So, time to think outside of the box. Instead of figuring out what she used on the victim, let's figure out what she did to him to cause that bruise.
I'm gonna try to get ahead of the curve here. I'm not gonna say like a bat. I'm not gonna say like... Because she went home after that. She could have just like put it away. But if she had something that big, wouldn't the other witnesses be like, oh yeah, she was walking around with a bat the entire time? It was weird as hell.
The hard hoof steps from them on the wooden floor were already bad enough. Mix that with a rattling catwalk and that loud clang. That's enough to ruin a play as it is.
You think she just could have, like, applejacked him? Like, just straight up kicked him in the back of the head?
On the way up the stairs, I heard a loud clanging noise, and I ran as quickly as I could to see what happened.
But then again, if you kick someone in the back of the head, it's not going to make a clanging noise. More of a crunch.
Wait. Could it be?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I think I know what happened. I might be wrong. He did fall. He did fall. He fell and hit his head on the bar. Is that where we're going right now? Like it really did. Like he did one of these of fucking ping, and it's one of those. Maybe. Let's see.
Mr. Wright, the witness has made some valid points in her defense. Do you have anything to refute them?
I do, Your Honor.
I told you before. I didn't bring a weapon to the theater.
Oh, I believe you. You didn't bring anything of the sort.
But, Mr. Wright, wasn't your whole theory based on her having another weapon?
It was, and still is.
Explain, human.
What if this other weapon wasn't a conventional one?
Meaning?
The defense is of the opinion that we've been going about this the wrong way. Recall that playwright mentioned there was a loud clang during the chase.
At least try and keep up, attorney. That was when the victim tripped. We just established this in Miss Polomare's testimony.
I'm so curious. I'm so curious.
I think that noise was really the moment when Overall was knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
And how would that be? You've admitted that she had no weapon with her. What else could possibly have made that clang? It would have had to have been something metal.
I completely agree. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the witness Suri Polomare knocked the victim out using the catwalk itself.
Let's go!
What?
He fell and hit his head on the rail. Let's go.
Do you hear yourself, human? How in the world would I have been able to use a catwalk as a weapon?
He hit his head on it.
All you had to do was throw him against it. If he hit the back of his head against the railing hard enough, I'm sure that would have been able to knock him out cold.
Yeah. I thought he fell on it. Apparently.
Ridiculous.
Objection! Impossible, might I add. The witness is a mare of rather petite stature. Are you suggesting that she managed to overpower a fully grown stallion with nothing but her hooves? And then, after doing so, throw him hard enough against the railing to knock him unconscious?
It is an out-of-the-box thought.
Huh?
You're right that she used the railing to knock him out, but she didn't do so with her bare hooves.
Would this be related to that unconventional weapon you mentioned earlier by any chance?
Exactly, Your Honor. In fact, she kindly brought it into the court for all to see.
What?
Your Honor, this is the weapon Miss Polomare used to overpower the victim.
Take that! You're saying she used her scarf?
Did she throw it at him?
Recall what the witness just said moments ago.
I can say for certain that I did not bring a single thing to the theater other than what I have on right now.
Nothing other than what she has on. Ah!
Oh! If that's true, then the weapon she used should be clear as day. After making it to the catwalk, she took the scarf off of her neck and waited for the victim to ascend as well. Once he did, she quickly wrapped the scarf around the unsuspecting Overall's neck. The two no doubt struggled as he tried to free himself. But as his strength waned, Miss Polomare managed to knock out Overall by throwing him against the catwalk's railing.
Objection! Are you listening to yourself, human?
The thing I forgot to take into account is the heavy footsteps. So yeah, there would have been a struggle.
If she had done that, she would have left marks around the victim's neck.
Marks that I'm sure weren't just seen as having been caused by the rope. Am I right?
True,
Then, just as Miss Polomare finished incapacitating Overall, who should show up but Coco, After coming across a scene like that, she would have been too on guard for the witness to use her scarf again. So instead, she used the fabric roll she had with her to knock Coco out as well.
Shut up! You... What are you even talking about? I did no such thing. Your Honor,
on the contrary.
please throw this lawyer out of the courtroom now.
I'm sure you'd love that.
I'm sorry, Miss Polo Mare, but I can't do that.
Why is that?
Mr. Wright's theory may seem far-fetched, but I cannot deny that what he has proposed is indeed a possibility. Prince Blueblood, any thoughts?
Well...
I am currently pissing myself.
Oh dear. It seems we have reached an impasse. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend proceedings of this trial for another—
Hold it! Your Honor, I have evidence to prove my innocence.
Do you now?
You do? Well, let's hear it then.
Do you now?
Very well. Mr. Wright, you're saying that I used my scarf to strangle the victim on the night of the murder, correct?
Well, not exactly to death or anything, but something like that, yes.
In that case, there should be paint marks on my scarf, right? I clearly wasn't aware of the paint that stained my hoof since I left behind a pretty noticeable trail at the scene, so obviously, that means I wouldn't have washed it to get rid of those marks, correct?
I suppose so.
Then go ahead. I'll give you permission to test my scarf for traces of paint. I promise you, you won't find anything on it.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to request that we test Miss Polo Mare's scarf?
This feels like a trap. There's no doubt that she was unaware of the paint that night. If she had known, she wouldn't have left such a clear trail behind. In that case, the fact that she so eagerly gave up her scarf for testing can only mean that she's certain that whatever paint she left on has been washed off. So then, the answer should be clear.
She did go home.
No, Your Honor.
Why not, Mr. Wright? This could be your only chance to prove your case.
She could have washed it off.
That would be because there's no way that the scarf has any paint left on it.
It dries after an hour.
Because last night, at the time of the murder, it was raining outside.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Scarf got caught in the rain. All right. All right. All right. All right.
Even though you were completely unaware of the fluorescent paint that night, that doesn't matter in the slightest. Any traces of paint that remained on your hooves or your scarf would have undoubtedly been washed away by the rain as you made your way back home.
Okay.
You insolent human!
Order! Order! Witness, restrain yourself!
Shut up! You stay out of this. This is between me and that lawyer over there.
Of course, ma'am.
Hey, thanks for nothing, Your Honor.
So,
I love the judge
since you
so
refuse
much.
to let me try and prove my own innocence, how about you show some evidence that proves my guilt?
Your guilt.
Everything you've said so far is all based on circumstantial evidence. The scarf, the fabric, the crime. You've woven a fascinating yarn. But can you prove it to be true?
She's right. At the moment, this is all just circumstantial. Just conjecture. But that's about to change very soon.
If you can't prove I killed Overall and framed Coco for it, then cease your baseless accusations, okay?
Okay.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have anything that conclusively proves that this witness was the one who killed Overall Concept and then framed the defendant as an act of revenge?
This is it, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can't prove Suri's guilt now, the trial will have to resume tomorrow. Who knows what that could mean for us?
Do you know what we can use now, Phoenix? I don't think any of the evidence is conclusive enough to show that Suri had anything to do with the murder or the framing.
Perhaps not right now, but we may just see it in a moment.
What do you mean?
Suri made one big mistake that night. She got her hooves covered in fluorescent paint. Then, whatever she touched also got contaminated in that paint. And unfortunately for her, she just had to go the extra mile when framing Coco for the crime.
Oh, I see now.
All that's left is to see if we can make it stick.
I won't ask again, Mr. Wright. Present your evidence now, if you have any, to prove that this witness is the real guilty party behind this crime.
He's got nothing. He can't have anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Miss Polomare. I do have the evidence that proves that you were the guilty party, and it's right here.
Take that! Isn't that the fabric roll?
What in Equestria does that prove? There's
Just wait
nothing
for
on
it.
there to suggest that I even touched it.
Just wait for it.
When looking at it normally, you're right. However, we've yet to examine this fabric roll completely.
Completely?
Your Honor, with your permission, I would like to perform one last test with the forensics flashlight. Once I shine it over this fabric roll, we'll see once and for all who really killed Overall Concept.
What? No.
Got her ass.
Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I don't understand. How would any traces found on that fabric roll prove who killed the victim?
It's simple, Your Honor. When we adjourned for recess earlier, Coco told me she had regained some of her memories.
Oh? And what did she remember?
Unfortunately, she couldn't remember exactly what had happened on the catwalk, but she did remember everything after she awoke from being knocked out. This fabric roll was resting in her hooves. Hooves which had suddenly become covered in glitter, despite the fact she had just washed them.
The fabric roll was in her hooves?
Yes, try to keep up.
If she is to be believed,
You're
this
going to
means someone else
jail!
placed it there, and there's only one pony who could have done that. Miss Polomare, I'm going to run this flashlight over this fabric roll. If we find your hoof prints on there, left clearly by the paint your hooves were covered in, then I would say this whole case is solved.
Here we go.
Oh, there they are! Quick, someone analyze them!
Just runs out of the courtroom. 30 minutes later.
Prince Blueblood, are the results back yet?
No, I ate them.
Yes, Your Honor.
I took them and I ate them.
The hoof prints found on the fabric roll match those of Surrey Polomare.
It's over, Suri. Now that we know you're responsible for framing Coco, that would naturally mean you were also the one who killed Overall Concept. So, Surrey Polomare, what do you have to say for yourself?
Jesus Christ. Oh no. Animation.
Well, I do believe we've finally come to the conclusion of this trial.
I agree, Your Honor.
If I am to understand correctly, Miss Polomare was the only other pony at the scene of the murder, and all of the evidence points to her.
Let's go.
Her motive was to steal a roll of the victim's fabric for the contest she was participating in, and she was caught in the process of stealing it and retaliated against her pursuers. After they were both knocked unconscious, she hung Overall Concept in an effort to get revenge on her former pupil.
Yes, Your Honor. Everything lines up, and all the facts are in place.
Indeed. I see no room for doubt.
You did it, Phoenix! You won!
All's well that ends well.
No, I can't lose. Not to this hairless buffoon.
Eat it.
The truth led us to this conclusion, Blue Blood. There's nowhere else to go from here.
What happened?
No.
What happened? What happened? We're halfway through this. What happened to him? Why did he fall like that?
To play me, please. Somebody help me.
Now
What?
then, I believe it is time I hand down my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Coco Pamel,
Innocent. What? What is this now? Oh, hello.
Hold on for a second.
She remembers everything now, I bet. Phoenix default dances.
Miss Pamel? What are you doing? I was about to hand down your verdict.
Wait! There's something I need to tell you. It's important.
All right, let's go.
Something important?
What is it, Miss Pamel?
I have an objection to the defense's last statement.
What? Order! Order in the court! Defendant, what is the meaning of this?
I remember now. I remember everything.
How ironic.
Wait, Coco, you regained all your memory?
At a time like this?
All of it.
What do you mean by all of it?
I can tell you in full detail about the chase, even what happened on the catwalk.
What? Well, don't just stand there looking adorable.
Shut up.
What you mean?
Admittedly, I didn't see the moment he fell, but I know for a fact that Suri, she couldn't have been the one who pushed him down.
Huh? Wait, what?
That's impossible.
This is why there's a second half? God damn it, Ace Attorney!
Order in the court! Miss Pamel, do you realize what you just said? By doing this, you're incriminating yourself.
Are you trying to make a mockery of this court?
This is clown court.
Oh, you stay out of this. This doesn't involve you anymore.
I'm going to be arrested for murder if I don't do something.
Why do you care? You hate my guts. If anything, you should be thrilled about this.
But I'm not. I can't just sit by and watch this happen. If I don't say anything, you're gonna get sent to the moon.
Maybe it's what I deserve for getting myself into trouble all the time.
No, you don't.
Wait, she's gonna get sent to the moon.
You keep saying that it's every pony for themselves, but that's just not true. I've learned from a great friend that you should always show generosity to others, even if they may not deserve it.
Okay.
So I'm going to help you.
Now I see how people got pissed at this. She's gonna forgive her, even though people watching to be like, no, she should rot.
Whether you want me to or not.
I couldn't care less about why you're doing this. What matters is
Too
what
pure
this
for
means.
this world, truly.
Is this you confessing to your crime, defendant?
Not at all. If it's all right, I'd like to explain what I saw on the night of the murder.
Coco, what else is there left to be said? It's been proven that Miss Bullimere was behind this. I understand how you must feel, but...
Please, Mr. Wright, I have to do this. I have to save her. I trust her. She would never kill any pony. And you trust me, right? You told me so. So please, let me testify. Let me tell you what really happened that night.
Okay.
Alright, Coco.
Really?
If you're that certain of your own testimony, then I trust you. Your Honor.
Yes?
Please allow my client to testify. From it, we should be able to find the real truth of this case.
Very well. Miss Pamel, please testify about what you witnessed at the night of the murder.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you too, Mr. Wright.
Coco.
We're in uncharted waters now. The only thing I really know is that whatever it is Coco has to say will lead us to the truth.
All right, let's have the great big picture. Witness testimony again. What I remember.
I was returning from the restroom after washing my hooves with the paint and glitter. I suddenly saw Overall running up to the catwalk, and then I quickly followed him. While running up the stairs, I heard a loud clang from above. When I reached the top of the catwalk, I saw Suri looking over the edge with a special fabric in her mouth. I ran to her to ask where Overall was, but then she swapped the roll in my head, and I was knocked out. When I came to, I looked down for the catwalk and saw Overall hanging with a rope tied around his neck. Before I could even scream, Playwright found me, and I just stood where I was until the police came.
That seems to be quite consistent with what
Yes,
the defense
that's
has
what
already
we know
uncovered.
this already.
Yes, but if you'll let me explain further...
Objection! Why are we continuing with this charade? Is this your handiwork, dirty human? Did you set this up just to rub my defeat in my face?
Of course not. It's our duty as keepers of the law to find the truth. The whole truth. If all you care about are your own personal victories, then I suggest you find a different occupation.
You little blue cretin! You dare disrespect me!
Horn is pretty long.
Me, Prince Blueblood, nephew to Princess Celestia. Her...
I don't care who you are. I'm here to find the truth. And if you weren't here to do the same, then the only experience you're gonna get with these trials is how to severely damage your own judicial system.
Let's go.
Enough! Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Oh, come on, my bum is so sore right now. I would have to assume that chair is pretty comfortable. You're sitting in it for hours. It has to
I
be.
was returning from the restroom after washing my hooves with the paint and glitter.
Hold it! Are you certain that you were able to wash everything off?
Yes, I did. I knew that I was dealing with fluorescent paint, so I had to be thorough with my washing.
Wolf on Element of Justice, case 2 to 9. Go to the timestamp 2 hours and 8 after this, please. You'll be surprised. Oh, god damn it.
Actually had to turn off the lights while washing my hooves to see if I got everything off.
Is it that difficult to wash off?
As long as it's still wet, it's manageable. It's not as easy when it's dry, though. That's why I had to wash my hooves immediately.
So, why didn't Overall have any paint on his hooves? He was working with you, right?
Yeah, but he was mostly just showing me how to properly paint the fabric, so he barely touched the stuff.
I see. You also said that you were returning to the dressing room. Anything in particular that seemed off while heading back?
Well, something like that. I suddenly saw Overall running up to the catwalk, and then I quickly followed him.
Hold it! Did you see anyone else before you saw Overall?
No, I only saw him. Or at least, that's all I could see when I looked.
What do you mean by that?
While I was on my way back, I was listening to the play. I was really happy with how great the actors were doing, and it sounded like their best performance yet. I only noticed that something was wrong when I heard loud hoof steps, and that was when I looked ahead towards the dressing room. I only saw Overall sprinting out of the dressing room for a split second.
Did you see which direction he was running to?
He looked like he was heading towards the stage. I even called his name, hoping he would respond, but he didn't say anything. I was really worried.
And that's when you started running after him?
Yes, I had to find out what the problem was. When I next caught sight of him, I saw that he was near the top of the stairs to the catwalk. I was afraid he would trip because it was so dark, so I turned on the safety lights to make sure he was safe.
Right. She said that earlier, and that's why the safety lights were turned on during the crime. So, when you ran up the stairs to the catwalk, was there anything that you saw that struck you as strange?
It's not exactly what I saw that caught my attention. It's what I heard.
What did you hear, defendant?
While running up the stairs, I heard a loud clang from above.
Yes.
Hold it! How loud exactly would you say it was?
Pretty loud, actually. I'm sure that the others who were near the stage would have heard it too.
That's right. Playwright said he heard the same thing in his testimony. I thought Miss Polymere knocked out the victim with the railing. Could it have been something else? She also mentioned it in her testimony, after all. How did you react to the noise?
It startled me. It made me even more worried for Overall. I had to see what was going on up there.
What did you see when you got to the top?
When I reached the top of the catwalk, I saw Suri looking over the edge with a special fabric in her mouth.
Hold it! You saw Miss Polymere?
I recognized her the instant I saw her. I never thought I would ever see her again after quitting as her assistant.
Do you recall her reaction to seeing you?
She looked very shocked. In fact, she looked just as shocked to see me as she did when she was staring over the edge of the catwalk.
Did you see her holding anything other than the fabric?
No, all she had was a rolled up fabric. I didn't see anything else.
Okay.
What about her scarf? Did you see it?
I did, and it was securely wrapped around her neck. There's no way she could have taken it off and put it back on so quickly. I'm sure of it.
Okay.
And just to confirm, the special fabric was rolled up and used to knock you unconscious.
Yes, it was rolled up.
This has already been established. You're just poking holes into your own theory now.
And what about Overall? Where was he?
Well, he wasn't anywhere.
What do you mean?
When I got to the top of the catwalk, all I saw was Suri. Overall was nowhere to be seen.
What?
So he fell. Or like he was hanging by that point.
Are you suggesting that Overall just disappeared?
No, he was hanged.
I was confused too, but that's what I saw. He wasn't on the catwalk at all.
Well, this throws a wrench into my theory. If Overall wasn't on the catwalk by the time Coco made it up there, that could only mean... You don't think
went
that
over.
The victim had already been hanged by the time he got up there, do you?
Now that you mention it, I did hear the crowd panicking when I got to the top.
He was
I'm
hanged.
sure whatever Suri saw gave her that expression when she looked down. It's possible. She was looking at the body.
Yes.
What? But how is that possible?
What is happening? Huh?
Prince Blueblood, what's so funny?
Isn't
What the fuck is this face?
it obvious, Your Honor? The defense has managed to disprove his own theory with his client's testimony.
This man is losing his mind.
Yes?
Go on, filthy human. Say it. Admit that according to Miss Pommel's testimony, Miss Polymere cannot possibly be the killer, and as a result, the only other one it could be is the defendant.
Well, Mr. Wright, is that true? Do you have nothing left to support your own theory?
Watch, Your Honor. The attorney there will clearly
Took drugs when he wasn't
all
looking?
of the defendant's testimony from the record.
Please, Mr. Wright, you have to believe me. I know everyone's the case you built, but it's all true. I swear.
By the time she got up there, he was already hanged. No, I have to see where this goes.
Blueblood's right. I could easily have this testimony discarded and go straight for a not guilty verdict. But Coco risked everything to bring this information to light. She must really believe that Miss Polymere is innocent. And given the testimony she's provided so far, it certainly seems to be the case. She's trusting me to save some pony she cares about. And I'm not about to betray that trust.
Would y'all strike Coco's testimony to prove her innocence? Suri would be banished to the moon, though. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about Suri. I care about Coco. So just keep that in mind.
Your Honor, the defense will not have the defendant's testimony stricken from the record.
You won't? But that means...
Yes. We're accepting the defendant's testimony as truth.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Then, Does that mean you have evidence to prove how Miss Polomare could have committed the crime under these new circumstances?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
What? But wasn't she your prime suspect for the theft and the framing and the murder?
I do still believe that she stole the fabric and framed Coco. However, I am certain, based on Coco's testimony, that she was not the one who killed Overall Concept.
I mean, we have so much more of this to go through, but like, as it stands right now, I'm thinking bro just like fell over.
I see. And what, pray tell, do you think can prove your point? After all, there's nothing to suggest that the defendant is even telling the truth here, is there?
Talk about showing your hand. Blue Blood's clearly baiting me into presenting this evidence. He knows what it will prove if I do. But there's no way to go but forward. My only hope now lies with her. Your Honor, the defense would like to present a piece of evidence at this time. Evidence that will reveal the truth behind this incident once and for all.
Okay, go for it.
Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Take that! Isn't that the noose used in the crime?
Yeah.
Earlier, we determined that Miss Polomare had touched the fabric roll by finding traces of fluorescent paint on it. Now, what do you suppose we'll find if we examine this with a forensics flashlight?
Paint.
Well, if she's the culprit, I'd imagine there'd be traces of paint on the rope.
And if there isn't, then that would mean that she's innocent of this murder, correct?
Yes, I suppose so. But do you know what you're doing, Mr. Wright?
I couldn't be more certain, Your Honor.
Very well. Then please, test the rope.
Oh, forgive me, I'm yawning a lot. Okay, what do we find? Paint.
There's no paint. There's no paint on the rope.
Oh, there's just glitter on the rope. All right, never mind.
Foolish attorney! You've fallen right into my trap.
I hate your face.
Prince Blueblood, what do you mean?
Your Honor, as we've all seen, this rope has no fluorescent paint on it, which means that Miss Polomare cannot be the killer. In which case, the only other clue left as to the identity of the killer are the traces that were found on the rope.
The other traces?
The glitter.
If you recall, Your Honor, this rope had traces of glitter found around the noose.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
This must mean that someone who had glitter-covered hooves must have been the one to wrap the noose around the victim's neck. There were only 2 ponies who had the opportunity to do that after the victim was knocked out, and both of them would have had glitter on their hooves. Miss Pommel and Miss Polomare. However, now that we know that there was no paint on the rope, that rules out the witness, leaving the defendant as the only possible suspect.
Oh, that's right.
What? No! It wasn't me!
Why would you damn yourself like this?
It's impossible for you to escape your punishment now. Isn't that right, defense?
Objection! But Coco couldn't have used the fabric roll to knock the victim out. There's no way she could be the killer.
Objection! Just because she couldn't have knocked the victim out doesn't mean she can't be the killer.
Why not?
Have you already forgotten what your spiky-headed friend has already demonstrated? That Miss Polomare here was the one who knocked the victim unconscious by throwing him against the catwalk railing using her scarf?
No.
After incapacitating the victim, likely because she was trying to stop him from catching her after stealing the fabric,
okay,
Miss Pommel showed up on the scene and proceeded to hang the victim.
Objection! But Coco had cleaned off all the glitter on her hooves before going up the catwalk. Suri even testified that Coco had gone to do so.
Objection! However, she has not confirmed that the defendant did, in fact, have clean hooves when she arrived on the scene.
She could have did a crummy job of cleaning her hooves.
It's the end of the line for you, defense. Am I wrong, Mr. Wright?
Alright, everything is going according to plan. Even though it's now clear who killed the victim, I think it's time we remove the last traces of doubt from the court's mind.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have anything that can refute the prosecution's claim?
I don't, Your Honor, but someone here does.
And who would that be, Mr. Wright?
Isn't it obvious? The one pony who can testify for certain exactly when Coco's hooves were covered in glitter. Suri Polo Mare!
What? You honestly think she's going to testify for you now? What a joke! You just accused her of a murder she never even committed! Why in Equestria do you think she would want to help you?
Suri, you've always believed that it's every pony for themselves in the big city, right? And yet, as we've just seen, Coco put her own life on the line to protect you. She saved you from being charged with a murder you didn't commit. Now, it's your turn to save her.
Okay, alright. Okay.
Yes, if you confess to everything you did that night, and everything you saw, it will prove Coco's innocence beyond all doubt.
Confess.
I've done everything I can to help Coco. And your testimony, your confession, is the last piece I need to completely prove her innocence. However, you must tell the truth this time. We aren't going to get another shot at this.
Please, Suri. I trust you.
It's all down to this.
You'll do the right thing. I know it.
You trust me?
It's like reforming a villain.
Enough of this melodrama. The game is up, attorney. She is not going to testify for...
Fine, then. I confess.
What? What are you confessing to, witness?
I confess to stealing the fabric and attacking Coco.
You're admitting that it was you?
Silence yourself! You're going to ruin my...
Shut up! I don't care about your case, okay? I'm gonna tell the whole truth of that night, whether you want me to or not.
Will none of you treat me with the respect I deserve? I am Prince Blueblood, nephew of...
Witness, I hope you realize that these are not minor offenses you are confessing to.
I am well aware, Your Honor, but I refuse to just stand by and let Coco take the blame for this murder. Suri! Don't misunderstand me. I've not been moved by your sentimental pleas for help. I don't want to have to owe you or that attorney any favors in the future.
Okay.
Of course.
Well then, witness, please proceed with your confession.
That night, I went to the theater of my own volition.
All right.
I was there to steal the fabric, as Mr. Wright predicted, and yes, I attacked Coco in the process.
Okay, we know this.
But the fabric's existence was only known to Coco, Overall, and Playwright, and those whom they told. How did you come by this knowledge?
I can't say.
Why not?
What?
Look, I just can't, okay? Don't ask about it anymore, or I will be withdrawing my confession.
Very well. Although I can't help but be curious.
I am also very
So,
curious.
What exactly happened after you entered the theater?
I went to the theater through the back door, just like you said, and made my way to the dressing room. There were 2 ponies in there, Coco and Overall. I kept my eyes on the room and the surrounding area, waiting for an opportunity to take the fabric. After Coco left the room, I hid behind a curtain so that I would not be seen. Overall was still in there, but I figured this would be the best chance I had to steal the fabric. I waited until his back was turned and then entered the room. I quietly picked up a wooden roll that was sitting on the table and began rolling up the fabric that had been left out.
I see. But to actually manage to sneak in and roll up the fabric, something else must have captured Overall's attention. Something to keep him occupied long enough to allow for Suri to do what she did. I doubt she would have been successful otherwise. But what could it have been? So, what happened next?
I managed to roll the fabric up unnoticed, but Overall noticed me as I was leaving and he started chasing me. I bolted for the back door, but I noticed Coco Palmel coming back to the dressing room. Before she had a chance to see me, I went straight for the catwalk, hoping that Overall would be slow climbing up so that I could escape. The lights came on as I turned the corner, but I paid them no mind and kept running. As soon as I reached the end of the catwalk, I heard a loud bang behind me. And when I looked back, Overall was just gone.
That lines up with what Coco said.
But he was just chasing you. How could he have just disappeared like
God deleted him.
that?
I was just as lost as you are. I was happy that he wasn't chasing me anymore, but that noise worried me. So I went back to see what had happened. I started hearing screams of terror from the audience. With my worries growing, I looked down and what I saw was Overall's body hanging from the catwalk.
What?
Raptured. He raptured. It was his time. God called him up.
Order, I say! Witness, are you saying that the victim was hanged during your chase?
It sounds crazy, I know, but that's what I saw. I was about to run for the back door before the police had a chance to arrive, but as I was looking down at the body, Coco had come up on the catwalk as well.
So some loud clank, and then he's gone. Something fell on him.
I was freaking out. She was wondering where Overall was, and she started moving towards me. I didn't know what to do, and I was too afraid of being caught stealing his fabric and possibly being seen as a killer. So I took the fabric roll and I swung it as hard as I could on Coco's head and knocked her out.
This cannot be.
It was at that point that a certain thought occurred to me. I can use this. I can frame her, get back at her for everything.
What? So you really were trying to plant the whole thing on the defendant?
Coco and that prissy unicorn Rarity. They both ruined me. I was seen as a cheater in the fashion world. I was humiliated. I wanted payback. So
I lost
removed the fabric
500
from the
followers
roll,
off
as I
Instagram.
was still intending on keeping it. However, in my haste to remove the fabric, I accidentally tore a piece of it off in the process.
How did you do that?
I think the answer to that question would be because of the exposed splinters on the fabric roll. Correct?
You got it. A bit of the fabric got caught on a splinter and tore off as I unwrapped it. I tried to catch it before it fell, but it was too late. Luckily, it went unnoticed thanks to the panic as a result of the hanged body. Once I had the fabric off the roll, I shook off some of the glitter onto Coco's hooves and placed the fabric roll itself between them.
That would explain why the glitter left on the catwalk was in a pile. You quickly dropped it in one place instead of wasting precious time by spreading it about.
That's right. After I'd covered both Coco's hooves and the fabric roll in glitter, I placed the roll in Coco's hooves to complete the picture that Coco had attacked and hung the victim. Finally, I fled down the left side of the catwalk and left the building.
Leaving a trail of footprints and fluorescent paint behind you, for us to find.
I didn't even know that paint was on the fabric in the first place. I only found out when it was brought up during this trial. I didn't really pay attention to what Coco and Overall were working on in the dressing room, and the lights were on when I stopped running on the catwalk. I was completely unaware I had left any prints. Even after I got home, I wasn't aware of the paint. The rain must have washed it off my hooves and the fabric.
And this is the full truth this time, right, witness?
Yes. Every last thing I saw and did that night.
My guess was the pulley with the rope hit him. Some character in this story was like, the pulley system was also iffy. So yeah, something is, maybe the rope did hit him. How the fuck you get knocked out by a rope? We're all gonna fade out? Sure, alright. But how the fuck you get knocked out by a rope? A rope is not that heavy. I'm not saying it's like a piece of string, but like, it's not enough to cause a gash in your head,
Mr.
though.
Wright, you have my confession. I stole the fabric, attacked Coco, and framed her for murder. Now the ball's in your court to save her.
Now the ball's in your mouth.
Very well. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Pillowmare.
Don't lose any sleep over it.
As much as I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you all, this proves nothing. The defendant is still
was the
only
theater
one
that killed
who
him.
could have committed the crime.
Objection! Then you must not have been listening to the confession at all, Prince Blueblood. If you had been, it should be clear that there's no way Coco was responsible for this.
Yeah.
Explain then, if you can.
According to the confession that was just given, not only was Coco not even on the catwalk when the victim was hanged, but Miss Pillowmare herself admitted just now that it was she who covered the defendant's hooves in glitter.
No!
And
Bro
since
really
that's
wasn't
the case,
listening.
Then it's impossible for Coco to have been the one to leave the traces of glitter on the noose. That, in conjunction with her exact whereabouts at the exact time of the murder, should prove beyond any doubt that Coco Pommel is innocent.
Did a rope really fall on this guy's head and he just fell over? It was the ghost of the opera?
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, you...
Objection! This is impossible! Human, if neither pony could have murdered Overall, then who are you proposing is the true culprit? There was no one else on that catwalk who could have done it!
Are you certain about that?
Huh?
Aren't you forgetting someone? One other pony that was on the catwalk at the time of the crime.
No! You can't be serious!
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting...
It seems as though we finally arrived at the truth, as much as I don't want to believe it, or even fully understand why. This is the only possibility left.
Okay.
I am, Your Honor.
Phoenix, you aren't going to...
The one responsible for taking the victim's life was the only other pony who was at the crime scene when he was hanged. And that, of course, would be the victim himself. Overall concept!
Oh wait, overall concept. The guy who was hanged, he's the victim. I thought he was gonna say the other pony.
What the...
Hello?
It was a case of suicide, Your Honor, as you can plainly see.
Order! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, have you completely lost your mind? Are you suggesting that the victim committed suicide?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection! Are you crazy? There is nothing in the evidence or testimony that suggests suicide.
I have to agree here, Phoenix. Murder is already rare enough in Equestria, but suicide? That's entirely unheard of.
Nobody kills themselves in Equestria. What? Depression? What's that? We don't have that here.
I figured as much. But despite how improbable it may be, it's the only logical conclusion I can think of that can solve this case.
Logical? How can you even call this logical?
Somebody in chat said the clang could have been the metal pulley and wheel
Although
he may
I
have
can't
run
claim to know
into.
why
Let's
the
see.
victim would do this. I can't hazard a guess to what happened that night. Overall concept, after chasing Miss Polymere up to the catwalk, grabbed the rope that was prepared by the stagecoach during intermission. Wrapping it around his neck, he jumped over the railing to his death. We've heard testimonies from both defendant and witness, and together,
It's
they
not how it
prove rather
happened.
conclusively that Overall was the only other one on the catwalk at the time of the crime. If neither of them could have done it, then it could have only been the victim himself.
Objection! Your delusions have utterly ruined your sense of reason, human. Time to bring you back to reality. The victim was unconscious due to a blow to the head at the time of his death. Are we meant to believe that he committed suicide while he was unconscious?
No.
Of course not. But we may have made an incorrect assumption regarding this blow to the head.
What do you mean?
We all came to the conclusion that the victim was unconscious because he was knocked out by someone. But that's where we were wrong. It wasn't because he was attacked. He was knocked unconscious after hitting his head against something as he was falling.
What?
As he was
Could the victim
falling.
have even hit his head on?
Yeah, because he fell off pretty fucking fast. So maybe, yeah.
Might I suggest he hit the back of his head on the catwalk railing? He must have not jumped far enough and received a pretty nasty bruise as a result, which knocked him unconscious.
I guess?
How outrageous! And I suppose you have something.
He
to support
headbutted
that
the rails?
The clang that Suri, Coco, and Playwright heard. It was the sound of the victim's head colliding with the railing.
Okay.
Objection! You can't be serious, human! This theory of suicide is completely baseless. I demand to see real, physical evidence that points to this ridiculous assertion being the truth.
I have it right here.
I'm trying to think, like, what? There's no evidence that he was ever suicidal, though. No, I got nothing.
Take that! The autopsy report? Does that prove anything?
Right here, where it says the victim had traces of glitter on his forehooves.
So what? That doesn't prove anything.
Prince Blueblood, what's the matter?
He's finally realized the truth, Your Honor. As we've established, there are traces of glitter around the noose.
Yeah.
The two ponies who were most likely to have left glitter on it.
Oh, no. There's glitter on his hoof, so it's probably possible that he picked the noose up, put it... But no! 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 Why would he go to chase somebody who stole his fabric and then just be like, ah, fuck it. Put on a noose and then jump off, though.
Done so. The lack of fluorescent paint clears Ms. Polymere, and the noose had already been thrown off the catwalk by the time the defendant arrived. Not to mention, Ms. Polymere admitted that she was the one who coated Coco's hooves in glitter after the victim died. Therefore, there was only one other pony who could have left glitter on the noose. The only other pony who had traces of glitter on his hooves and went up the catwalk at the time of the crime. Overall concept.
There's a lot of holes in this story, chat. There's a lot of holes.
You haven't won yet. You still haven't explained why the victim would take his own life. He was...
I would have to assume that, like, it has something to do with, like, him losing his parents, or he was writing a suicide note, like, at the... Because, like, they did say that he was in, like, in another room being distracted by something. 'Tis be the truth? What the hell?
Was living happily and was even planning to propose to the defendant. And on top of all of that, if he was planning on committing suicide, why do it in the middle of a play in front of thousands of ponies in the audience?
Please explain.
You don't have an answer, do you?
You're right. I don't have an answer why the victim decided to commit suicide. But that's not something that needs to be determined here and now.
What?
The purpose of this trial was to ascertain whether or not the defendant, Coco Palmel, was guilty of the murder of Overall Concept. Through the testimony and evidence that's been presented, I'd say the answer to that question
Man, I don't feel like chasing this bitch. I'd rather die. See ya.
has been made abundantly clear by now. As for why the victim chose to end his own life, I'd say that's up to the police to investigate and discover the truth behind that mystery.
Would have loved it if his face just would have just like turning red while that scene happened.
As much as I share everyone else's confusion, I have to agree with the defense.
What? You're actually going along with this?
So I guess we're just led to believe that in the middle of the chase, he just said fuck it to life and jumped off?
There is simply no other explanation, I'm afraid. I would like to request that the police continue their investigation in order to uncover further information regarding this supposed suicide.
I assume we're gonna get some closure at the very end, some answers, but like, holy shit.
As for Surrey Polomere, you will be placed under arrest for perjury, theft, and tampering with the crime scene.
Whatever. It sure beats getting sent to the moon. Just make sure that sentence isn't too long. I have dresses to work on, okay?
Okay, Coffee, I will watch that
Mr.
when
Wright,
this is done.
Even in another world, you haven't lost your knack for taking a seemingly ordinary murder case and turning it onto its head. Not bad for your first time back in Equestria, I must say.
Oh, thanks, Your Honor. I can't tell if he's complimenting me or calling me out.
Huh?
Still, sometimes I wish you would stop for a moment. I'm an old man. I don't know how much more of this my heart can take.
The answer's not a lot.
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, maybe he is calling me out.
But as of right now, I think it's time I hand down my verdict in the case of Miss Pamel.
No! No! How could I lose? How could I lose to this hairless ape? A perfect win streak! No!
We won.
We won, I guess.
What a bumpy ride this trial was.
In the case of Miss Coco Pamel, I find the defendant
Not guilty. Huzzah! She's innocent, chat. She's innocent. Let's go. Blue blood cries and cowers in the corner. Huzzah!
Court is now adjourned.
Whoa, now that was an ending I certainly didn't expect.
But you still managed to pull through. Congrats, boss. And you too, Twilight.
Yes! Thank you so much, Phoenix.
In an alternate universe.
saved
Guilty!
All in a day's work, Rarity.
Woo! Daddy wins the case once again! But of course, is there ever any doubt?
Trucy, there's no need to shower me with praise. Honestly.
But it's true! I can never count you out in trial. And you sure taught that prince not to underestimate you in there.
It was so satisfying seeing him fall apart. Especially after going after my dear Coco. Oh, here she comes now.
Hello, every pony.
Hello there, Coco.
Coco! Congrats on getting your acquittal, dear.
Thank you, Rarity. I'm very glad.
Oh?
I'm gonna throw a Hail Mary out here. What if he proposed already and she said no?
long face, darling.
That would be a motive for him to kill himself.
I'm happy that I'm off the hook, but I'm still sad about Overall passing away. Especially now that I know how he really died. How could he just do that to himself? Was something hurting him? Was it me?
As far as we know, he was going to propose to you. So, I don't... I'll get answers.
Miss Pommel?
Yes?
I've studied analytical psychology, so I want to give you my opinion. You are absolutely not responsible for what happened to Overall.
Bro was just crazy, apparently.
You mentioned earlier in the trial that Overall had a bout of depression following the death of his parents, right?
Well, yes.
I saw somebody in chat, like Jefferson is in chat, and he said overall thoughts about this case. I saw the word overall, and I was like, is this going to be a stupid-ass pun?
But that was years ago.
Well, I'll give you my overall thoughts about this case when it's done. Because right now, we still have like a couple of minutes left.
Oh, and you never seemed upset once we...
The case is like, I'll tell you this. The case is very Ace Attorney. It's very Ace Attorney coded, where it's like you think you have the answer, and then you don't, and you're like, well, this must be the answer, and then that's not the answer either. And then there's some crazy-ass conclusion that you never saw coming. So I like it. It's very Ace Attorney coded. Whoever wrote this and put this whole thing together must be a huge Ace Attorney fan.
We started living together.
It's not uncommon for someone to have periods of depression separated by years where they feel and act perfectly normal. I think Overall may have been suffering from it without anyone realizing. Granted, we can't know for sure, but that's what I think anyway.
Even still, he probably wasn't happy with me.
Don't forget to go to the timestamp on case
this range
29. Okay.
He clearly was at his happiest when he was with you. It's true, we may not know his true reasons for ending his own life.
I think it has something to do with the phone call and the letter. Yeah, we didn't talk too much about the letter and the phone call, did we?
Probably been more involved with designs. If only I didn't leave the dressing room, he would have stayed alive. If only I...
Hey, calm down.
Hey, shut the hell up.
Take a breather. You'll hurt your vocal cords yelling like that.
Okay.
Listen, you shouldn't blame yourself for Overall's death. There was nothing you could have done.
But if only I were with him the entire time, then he would have...
But it happened anyway. I understand what you're going through. You thought you could have done something to prevent losing a loved one, but the entire situation was beyond your control. You shouldn't put the burden on yourself. You'll never be able to live in the present if you stay in the past. Besides, in some way, your friend still lives on.
What do you mean?
He may be gone, but his spirit isn't. He was a teacher to you, right? If you learned from him, you're allowing his techniques to live on as well. So in some way, he's always with you.
Of course. Overall was teaching you his ways, and I know you've learned so much from him. Now it's up to you to carry on his legacy. Even though he's gone, I know you'll make sure he is never forgotten.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, Rarity, and, what are your names?
I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice.
Imagine having a last
And
name
I'm
that's
Athena
Justice.
Thank you. All of you, thank you so much. I think I feel a little better now. But I don't know how I could possibly live up to Overall's expectations. He always made sure his designs were perfect. And now that he's gone, all of his assets go to me, including his sketches for new designs. They'll be his final pieces of work and they look fantastic. But once it's my turn to design something, I don't know how I could possibly make something of that caliber on my own, compared to somebody who played such a big role in the theater industry. I don't know if I'm good enough to do it.
Actually, Coco, you're more talented than you'd let yourself believe.
Playwright said that?
Playwright, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to apologize for thinking that you were the one who killed Overall.
It's quite alright, sir. I was the only one up there after all.
I know, but this human proved otherwise. Coco, I know you think you may not reach Overall's expectations, but I believe you'll do fine. You were under his wing, after all.
But sir, he was so much more skilled than me. I don't see...
Miss Pommel, I need you to listen to me.
Coco is so down on herself.
During this trial, I've seen that perfection isn't always the best thing to aim for. While it's nice that you can believe that you can achieve something great, the sacrifices you make to get there aren't always worth it. In fact, it may have been partially my fault for Overall taking his own life.
Why?
I was so obsessed with making my plays perfect that I never realized how I've often mistreated my staff members. Without a doubt, this applies to both you and Overall. I was a terrible leader. So, from now on, instead of striving for perfection, I will do my best to achieve something greater that all of us can be proud of. Not just for me and you, but for the rest of the staff as well.
Playwright,
Overall told me time and time again that your skills had even surpassed his own. In fact, when he came on stage during intermission that night, he wanted to talk to me about letting you design costumes for the show after the next. He said that it was time that your own work became known and that this was a perfect opportunity. At the time, I said I'd think about it, but admittedly I was going to reject his request. However, that's all changed now.
Let's go.
In honor of Overall's last wish to me, I hereby promote you, Miss Pommel, to head costume designer for Broadway Theater.
Oh, sir, thank you! I will do my best to make sure that my designs will be the best they can be!
I'm sure you will. That twinkle in your eye, you're really just like Overall, you know? Come on, let's get back to the theater. I want to make sure the staff knows you are all right.
Of course, sir! We still need to make some costumes for the next play anyway. And I certainly will have my own ideas to implement.
That's the spirit, darling. And once you do design some of your own clothes, I'd be happy to sell them in my store for you. I could even use some of Overall's special fabric as inspiration for my next clothing line. If you'll allow me to have some.
Of course, Rarity. Anything for a dear friend. Well, see you later, every pony.
And there they go. What's wrong, Twilight?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just glad to see Coco so happy.
I know, right? I can hear a lot of happiness coming from her. Playwright did a great job cheering her up. I can hear lots of happiness from him as well.
I must confess, I've actually never seen Playwright this happy before.
Really?
You see, Playwright hasn't always been in the best of moods. At least whenever I visited the theater.
Well, he did say that he's always been striving for perfection. I can only imagine the emotional stress he puts himself in, day out.
It did. His never-ending desire to achieve perfection made him so stubborn and short-tempered, and it put the staff under a lot of stress. I was very upset with how unfairly he treated every pony.
Being the element of generosity, I can understand why that would upset you.
But this is the first time he considered the well-being of others. He was only ever remotely happy when he thought he was close to perfection. I've never seen him show this much sympathy for any pony else.
All's well that ends well, I
To let them
suppose.
know that we care about what happens to them. Bringing negative emotions to your peers will only spread more negativity, and that leads to an unhealthy environment. This tragedy must have given him that revelation.
He looked like a very different pony, and I'm happy that he's changed for the better.
And Coco seems to be a lot stronger, too.
And I'm so proud of her for that. Now she's off to forge her own path. I can't wait to see what else she has to offer the fashion world.
Yep, it seems as if everyone is moving on to bigger and better things. Although I can't help but feel a little unsatisfied with the way the trial ended.
Unsatisfied? What do you mean?
Well, there were still some unanswered questions at the end of it all. The most notable one being, why did Overall Concept take his own life?
That's something I can't begin to fathom. Overall was certainly a very happy individual. Even with depression possibly being a factor, his life seemed to only be getting better and better. With his fame, job, and even some pony he cared enough about to want to propose to them, he never seemed like the kind of pony to even consider suicide.
It makes me wonder too, but unfortunately, there's no clear answer. Let's hope that the police can investigate further and find out the truth soon.
I suppose. But hey, you showed that prissy prince who's boss. I definitely enjoyed myself seeing his face as he smelled defeat.
Yeah, he's quite the character, isn't he? Oh, that reminds me. Twilight, I have a question for you.
What is it, Phoenix?
You said that Prince Blueblood was prosecuting for experience when he can rule a kingdom, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as princess, you're able to stand in court as an attorney as well, correct?
Yes,
So, what I'm trying to understand is, why did you feel the need to summon me when it seems as if you could have handled this whole situation yourself?
Huh?
I know you're capable of doing it. You saved me quite a few times in court today. You've clearly been studying law for a while now, even if this is your first real time practicing it. In fact, didn't you say that ponies who are of royalty need experience in upholding the law? Considering you're a princess, doesn't that technically mean you have an obligation to represent Miss Pommel?
Oh, well, it's just... When Roadie told me the story, I didn't exactly have a lot of time to think about who would represent Coco, so I just summoned you.
That doesn't really make sense, Twilight.
Now Twilight is on trial now?
Summoning me
How much
would have...
time left? Let's see. We got about... Oh god, Pinky is in here. We got about 10 minutes. A little under.
It meant you would have had to gone through the trouble of getting an equestrian attorney's badge ready again. Also, the one accused of murder is a friend of your friend, and considering you're the princess of friendship, that's more of a reason to take on the case yourself. You did say that you've been studying law ever since you became a princess. The more I think about it, the less I understand it. If you appear so capable of taking on a case, why did you feel the need to summon me? ...
ellipses. Fuck out of here, dude.
What? Cyclops?
What's wrong, Phoenix?
Nothing. Forget I asked. What does this mean? What is Twilight trying so hard to hide from me?
Of course, Pinky is here.
Where in the world did you come from, Pinky?
Ask my parents, Feeny. Hey, Pinky. Hey, Trucy.
Laters, man. By dusk.
Where were you sitting in the gallery? I didn't see you.
Twilight, I missed you. It's probably some sappy shit like that, isn't it?
I was with Fluttershy and Applejack, so she certainly wasn't with me.
She wasn't with me, Apollo, or Trucy either.
Yeah. I was late. Late? This is clearly an important trial to us. I know Rainbow had some wonderful dessert business to attend to, but how could you possibly be late?
I slept in.
What'd she say? What'd you say? What happened?
I can't help it. I had one of those really fun dreams and I didn't want them to stop. So I tried sleeping some more.
Doesn't this pony have a day job? How has she not been fired already?
She's really good at baking.
I have a job. I'm in the chicken corner helping the cakes make cakes. And I'm also a party extraordinaire. So I help throw parties that'll shake your flank all night.
With the amount of energy
She
it
was
takes
on
to
the
party that
ceiling
hard,
like
it makes
Spider-Man.
sense that you sleep for so long.
So why did you come to us, Pinky?
Don't you remember, Feeny? Like, congratulations on winning the trial party.
Oh, you already have that party ready?
Yep, sure did. I already got the cakes, the drinks, the guests, and decorations ready. I even brought a DJ to the party, too.
DJ Pone 3.
Cakes, drinks, guests,
And decorations? And even a DJ? This party is gonna be wild!
This sounds like a very stacked party. When did you get everything prepared?
I got it prepared as soon as I woke up.
Wow, that must have taken forever to prepare.
She did it in like 10
It
seconds.
wasn't hard. I do this all the time.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought you slept in. How did you get the time to prepare a big party like that?
By doing it quickly, silly.
So then, when did you wake up?
Why is Pinky on trial right now?
Hours ago.
Wait. Doesn't it take a couple of hours to get to Manhattan from Ponyville?
Uh-huh.
But I thought you said you woke up a couple of hours ago.
Oh, god damn it.
I sure did.
But that means the second you woke up
You fully prepared a big party.
and caught the train here.
I feel like Pinky is one of those characters that, like, if you put her on trial for something, there'll be a lot of things that don't make sense. Like, I really do think the attorneys would just be stumped with her.
In a matter of minutes?
Hey, yep, sure sounds like it.
But that's...
How were you able to prepare a party that big in such a small span of time?
I told you, Polly, by doing it quickly.
What?
Remember,
He'd
Pinky
be
breaks the
amazed
laws
at
of
what this
physics.
Pete's is capable of, Apollo.
Pinky breaks a lot of laws.
Great work ethic, Polly. You could learn a thing or two from her.
Give me a couple hundred clients and maybe I'll consider taking lessons.
Boss, does this pink pony have time powers? There's no way she's capable of that.
Nah, that's just Pinkie Pie being Pinkie Pie. You better just get used to it.
But what does that even mean?
Just trust me on this. It's for your own sake.
As if this world isn't testing it enough.
Hey, Pinky, if you want, I'd like to have a magic performance at your party.
A human doing a magic show? That sounds exciting! I've always wanted to see a human do magic.
I'm the best magician in the city where I'm from. I can guarantee you all a good show.
Well, that sounds like it'll be a wonderful time.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. Hopefully, I don't get forced to dance until I throw my back out.
Come on, every pony! Let's get to the party!
Put the law in front of her and
Right
they
behind
fade
you,
away
Pinky.
like dust.
And as quickly as it started, the case came to a close.
All right.
Pinky threw a party for all of us to celebrate, and it was actually very enjoyable. Like a little vacation, it was a nice change of pace from what I usually do after a trial. Unfortunately, this little moment of sunshine and rainbows wouldn't last forever.
Don't hit me with a cliffhanger. I'm not going to be back here for a while,
Something
dude.
darker was lurking in the shadows of this colorful world. Something that teased at a broader mystery. And little did any of us realize that during our carefree celebration, that mystery would continue to unfold not too far from us. It's a mystery I won't soon forget, as it brought me to someone that I thought I would never see again. Someone who's the spitting image of a dear friend I knew a long time ago.
Okay. Is that it? Nope. Turnabout Theater. Okay, we got some more stuff at the end here. Oh no, we have credits. Wait, I'm gonna look at the VAs and then I'm gonna watch what you want me to watch. Voices. Ooh. Phoenix Wright. Stephen Wright. Okay. Twilight was Wubcake. Alright. She does a pretty good Twilight impression. The judge was the Wilsonator? Hell yeah, man. DJ Zap Apple was Prey Right. All right, all right. It's all the music. Apps used: Adobe Animate, Adobe, a lot of Adobe, dude. Audacity, Paint Tool SI, hell yeah. Swivel. Alright, I think we're just gonna get a bunch of music. There's some music from the Ace Attorney anime. Okay. Alright. What do you want me to watch now? You want me to go to Case 2, 8 or something? Let's see if I can find that off the, Chat, what the hell is Bonds of Justice? Messages. Huh? Okay, I can't look at that right now. Where am I going? I recognize Thesbio's the judge very quickly. I don't hear Thesbio's voice a lot of the time, but he is a very good VA. Damn it. Case 2-9, and then give me the timestamp 208. All right. I gotta find the playlist again. Hold up. Because the playlist had everything in here. Okay, close you. Alright. That's 1-1. That's 1-2. 209, 209, 209. 209. Ace Attorney Elements of Justice. The Resolve of Athena Cakes. Is that the one? Or is it the OG? Is it the OG playlist? Is it Elements of Justice or is it the OG one? I'm just gonna click wait, hold on, I was just there. 29, 29, 29, 29. Okay.
Previously on Elements of Justice.
Okay, we're going to Elements of Justice. 208, huh? 208, 208, 208, 208. This doesn't look like it, but I'll play it. Guess I'll pay attention to the dialogue. Let's see. Boop. I bet you this is the wrong thing, too. Let's see.
There you are again with your blind trust. Let's put that trust to the test, shall we?
What?
This would have been kept a secret for the time being, but I believe you all would find this information quite relevant. It concerns the matter of a Mr. Overall Concept's death.
Oh.
His death? What about it?
The investigation, thanks to a new lead detective, has determined a new suspect involved in his murder.
Wait a minute. He wasn't murdered. He committed suicide.
They actually got a Phoenix Wright render for this. Okay.
So you would like to believe, but that must mean that you, quite simply, were wrong, Mr. Wright.
That can't be.
Oh, look at these renders.
During the entire trial.
This gets good.
They prove that Overall Concept killed himself.
Speaking of naivete, do you believe your father to be infallible, miss?
It's not like that. Lockkeeper Equity, there must be some kind of mistake. All of the evidence showed that—
Believe me when I say there has been no mistake. Our detective is quite the thorough fellow, if a bit eccentric in some areas. The fact remains, he unearthed new evidence, revealing a new primary suspect.
Okay.
Then who? It wasn't Coco. It wasn't Suri. Who else?
Guard,
Yes, Lord Equity?
you have new orders. Carry them out to the full letter. Do not delay for a moment.
What?
Of course, Lord Equity. What are your orders?
You are to arrest the pony suspected of conspiring to murder Overall Concept. Miss Rarity.
Huh? What? Huh? Oh my God! Who was that? I'm not even going back.
Stood, ma'am.
What is the meaning of this? Me? Your overall concept? Out of your mind?
Okay, we will come back to this later, because this is very, very spoiler heavy. I hate you guys at the stream end. Jesus Christ. Even if it is Rarity, I'm gonna figure out... They're gonna tell me why it was Rarity. Yeah, when we all thought that, we went... She's completely making stuff up. Oh, man. Listen, this is far in the series. Like, we jumped all the way from episode 1 of Elements of Justice to case 2-9. A lot has changed. I don't know who that character is. I don't know what their motives are. I don't know why they think Rarity did it. But if Rarity did it, then I will find out at some point. Phone call with Coco. No. No, I'm not going to watch that one. We will watch that one at some other time. Wait, which one is that? Is that the messages one that I was just looking at? Wait, let me read it to you. Oh, God. Thank you, though. You're welcome. Because if I keep accepting requests, we'll be here all day. Let's see. But before I go, is it really the, Oh, wait, we gotta see the after credits. 1 year ago, Ponyville. Ponyville Prison, Solitary Confinement 13. That's a guard.
Knock, knock. Rise and shine, inmate. Guess what day it is?
Who is that?
That's right. As of today, you're a free mayor.
Free mayor? Which mayor is this?
It must feel nice to finally be out after 8 months, huh? Right, well, you're lucky
Not in
that
a
your
talking
defense
mood.
attorney proved that you didn't murder any pony. You probably would have been banished
We can't see, sir. I know you can't see. We're on the stream end thing.
to the mood if you hadn't. As
Whose OC is this? You know what? I might as well bring it back. Wait, hold on. Whose OC is this, actually?
for your possessions, just these, you left them back in the court.
Glasses.
Well, this is it. But before you leave, I want to ask you something. Now that you're out, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to help those that need it, just like he did for me.
Who is that? I've seen that OC around, but I don't know who that is. Go watch Turnabout Storm and then you'll see. All right, okay, fine, chat. I will watch all of the Ace Attorney crossover MLP stuff at your whim. But I gotta start from the beginning, and on this stream we didn't even start from the beginning. We started like in the middle, which is a source of a lot of my confusion. You go outside and touch grass, even though it's like 12:17 a.m. She's from the OG. All right. We will not be watching the messages one, because we will watch that one naturally. But thank you all for joining me. My name is Wolfhead. I think the next time I'm going to stream is going to be Friday night, 10 p.m. Twitch. Come over, I play video games. I'm playing Darkest Dungeon, I'm playing Sonic Riders, I'm playing Plucky Squire, so on and so forth. This is very interesting, I really like this. And you guys have a good night. Remember to smack your loved one on the ass, tell them you love them. Remember to tell your friends they matter. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye, have a good one.